Night fell, and the dark all around me seemed set alight by the dazzling lamps. Neons scattered like stars. The whole city turned dreamlike. Snow came down in great flawless flakes, drifting and turning like spirits in the air, and from far off the white and the ground made a picture you could lose yourself in, forgetting the noise of the world. But I'm getting ahead of myself, because that snow and those lights belong to the end of my first life, not the start of my second. Let me tell it the way it came back to me. I was an old man then, hunched on a curb outside a cinema in a ragged army greatcoat, knees drawn up, a thin layer of snow on my head, what was left of my white hair stirring in the wind. A young couple passed. The girl noticed me, worried I'd freeze, and came over to crouch in front of me. I'd been there every day for decades, waiting, the way I always was. She touched my arm, and I tipped over into the snow like a scarecrow with its prop kicked away, and that was the end of that life. The last thing I heard was her cry that someone had frozen to death. For half a century, I'd lived like a walking corpse, sitting on that curb day after day hoping to see one face again, knowing it was impossible. No one ever knew that the worn-out old man drooped on the roadside carried a power science couldn't explain. Then warmth crept into a body that had gone cold, and I opened my eyes wrapped in a quilt, heat rolling at me from all sides. Saved? I threw off the cover and sat up and froze. A rundown mud brick house, smoke-blackened New Year prints on the wall too faded to read, everything around me painfully familiar. The calendar said November 3rd, 1978, and I shook all over. I'd been through a whole later life. Even decades a recluse who rarely spoke to anyone, I understood the idea of rebirth. Then it hit me. November 3rd, 1978, was the day my father, and my eyes went small. I dragged on the old padded coat and trousers and tore out the door like wind. Half a foot of snow lay outside, more still falling, the north wind cutting like a knife, but nothing could stop me. My heavy frame plowed a furrow through the deep snow straight toward Bearblind Mountain east of the village. I remembered now. Today was the day my father went with another man to dig out a bear's den and died for it. By rights, two old hunters digging out a hibernating black bear in deep snow shouldn't have hit trouble. A black bear is fierce by day, but sluggish in winter sleep. And if you pin its first lunge at the den mouth and strike, even cold steel can split its skull, never mind a hunting gun jammed into its eye. But that time, something went wrong. I remembered it clearly. My father and the man had found a den and prepared everything, but never reckoned that what lay inside wasn't an ordinary black bear. It was a man bear, what the hill folk call a brown bear, far crueler and far bigger, its hide so thick and tough that shot often barely hurt it. Unless the steel pellets caught it in the eye or, close up, blew the white crescent on its chest, you couldn't easily kill it. That misjudgment had cost my father and the Wong hunter from the next village their lives. Dad, hold on this time. Your old son's coming. I moved over the mountain trail at a speed no ordinary man could manage, near as fast as skiing. Lucky the snow was heavy and the village empty, or the sight would have stunned anyone who saw it. Bearblind Mountain was only 5 or 6 kilometers off. Past the stone bridge at the village mouth, I reached the foot, and in 10 minutes I was halfway up, ears straining for my father, racing for the north slope. A gunshot. From the north, exactly where I was headed. No surprise. With a past life's hunting behind me, I knew only there grew trees thick enough for a brown bear to hollow a den. The shot put 3 more parts of speed into me. Last life, I hadn't even reached my father's body in time. By the time I got home, he was already in the ground, and I'd howled at the sky with nothing left to see of the man who'd loved me. That was the pain of my whole life. This time I swore the tragedy wouldn't happen. Father had to live. The family must not break apart. Closer, I could hear a beast's roar as it struck at prey, and human cries of terror. A scream. I broke from the trees into the place where man and bear fought, and there it was. A brown bear of 600 or 700 catties, roaring, sweeping a man flying with one paw. Not far off, another man lay face down in the snow, his face a horror of blood. I couldn't tell in that instant which was my father, but both were hurt, and I went berserk, my eyes blood red, and rushed it barehanded. The bear hadn't even turned before my fist came down on the back of its skull, and the 600 or 700 catty animal staggered sidelong. Had the 2 downed men seen it, they'd have thought a mountain god had come, a man near flooring a brown bear with one punch. But I'd no time to hide anything now. I closed again, caught one of its great paws, roared, and with a heave of every knotted muscle threw the thing bodily into a tree. It slammed, rebounded, hit the ground, and lay along while unable to rise, whimpering, real fear in its small eyes for the first time. A man had thrown a bear, unheard of since the dawn of time. While you're down, I'll take your life. I pounced, jammed my legs to lock its flank against its hindquarters so it couldn't rise, and rained fists on its head and chest like an iron hammer, each blow heavier than the last. It tried to bite, and I broke half its fangs, and in minutes its breath went thin. As its struggles faded, my rage cleared, and I stopped. Seeing it half dead, blood at mouth and nose, I went and picked up a fallen hunting gun, loaded it, set it to the bear's eye, and pulled the trigger, and the volley of pellets blew half its skull cap off. The man-bear was dead past dead. Only then did I run to my father. A breath of relief, and then dread. My father and the Wong hunter were both alive, but in a terrible state. Wong's face had been laid open by a claw, the flesh torn to the bone. He'd keep his life, but the disfigurement was certain, and the blow seemed to have rattled his skull, which was why he stayed unconscious. My father, the one I'd seen swept flying, had taken a paw to the right leg. The bone wrenched out of place and faintly cracked, worse than Wong's, and even healed, he'd likely never carry a gun up a mountain again. I dragged the two together, did a rough job stanching and binding Wong's face with what they carried, then reached into my father's trouser leg and felt along the bone. Once I'd found where it had slipped, I bore down with both hands, a crisp snap, and the bone was back, the crack untouched. Even a seasoned, old bone setter couldn't have done cleaner. I splinted him with cord and branches, fetched the harrow sled they'd brought to haul the bear, and laid the two men on it for home. The bear I stood over a long while, hand half raised, then stayed myself. The bear was my father's and Wong's quarry, though they'd failed, by the hill rule that anyone who joins the hunt and lives gets a share, the kill was partly theirs. And if I swept it into my space, I'd have no way to account for it back home. I hauled the carcass up and threw it on the sled too, then dragged the whole lot down, putting on a show of strain. Because, yes, I have a private space, a portable space awakened in my last life that had somehow come back with me, and the terrifying strength too, both gotten when I awakened it. But the price of that awakening was so steep I'd rather they'd never come. After my years in the mountains last life, I never used them again once I rejoined the world and let them lie idle to my death. An hour later I came back into the village, snow-caked, and a neighbor saw me, and the great bear on the sled, which no one could believe. The whole village knew the Lee family's slow son, a strapping frame, a big appetite, and not the strength to truss a chicken, a useless thing that couldn't possibly have brought a bear down. But fact was fact, and as the cries spread, the quiet village turned to uproar. Some rushed to help pull the sled, some stood and gawked, and a few sent their boys to the next village to fetch Chun Wenlian back. Chun Wenlian, my mother, had gone to her own family at dawn with my two girl cousins to try to borrow grain from her brothers, the house near out of food. It was that hunger that had driven my father, Li Kongjian, to risk the bear in the first place. Then someone close enough saw the two men on the sled beside the carcass and recognized Li Kongjian and the Wong hunter from East Gully Village. Had they dug the den? Hurt this badly. But what could you do? In those gut-wrenching years, if you didn't risk your life, a family couldn't eat its fill, and men dying in the hills for a mouthful happened a few times every year. Neighbors carried the two unconscious men inside onto the Kong, and no one said a word to me. Everyone knew the slow boy rarely spoke, and whoever tried got no answer. So over the years, fewer and fewer bothered. Last life in this, I only squatted at my own door like a silent statue and watched them tend my father, every inch the dullard. It wasn't strange, really. Since the impossible rebirth, my mind had stayed in a fog, the tangles still not sorted, and I'd fallen into doubting whether what I saw was real or some dying man's dream. And if a dream, why so vivid I could feel the very stir of the air. Half an hour passed while I sat lost in the tangle, and then a familiar, furious voice. "You heartless dead fool. Your father's lying there between life and death, and you sit here dozing. See if I don't beat your backside to blossom today." A whistle of air and a bamboo switch bit my back like a viper, and the sudden pain dumped me out of the fog like cold water. I jumped up high, spun, and saw a middle-aged woman with a 4 or 5-year-old on her arm glaring at me, a 10-year-old girl beside her. Mother, Chun Wenlian, and my 2 girl cousins. I stared a long moment, and the tears spilled before I could stop them. Seeing me stand there blank, Chun Wenlian's worry for her husband flared into anger again, and she stepped up to give me another stroke. Then saw the tears, and her heart caught, afraid she'd hit too hard. Before she could ask, I rushed her and held her tight. Mom, I missed you. I missed you so much. Mom, why wouldn't you even come into my dreams all these years? Were you blaming me for ruining the family? I wept like a child, my voice breaking. Half a century, I'd lived a corpse's life waiting to see her again, and never could. And now, reborn, here was the mother who'd worked herself raw raising me, and then, dragged down by the great wrong I'd done, sickened and died in grief. In that moment I forgot rebirth, forgot 2 lifetimes, and just bawled. It was awkward, a grown son flinging himself into her arms, and she meant to scold, but somehow felt a great well of grievance in him, and a mother's heart can't hold out against that. She dropped the switch and cradled my head. My heart's own knot. What's wrong with you? Don't cry. Child, you're breaking your mother's heart. And her own tears came. The 2 of us weeping left the neighbors baffled. A mother and son parted only since noon, carrying on like decades apart. The feeling of it was strange. Then, in the middle of the grief, she shoved me back, eyes wide. Wait, what did you just say? Come into my dreams. Are you cursing your mother dead? She set the little one down, snatched the switch up off the ground, and roared, You dog of a son, take your beating, and laid in without hesitation. Tears still on my face, I yelped and dodged by old habit. And then, strokes landing one after another, somehow I started grinning. That was the taste of it. My mother's switch-fried pork. How many years since I'd had it? Only now did I fully wake to the fact of being reborn. Good. Truly good. What was a little sting against half a century of heartache? Reborn. The one I missed most was still here. The one who loved me most still here. I didn't explain anything, just grinned and ran and yelped, looking like I was suffering, though anyone listening could hear the joy I couldn't hide. You dog of a slow son, my arms gone tired. When did you get so thick-hided? She muttered, finding herself a way down, and as she tossed the switch aside, she finally remembered her husband lying unconscious inside and ran in. Oldly the barefoot doctor was unwinding the bandages to check Kangjan's wound, and she let out a breath. A leg hurt was nothing if the man lived. Meet a man-bear and keep your life, and you'd done well, as any hill woman knew. But like the neighbors pointing and murmuring in the yard, she looked at the unconscious Wong and at her husband and wondered who had finished the bear. Had one of them blown its skull before passing out, and the sun chanced on them after and hauled them down? That was the most reasonable read. Not one person, my mother included, ever once thought I'd killed it. Of course not. A slow boy, strong-looking but barely able to truss a chicken, couldn't kill a man-bear. Li family, come here. Old Li beckoned. Chun Wenlian went over with her usual brash ease. Her sharp tongue was famous for 10 villages around. The man's all right, but the leg's tendons and bone are hurt. Not likely to come back to what it was, Old Li said, then lowered his voice. When did your slow son learn this? Kangjan's leg was a bad break, and someone set it back true the first time. Half a lifetime doctoring, and I'm not that quick. Puzzlement plain in his eyes. The Li family's slow sun setting bones was the sun rising in the west. Him? No, can't be, she said, honestly baffled, glancing back at me grinning with the little one in my arms. Hearing her deny it, Old Li grew uncertain too. The work on both leg and face was professional, no slow fools fumbling. But knowing what I was, he didn't press. It would all come clear when Kangjan woke. So the family got settled with the neighbor's help, and before long Wang's family came from the next village. They grieved at his ruined face, but the 600 or 700 catty man-bear outside comforted them a great deal. Everyone was short of food, a hunter's injury was routine, and the real dread was getting hurt with nothing to show. To trade a disfigurement for a bear this size was, to anyone's eyes, a fine bargain. How to split, it would wait for the 2 men to wake. For now the family's set to processing the carcass. The most valuable part, the gallbladder, I'd cut out first thing and handed to my mother. Only a grass-grade gall, not the copper grade, but bigger than ordinary, good for 2 or 300 yuan. Then came skinning, gutting, taking the paws. Work the hunting family's new cold, flowing and sure. I only watched, saying nothing. What could I say? That I'd killed the man-bear single-handed. Set aside that I was the famous fool of 10 villages and no one would believe it. I didn't want anyone knowing my secret. If word got out that I carried strength in the millions of caddies, it might rouse the whole country, and someone with designs could have me quietly sliced open for study. I didn't fancy my odds against guns and cannon. It was only a bear. With me here, would the family ever lack food again? And with the space besides, the last thing I wanted was eyes on me. Odd. Why's the bear's brain all run out? A shot through the I shouldn't do that, Chun Wenlian muttered, working the skull, and my heart jumped. Even now, would she catch the wrongness? But it made sense. I'd hammered that head so long the brain was surely shaken to pulp. No wonder it had gone to slush. Luckily, she said no more. A bit of brain wasn't worth her thought beside a whole great bear. When it was all done, she suddenly turned and barked. Slow son, you wretch, take these up the mountain and offer them to the mountain god. Mind, just go up, don't go in deep. And handed me a sack of odds and ends of offal. It's the hunter's rule. Take a big kill, dress it in the hills to lighten the load, and hang what you don't want in a tree as an offering to the mountain god. A custom from of old, rarely broken. Today's the exception only because both men were down and no one had dressed the dead bear. As for me, in everyone's eyes a fool who could haul man and bear home was already a marvel. Expecting me to know the right was too much. But a hunter's family doesn't forget the mountain god. So even though the bear was butchered at home, the offal still had to go back up. I set the little cousin down without a word, took a hatchet from my belt, shouldered the offal, and went. How did my slow son's strength get so big? She said, watching me go. Big body, big strength, stands to reason, Wang's wife offered, smiling for me. He was probably never fed full enough before. Could be, my mother mused, and sighed. It's all this world's doing. Lucky their man brought a bear back today, or we'd be starving next. These years, lean on the mountain and it crumbles, lean on a tree and it falls. In the end, a person can only count on himself. Halfway through, she remembered the noon trip to borrow grain. Her own brothers, of one mother with her, and because the wives wouldn't, not a handful lent. It stung, though their own stores were thin too. The furrow I'd plowed coming was long since buried under new snow, and now, shouldering 30-odd caddies, I dared not race. I climbed step by step, deliberately, with most of the village out. No sense being taken for a monster. Past the stone bridge, though, I let go and ran leopard quick to the very place I'd fought the man-bear, ignoring my mother's word about staying at the forest's edge. The churned ground was filling with white. Soon no trace would show. I hung the offal in a tree and bowed in earnest. The new society preached science and no superstition. But since the moment I knew I'd been reborn, I'd come to a different view of whatever moved unseen. Were there truly no gods? Then how to explain what had happened to me? Not that I'd say such a thing aloud. The commune would come haul me off for spreading feudal superstition. A limit of the age, and nothing I could do about it. Just as I made to turn for home, my sharp senses caught something off in the snow. Gunfire. My pupils tightened. I looked toward it. Far off, over by Wild Boar Gully, someone had loosed several rounds in a row, and the sound was no hunting gun. More like the Mosin Nagant the militia carried, the water bead repeater, 7.62, 1200 millimeters long, 5 rounds. A rifle that had proved itself in the Great War and in the founding fight years back, said to reach 2,000 meters, used as a sniper rifle to fine effect. In an age before guns were restricted, private Mosins weren't unheard of, especially in pure mountain villages where which hunter didn't have a good gun or two hidden away. But few would actually bring a Mosin out to hunt with, for a plain reason. One fetched a few hundred yuan, and flash it, and you might become the quarry yourself. In the hills, killing a man was easy, and even the authorities could rarely turn anything up. In those days, a household with tens of yuan was well off, never mind hundreds. So who wouldn't be tempted by a man carrying a Mosin? So most hunters used shotguns, like my father and Wang. Even digging a bear den, they hadn't dared bring a good gun, guarding against men, not beasts. What was a man-bear against a Mosin that could drop it at distance? Militia guns were another matter, numbered, Nobody dared trade them, and getting marked over one meant eating a bullet. Now I'd heard someone using a mosin in the hills, and I'd be lying to say I wasn't curious. But the snow looked like it was thickening. Going deep would cost time, and I didn't fancy another beating. As I wavered, the shots came again, nearer. The shooter was moving from deep in Wild Boar Gully toward Bearblind Mountain. Since fate was bringing him this way, I'd have a look. I rushed into the woods like an ape and vanished. The shooter was Li Weijun, struggling toward Bearblind Mountain, regretting his sneak trip to hunt boar in the gully. But he'd been hungry for meat, and though his house never lacked food, meat was hard to come by. And he, the headman's son of Upriver Village, had to steal his father's mosin to hunt. He hadn't reckoned on running into a whole drove, and even armed could only just keep his life ahead of them. Their noses were maddening, catching him up again, and he'd burned most of his rounds, near out. But Bearblind Ridge was close. The Lee River hunters often worked it, and if he could join up with someone, he might even turn and wipe the drove out, and then he'd not lack meat for a good while. The thought set him drooling. He never once thought about whether leading a drove of boars to others might get someone killed. A grunting came from behind, and he yanked the bolt and fired blind at the sound, the trick that had kept him alive, for the boars, dumb as they were, had learned from being hunted to pause and watch at a shot, which gave him his openings. He fired and pushed on. High in a thick tree, I waited under a thin layer of snow, blended into the white, and when the figure came into view I knew him, and killing intent rose in my eyes. Li Weijun, the only son of Li Aigua, headman of Upriver, dropped out after primary school, ran with a few layabouts thieving chickens. A known idler for miles around, untouchable behind his headman father and an uncle who held office somewhere. By rights, such a man and a nobody like me had nothing to do with each other, and I'd not have bothered. But hatred flashed in me. In my last life, because of the great trouble I caused, my whole family broke apart, and my mother fell ill in bed, and my cousin Li Dahua, only 16, raised by my mother alongside her sister Li Xiaohua, was forced to marry this Li Weijun, already past 30, to pay for the old woman's care. Married was married, but the man was rotten through, and within a year of going to Upriver he beat her to death, and she was buried in haste. With me hidden in the deep mountains then, and my mother dead, and the little cousin married off far away, there wasn't even anyone to cry her wrong, and Li Weijun, shielded by father and uncle, slipped the noose and lived years in peace before the blood debt came due. In that life, once I came out of the hills and learned the truth, I'd seen to him quietly, avenging her, but by then she'd been dead more than a decade. Now, reborn, here he was so early, and I'd not given the chance to ruin her again. I didn't mind doing it a second time. A cold gleam, and I slid soundless from the tree and worked round behind the drove. Li Weijun was nearing the ridge now, a glad grin on his half-frozen face, certain that the moment he met another hunter he'd be safe. No one for villages around would dare leave him to die, or his father would have their hide. Then, 100 or 200 meters back, he saw the black shapes coming fast. The very drove, the 600 or 700 catty lead boar at the front, charging straight at him, as if something terrible drove them. He fired. The shot should at least have made them pause, the way it always had, but they came on as if deaf to it. 100-some meters at a full run is gone in seconds. He scrambled for a tree, but he'd run himself empty and his legs were soft with fear. 2 steps, and he fell. He went to fire again and found himself out of rounds. With a scream, his thin body took the lead boar's charge. The great tusks ripped his belly open and flung him like paper, blood spraying red across the snow, and when he hit the ground, he was gone. From a rise some way off, I watched it cold, with no pity. It was I who'd driven the drove forward, by my own method. Seeing him dead, I turned at once and left down the far side. I didn't go near. Li Weijun's standing was special, his father not to be crossed, and any trace I left near the body might be noticed. The Li family truly couldn't afford to provoke the great headman now. I wouldn't, as last life, let a moment's impulse bring ruin on the whole family. I even gave up retrieving the gun. That dog of a slow son, why isn't he back yet? Chun Wenlian muttered in the yard. The neighbors gone, the bear meat split, and Wang's family sent off, worry edging into the glances she threw at the window. Mom, the fire under the pot's lit, Li Dahua piped up. Good, good. I'll render the bear fat soon. Go see if your dad wants water, she said. Gentle. She never had that fierceness for her niece that she kept for her son. Dahua and Xiaohua were her brother-in-law's daughters, nieces by blood. Their parents had died 2 years back in an accident and left them orphans, and but for Kangzhan and Chun Wenlian taking them and the little ones wouldn't have lived. As they grew, they came to call the couple mother and father, and neither minded. They were Li girls, raised as their own, and it made them more a family. Yes, Mom. Dahua nodded and went to tend the man on the Kong. Kangzhan had woken by now, or the meat and paws couldn't have been divided. Compared with Wang's family, the lease had come off worse. Dividing the meat, Kangzhan gave the costly gall straight to them, which galled Chun Wenlian, since his own injury was the worse. Wang would hunt again healed, but by old Li's word Kangzhan likely never would, so by rule the lease should have had the larger share. But sharp-tongued as she was, before outsiders she'd give her man face, so she swallowed her anger and did as he'd arranged. The sky darkened, and at last she saw me coming back over the snow, and the moment I stepped into the yard she snatched up a broom head and flew at me, swatting and scolding. You slow wretch, see if I don't beat you dead today. I sent you to offer to the mountain god. Did that take till dark? You fool, do you know how fierce the big cats are at night? Meet one, and you'd not come home. The broom head whacked the snow off my coat in flurries while I stood still, looking at her with soft eyes, grinning like a dullard. How many years? I'd have given anything to be beaten by my mother again, and could only in dreams. Now good. It was only a broom head on thick padding. It didn't hurt. She was just knocking the snow off me. Enough, Wenlian. It's snowing. Let the boy in, Kangzhan called from the Kong, and she stopped, glared, and dragged me inside. Then quickly fetched me a bowl of grits porridge and a few mixed grain cakes griddled in bear fat. Eat, and wash your own bowl after. Then she ladled hot water into a basin, tested it, added cold, and carried it in to wash her husband's feet. In the inner room, the two girls played and laughed. My father spoke steady and low. My capable mother kept the house. And taking in that warm scene, my nose stung and I near wept. Wasn't this the very thing I'd longed for across half a century, an unreachable dream? And now, reborn, it was real? I swore to myself I'd guard this family, this life. Never let a moment's impulse wreck it as before. I never truly thought I'd done wrong, back then. But some things needn't have been handled so to the extreme, which only harms others and yourself. Thinking of it, for a flicker, I seemed to see again a small figure in a little flowered jacket. Then I came to, and drank deep of the porridge and folded a still soft fat cake into my mouth. Fragrant. In this cold, nothing beats a bear fat cake. Any other fat, and after my dawdling, it'd have frozen hard. A bite of porridge, a bite of cake, and it was gone, only 7 or 8 parts full, but I was content. In these years, what house aideds fill every meal, never mind a glutton like me. Done, son? Your dad wants a word. Go in, my mother said, coming out with the foot basin, opening the door just long enough to fling the water and the cold to knife back in. I nodded, washed my bowl at the stove, and went to the inner room. I hadn't yet spoken with my father since the rebirth and didn't know what he wanted. Half propped on the Kong, he sent Dahua off with her sister to their mother, then patted the Kang's edge. Come sit. I sat. That bear today, you killed it with my gun? He asked, watching my eyes. Yes, I said, not denying it. It wasn't this I'd meant to hide. He brightened, slapping his thigh, delighted. I knew I wasn't dreaming. Didn't think my slow son could work a hunting gun. Jamming it to the bears I was rash, but you pulled it off, so the boy's not too slow after all. He'd half woken under the bear's attack and glimpsed his fool of a son setting the gun to the bear's eye and firing, then passed out, and on waking thought it a vision. My mother's account had stirred his doubt, and now I confirmed it. So the boy had some ability, at least, until his leg healed. He could fetch a pheasant or hare to keep the family fed. Dad, I'm not slow. I couldn't help saying, seeing his lucky relief look. Was I slow? Last life, truly somewhat. I'd seldom spoken from birth, barely talked with anyone grown, and now and then did things only a fool would. Even I remembered my head wasn't quick. But after the thing that awakened the space last life, I'd come fully clear, no different from any man since. My father didn't take the words to heart, though. A drunk never admits he's drunk, and a fool wouldn't own being a fool. Still, as a father, he knew how to comfort a child. My slow son, slow or not, you're your parents' treasure. He stroked my head, kindly. Only, son, my legs hurt, and the family's on you a while. I see you've a knack for hunting. I never taught you a gun, and you blew that bear's brains out, so there's talent there. In a day or two I'll teach you some of it. And you can try the hills for pheasant and hare. A family this size needs a backbone. No, came a roar, and Chun Wonlian swept in through the curtain, glaring at her husband. You hunted half your life and near lost it this time, and you'd have the boy learn your trade? Li Kongzhan, I won't allow it. Our 2 li branches are down to this one seedling. If the boy comes to harm, you'd leave me alive? See how you face the ancestors then. She pulled me behind her, immovable. He fell silent. Did he want the boy in the hills? Truly not. He knew his son, strong-looking but weaker than most, and one fierce beast would cost him his life. But what could he do? With him hurt, I was the only whole man, and if I didn't shoulder it, how would wife and 2 girls live? We've a lot of bear meat, enough for a good while, enough to last till your leg mends, he tried. And 2 bear paws. I'll find a way to trade them for grain. So drop the idea of sending the boy up the mountain. When he stayed quiet, she reddened, almost pleading. Then little Dahua led her sister in, the 2 leaning against my mother, timid. Dad, Xiaohua, and I will eat less each day. Don't make brother hunt. Kongzhan's eyes went red. Wonlian, don't forget, the bear meat's ours, but a part must go to the headman to share around the village. You know how things are. We can't eat it all alone, or someone reports us, and the commune comes, and we lose the lot. After we share, how much is left? Enough for the family. A man had to think of such things. In those years, everything belonged to the public, mountain game included, and only because they were remote did villagers dare hunt when truly starving. Keep small kills quietly for the family, share out big ones to stop mouths, the leaders mostly turning a blind eye, all of it in unspoken understanding. But what Wonlian might forget, Kongzhan couldn't. Even Wang's family, with their half, would do the same. So she came round, seeing he was thinking ahead, but the boy hunting? She truly didn't want it. Yet if she didn't follow his arrangement, how many days would their little stores feed the family? She still remembered her sisters-in-law's sour faces that noon. Mom, it's fine, I'll go. I stepped up, scratching my head. Easy, it's just hunting. Don't worry. I killed a man-bear, what's to fear? Leave the family to me. I won't let anyone go hungry again. The certainty of it stunned the room. Not that they believed I could hunt, but when had the slow son ever said so many words at once, smooth and clear, not the broken, headless mutter of before? Son, you've gotten better? My mother said, feeling my forehead, recalling my weeping earlier, sensing a change. I'm fine, Mom. Rest easy, I said clearly. Huh. My son's not slow. My son's come right, she cried. And being his own mother, she chose at once to believe it, pulling my head down to kiss my cheek, weeping and laughing both. Old man, our son's well. He understands everything now. I knew it. How could a son I bore be a fool? He just didn't like talking. He was never slow. And the tears came harder. What mother wants her son a fool? No one knew the weight she'd carried. Over time, even she had half believed the slow-witted name. And now, hearing me own that I'd never been a fool, speaking better than most, the stone on her heart lifted. Yes, yes, the boy's not slow, Kongzhan said. And her shaking jolted his legs, so he hissed. But he held her and let her sob on his shoulder. He knew well the years of pressure she'd borne. Good that the boy was coming right. If he stopped being a fool, finding him a wife later would be no trouble. As Kongzhan dreamed of a fine future through the pain, Chun Wonlian stood and wiped her face, firm. Old Li, since the boy's well now, all the more reason not to risk him hunting like you. If we truly run out of food, I'll throw away my face and borrow grain from my own family. Nothing matters more than the child's safety, does it? Father and I both went speechless, round and round, and now she was set harder against it than ever. We could argue the point, but not deny the love in it. Seeing my father at a loss, I shook my head, went out, and brought in the hunting gun from the outer wall, to their surprise. Son, what's the gun for? My mother asked. I said nothing, took my father's grease, and with a flurry of sure motions stripped the gun to pieces, oiled each part as he always did, reassembled it fast and smooth, loaded powder and shot, opened the window, and without so much as aiming into the snowy night, pulled the trigger. A crack, and a sapling 30 meters off snapped, its trunk dense with pellets. Strip, oil, assemble, load, fire, all in minutes, flowing like water. Even an unhurt Kangjan couldn't have done it. Who's shooting? What's going on? Boars in the village? Lamps lit up around. Chun Wenlian ran to the window and called, "Sorry, all. It's my slow son playing with the gun." A small village on a silent snowy night carried her voice far, and knowing it was the Leaf Fool, everyone went quiet. A misfire, surely. When it settled, Kangjan asked, baffled, "Son, when did you get so slick with a gun? I never taught you." Cough. "Dad, every time you handled it, I was right there watching. Slow as I was, I learned." A line to fool them, but the only one I could give. "That's so," he said, doubt on his face but believing it. It was only a hunting gun, simplest of its kind, and a slow son learning it wasn't so strange. After that show, Chun Wenlian was less set against the hills, and with my father's coaxing, she finally allowed me the outer slopes for small game, holding firm only on the deep mountain. I didn't mind. In these years, a big kill meant little, since we couldn't keep it all. Pheasant and hare were enough. But as a reborn man, I knew that after next year, 1979, the rules above would shift, the real change to the family's lot I'd make then. Night deepened. The last lamp in Lee River Village went out, and the quiet snowfall slipped by as if time itself had slowed. When white light spilled through the window onto the Kong, a new day had begun. I woke, stretched, washed, and went first to help my mother with yesterday's bear meat. When she rose and saw her son suddenly diligent, she was glad, and together we soon had it all in order. She bagged a portion clean and had me sled it to the headman's house. After that, it was no longer the family's affair. Coming back, I saw the axe and woodpile in the corner and took the axe without hesitation. It had been my father's work. Now, with him hurt, I was the only laborer. Just splitting wood, child's play. At first, eyeing my frail frame, my mother fretted, "Son, you've always been weak. Don't tire yourself. Rest now and then." But when I swung, she stared. Each stroke split a log clean, my motions surer by the minute, and wondered if my mind coming right had brought my strength up with it, my power now matching my build, and smiled, easier in her heart about the hunting to come, for such a body would manage the hills. Soon villagers were drifting toward the headman's, nodding and smiling at us as they passed, gratitude in it. No need to be called. Everyone knew today they'd divide bear meat at the brigade, not much maybe, but for households months without a taste of meat it was something, and the credit was the least, so why not be courteous? My mother cooking and I splitting would paid it no mind. When Dahua and Xiaohua woke, she called to me, "SL, Han, get hot water for your dad to wash, food soon," catching herself off the old slow, lest she call me back into it. "Right," I said, sweating, set down the axe, splashed cold water at the well, then carried warm water in to my father. As for brushing teeth, never mind. Who had money for a brush and paste when there wasn't food? A rinse before washing the face was all the mouth care anyone did. The snow had stopped, the knife wind much weakened, still cold, but better than yesterday. Breakfast was the same grits, porridge, and bear fat cakes, but with a small bowl of stewed bear meat that set the two girls drooling. I smiled and laid a piece on each of their cakes to roll up. My own appetite was huge, so the meat was best left to mother and sisters. If I craved it, I'd just slip up the mountain. When my mother had seen her husband fed, she came to the table, and her first move was to set a piece of meat in my bowl by habit. And I, who always ate it quietly, dodged it. "Mom, you all eat. There's little meat. Dad's hurt, and you and the girls need building up. Don't give it to me," I said easy. She blanked, a warmth rising in her. The boy had truly come to understand. Before, my slow son only ate head down, never minding whether parents or sisters had any. But aloud she cursed. "You wretch, am I in my 40s and short of a bite? Think of yourself, a growing boy, want to stun into a cripple? Eat your meat. Do I need you fretting over me?" And shoved the piece into my mouth. I chewed, silenced. Me, short of nourishment, a cripple? I was 17, 1 meter 86, near 200 caddies, the only such for miles, and in her eyes still underfed and stunting. But that was always her way. Any good morsel in the house came to me, which was how she'd raised so strapping a useless thing. I let it go. It was her own kind of love, longed for half a century, and who'd waste the chance to argue with her over it? Breakfast done, the five of us mouths shining with fat, she cleared up briskly, and at a loss for anything else I made to split more wood, but she stopped me. Don't do heavy work on a full stomach, you'll hurt your gut. Go walk it off. Come noon mind your dad and the girls, I'm going to my family's. Didn't you just go yesterday? I asked, puzzled. I knew the wives had refused her, and thought she'd be too angry to return. Oomph. I go home to borrow grain, and they won't. Before I married into the Lee house, who ran that household if not me? Now I can't borrow a little grain from my own home. Today I'll ask those two whelps if they mean to stop calling me sister, she said, fierce. But for hurrying back over her husband's accident, she'd have hauled her brothers to their parents' graves by the ears yesterday. Her family lived nearer the county, better off. Not to lend a blood sister even a little grain. Where was the conscience? Watching her draw herself up, I felt the guilt deeper. I knew what she was really about. For all the bluster, it was that the house was near out of food. We had bare meat, but grain truly was low, and if she didn't borrow some, tomorrow there'd be no cakes, no porridge even. And where else could she go but her brothers, the only kin with a little stored? I'd no wish to see my mother stoop to beg those graceless sisters-in-law, but I had no way yet to get grain. Buy it. No money. Sell game? Illegal, and arrest if caught. Sell to the supply co-op? They'd take it and hand you a pittance, a dead loss. Trade game on the black market, as the transmigrator tales have it? With my space it was possible, but having lived a last life, I dared not risk it. In the nearby villages every house was short, and trading at market, one report, and I'd be hunted again, a fugitive in others' eyes, the thing I least wanted. Some might say, hide your identity, you've a space, who'd find out? That underrates this era's grip on grain and overrates the kindness in people. Trade meat for grain. Set aside the rest. Even one go is tens or 100-odd caddies. I might hide it, but could others, that grate a lump, without it being seen, and a single slip pointing back to me? And once the grain's home, the family eats it. And in a village like Le River, where every house knows every house, a household eating its fill daily is noticed within days, and who'd swear no jealous soul reports it. So the only way I could get grain was to bring out hunted game openly and trade it. But game enough to fetch much grain, kept back from the village to eat alone, brings the commune down on you all the same. Trapped either way, short of borrowing, I saw no road. But a turn often comes sudden. As I spoke with my mother and made to go walk off my food, I saw the headman Li Lu picking his way over, calling from the gate. Kang Zhan, how's the wound, any better? Hey now, headman, what do you want with my man? He's hurt, lying down. My mother put in at once, displeased, taking it for a complaint that the morning's bear meat had been too little. Heh, sister-in-law, I've good news for him. If Kang Zhan really can't get up, it'd be a great loss, Li Lu said, smiling, with a touch of regret. A loss. At the word loss, she went wary. What's this? Say it plain. Even I, on my way out, turned back, surprised. It's like this, Li Lu didn't hold back. Yesterday the upriver headman's son, Li Weijun, went hunting alone in Wild Boar Gully and didn't come home by night. His father gathered men to search and found him gored by a drove, died terribly. They say, not even a whole body left. At the name Li Weijun my heart jumped. Found so soon? Had I left some trace, and the headman traced it to my door? But no, I'd never gone near, and Li Lu had just called it good news. So I stood still and listened. Going to Wild Boar Gully alone. Was the boy mad? Was there no one to mind him? Pitiful, my mother said, slapping her thigh, full of pity, and I had to fight not to wince. I wondered whether, knowing what would become of Dahua in that other life, she'd pity Li Weijun still. Then she swung round. But even if the headman's son's dead, what's it to our Li River? Your good news, she couldn't follow it. Li Lu brightened. The upriver headman has pull. So in his fury he went to the county overnight and pressed a written order out of the higher-ups to clear boars for the people. Meaning, any hunter from these nearby villages may, for 3 days, hunt boar in Wild Boar Gully without limit. Nothing turned over to the commune, nothing shared out. all of it your own. Kangjan being a hunter, I came straight to tell you. Mother and I both froze. Headman, you're sure? We're caught this time. No handing it up? She asked, testing. None. Not to the commune. Not even to the village. However many you bring back are yours, to eat or trade as you please, Li Lu confirmed firmly. Then our lease are in, I said, my heart blooming. I'd never imagined Li Weijun dead would do my family so great a turn. If I hunted boar now, I could openly bring it out and trade for grain, and my mother needn't fret over an empty bin. I couldn't help a private gladness, too. Lucky I'd struck decisively, and Li Weijun had died near Wild Boar Gully, not reached Bear Blind Ridge, or his father might have traced something. That strike had been hurried, hardly seamless, and the man-bear offal still hung in a tree up there. Had he died on the ridge, Li Igua could have followed the thread to me. Son, what nonsense. Your dad's in bed. You mean to hunt boar yourself? My mother flared. She'd allow me small game to keep the family, but hunting boar alone, never. A true drove's lead boar ran several hundred caddies, worse than bear or tiger, and her son's little ability would be plain suicide. She would never, ever allow it. That's for you two to settle. I've others to tell, Li Lu said, and turned to go. With Kangjan unable to take part, no need to linger, and a headman had a village to inform. Mother and I just stared at each other, the same stubborn set to both our faces, neither giving an inch. Son, can't we not go? She said at last, the first to break. Worry in her plea. Only her one son could turn the sharp-tongued woman so soft. Mom, rest easy. I'll take that thing with me this time, and I won't team up with anyone. Trust me. At worst, I'll climb a big tree and pick them off from range. The boars can't touch me. I soothed, feeling the depth of her fear. Take that thing. Snipe from a tree? Away that. She hesitated, then said gravely. If you must, then. Mind, son, going in, it's men you guard against above all, not a moment's carelessness. I know it, Mom, I breathed, relieved she'd agreed. What was that thing? Nothing much. A gun the Lee house kept hidden, better than the Mosin. One of the first homemade arms our country turned out, copying the neighbor's AK-47, the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. A fine thing, single shots, and that need a submachine gun. Hunt with it, and even a drove gave you a good chance to break clear or to turn and kill. My father had always treasured it, scarcely used it in years, few even knew of it. On the market it ran a terrible 1,000-odd yuan. With it I'd not fear the boars. What worried my mother was men. By the headman's word, plenty would be hunting these 3 days, and if someone took a bad notion to seize the gun from her son, who knew what they'd do? But then, village hunters or others, all were acquaintances. Envious as they might be, surely they'd not go that far. And the family couldn't keep starving. Without a gamble, this winter would be hard to cross. So, turning it over, she let me have my way. Wild Boar Gully sat between Bear Blind Ridge and the endless ranges, the more dangerous ground for the villages around. Hunters would sooner roam the ridge than risk the gully. For the boars there were too many. First boar, second bear, third tiger, the saying went. And in the hills it's a drove that's most feared of all. For others. Not for me. Last life I'd gone into the dreaded endless ranges themselves countless times. A mere gully I'd long since worn flat under my feet. Coming back and was like coming home. I moved through the dense forest with every sense open, wary of danger and of other people. Meet another hunter, and I'd slip soundlessly round, never changing my line, straight for one place. The Type 56 I'd already put into the space to bring out when I arrived. Unlike the others casting about for boar, I knew from years here where certain dens were. If memory held, 5 or 6 Leon lay a hidden valley reached by a single trail, small, but its sheer walls broke the wind and snow, and a pool at its center never froze, which made it the boar's favorite haunt, their lair, near enough. A flick of my right hand, and I plucked a fat hair from a thicket, snapped its neck, and dropped it into the space. I'd be out 2 or 3 days and wanted food. It wasn't the first. I'd already taken a dozen hare and pheasant by hand without touching the gun. Soon a narrow rock cleft showed ahead, and I quickened my step and slipped in. The valley was no great size, a few li across, but stepping in I felt the warmth. The high cliffs walled out the cold, and though it was thick with bare, withered trees, no snow lay on them. Good ground, but full of menace. By the pool in the middle lounged a dozen or 20 boars, fat and sleek, the largest 700 or 800 caddies, a build no less than the man bear I'd killed. I lay in a thick-branched tree downwind, watching, the Type 56 already off my back. With a knife alone, I'd have been sure of them. But to keep my secrets, I meant to use guns in my hunting from now on. Easier for ordinary folk to accept. Let anyone sense the wrongness in me, and a quiet life this time would be hard. I eased the bolt and made to drop the 700 or 800 caddy lead boar first. Kill it, and the rest would scatter 9 times in 10. I'd taken the upwind spot to beat their freakish noses and let the wind cover the bolt. All set. And then the lead boar suddenly grunted and surged to its feet, small eyes fixed on the valley mouth, and the rest sprang up and ringed it, wary. A sow blocked my line to the leader, and I stared and looked toward the mouth myself, and the glance struck me like lightning. My pupils shrank to pinpoints. How could it be? This valley was the boar's ground. Here, always, boars by the herd. And now a top predator, huge and terrible, had walked into it. No wonder they'd bunched and bristled. But it made no sense. I'd lived in this valley a good while last life, dealt with these boars endlessly, lived off them half a year, and never once met a thing like this. A vast, awe-striking predator strolled in bold as you please. A tiger, by its build 1,000 caddies at least, even the lead bore a shade less. Forcing down the shock, I slowly drew the muzzle back. Alone against the boars I had some certainty. Against this giant black tiger, even I had to weigh whether I could afford to provoke it. And stranger, the tiger was black as ink, not a hair off color, like a wraith out of the night, giving off a sense that crawled on the skin. Something was wrong. A top predator, yes, but it faced a drove of 20. By nature it should ambush, not stroll in plain as day. As I puzzled, the black tiger walked up before the boars, gave them one contemptuous roar, and the thing happened. The bristling drove, that looked set to fight to the death, broke apart at the sound and, led by their lord, fled the valley. That they'd know will to fight a top predator, I could understand. What dropped my jaw was that the terrified boars dared run right past the black tiger, and it let them, never moving to stop them. Weird, deeply weird, outside everything I knew. Had this tiger come only to scare the drove out, not to hunt? Just then I saw the boars hadn't all fled. One of some 200 caddies stood trembling where they'd been, as if waiting for death. The black tiger paced up with elegant steps, bit through its throat, and settled down to feed. The sight left me dumbstruck, mouth open, fixed like a man under a binding spell, an unspeakable feeling rising, that the boar in the tiger's jaws hadn't stayed of fear or failure, but had been left behind on purpose by the drove, an offering to the black tiger. An offering. As if the tiger held over these boars an unmatched dominance, an absolute press, so they dared no resistance and meekly gave up one of their own to satisfy it, that the race might live. And so, as the rest left in their droves, the tiger launched no slaughter, unmoved even as boars passed close. Within one species, such a thing wouldn't surprise me. All things have spirit, and among one kind the weak's life rests in the strong's whim. Nowhere keener than in a wolf pack, where the wolf king it needs sends its own to die without hesitation. But this was tiger and boar, two different animals. How did the black tiger make the drove offer it food willingly? No wonder it had come in so arrogant. The thing had reason for its confidence and strength. Yet it was all too fantastical to credit. No, could it be? I breathed, struck by a possibility. In folk tales there's a special being of the deep mountains. It might be tiger or bear, ape or monkey, no fixed kind, but one name passed from of old, the mountain lord. Said to be the mountain god's mount, set to govern the 1,000 beasts. Once a mountain lord appears, every creature of the deep ranges, whatever its race, must honor it and give it blood tribute unconditionally. Only tales, across my years in the deep mountains last life, I'd never seen such a beast. And yet here, today, in this valley. Then I came to myself. I'd come to hunt boar, and now the drove was driven out, my long hard trek for nothing. That soured me at once. Black tiger or mountain lord, ruining my hunt for grain, not the king of heaven himself. A cruel light crossed my eyes. It had spoiled my business, so take it as payment? The thought rose, and I made to lift the gun. But this hunt had its limit. Or only, free of the levee above, bring back a black tiger, and could I even keep it? I could stow it in the space, but the space runs in real time, no different from outside, and meat left in it goes off before long. Not a fit choice. Reborn, I'd learned caution. Anything that might touch the family, I'd not do. Or with my power I'd long since have gone slaughtering through the hills, filled the space, and given my family a fine life. But in the instant my killing intent rose, the tiger, feeding far off, stopped, its great eyes turning straight to me through the dense branches, as if landing on me at once. It had seen me. I knew I was exposed. Not that I feared it. No other soul in the valley, and at full strength I dreaded no beast. So let me meet this thing. Without waiting for its move, I dropped from the tree and walked openly toward it. The black tiger stopped eating, rose slowly, cold light in its eyes, but unlike any other tiger it made no lunge. It stared hard at the Type 56 in my hands, plainly wary of it. The first time I'd seen so human a look in a tiger's eye. This thing had become a spirit. Could a beast truly understand men? Curious, I willed the rifle back into the space. At the strange sight, the tiger's face turned blank, and it gave a low growl and tilted its huge head, peering me over as if hunting for something. No spirit wit. I'd not believe it. Lucky I hadn't simply shot it dead. So marvelous a tiger killed as common game would be a vast loss. I was near certain now it was the fabled mountain lord, seldom shown to men. Whether the mountain lord was truly the mountain god's mount seemed to me more a thing men imagined. The mountain lord had a name and had been glimpsed across the ages, but as for the mountain god, superstition aside, I half believed it most. A creature like this earned the name through wit, that alone setting it far above the endless beasts of the hills. Drawing near, I found I'd still underrated it. It stood over a zhang long, 1,000 caddies and more, a bulk no lead boar could match. Facing this near-legendary beast king, even I felt a touch of pressure, but I caught no killing intent off it, and my tight body eased. It had been wary of the gun. Now the strange trick I'd shown drew its curiosity instead, and it bore me no malice, only that uncanny spirit. Then, as I stood a while unmoving, it seemed displeased, dropped its forequarters, paws braced, and growled with fighting light in its eyes. A challenge? A tiger that wouldn't hunt me but wanted a single fight? My mouth twitched. But it made sense. I'd shown it no malice. Yet my strength stood plain, and a beast's sixth sense, ever keen, marks whether a foe is a threat. No matter. In that moment something kindled in me, a long-banked ambition surging up. My blood ran like a flooding river, a great power loose in my body crying that I hungered for a match. Last life I'd ranged the hills for years, the fiercest beasts crumbling before me, more than I could count fallen under my hand to become my food. This life, reborn, I'd turned cautious, weighing every move so my family would never suffer, hiding my true strength, never showing my edge before anyone. But a man of absolute power chafes at it. And here, by chance, a worthy foe, in a place hidden and unpeopled, where whatever happened none would see. A good warm-up before the real hunt. Fighting light came into my eyes, and I said without thinking, "You want to fight me?" The words out, I felt foolish. A beast's a beast. What would it know of speech? And then the wonder. The black tiger nodded without hesitation, pawed forward, growling on. It understood. My heart shook, struck again. No matter, then a fight it was. My hands closed to fists, every muscle drawn taut. A roar, and the tiger, sensing me ready, kicked off the ground straight at me. Come on. Excitement surged. I gave no ground, stepped in, and threw a punch. Claw met fist with a dull crash. My arm jolted, a huge force driving through me, so I stepped back despite myself. Push back, me? My eyes lit. Some fun in this. Since gaining this power last life, I'd never lost a contest of pure strength, even to a man-bear, and now a tiger had truly forced me back. Then I saw it had gone back further, the claw that met my fist faintly trembling. In the clash of raw strength, the 1,000-caddy tiger had come off the worse. Not enough after all, I thought, a little let down. As if reading the slight in my eyes, it roared, its ferocity bursting full, leaped, kicked off a tree, and shot at my head, jaws gaping. The tiger's old art. Pounce, swipe, tail cut. Seeing it fall to habit, I smiled. Last life I'd killed who knew how many tigers and knew the move cold. And a beast, however spirited, can't shed its blood's inheritance. I made to slip aside under its belly and strike back behind, but in the air the tiger drove all four claws at my head at once. Fierce tiger scaling the mountain. My face changed. I dropped and rolled and barely cleared it, the hind claws shaving my scalp. Fierce tiger scaling the mountain is a move of our country's old martial inheritance. The Baji said, miming a tiger's force and form climbing a slope, savage to the extreme. Its power no less than the famed Iron Mountain lean. But those are moves men use. Since when does a tiger use a man's mimicry of a tiger? The power of it was fearsome. My face shifted again and again. I sensed this black tiger was no ordinary thing. Truly the fabled mountain lord? Before, I'd only half played with the thought, finding it spirited and amusing, but a tiger that knew set techniques was wrong past wrongness. And for the first time, I went truly grave. Our old martial inheritance, mostly passed mouth to mouth from ancient times, isn't the fantastical thing the later novels paint, nor the useless show some judge it by seeing weak practitioners spar. True old martial art differs in essence from common wushu, tempering body and will through brutal training with killing and victory first, honing strength and skill, will, reaction, and battle insight. Its masters breaking their own limits again and again until they grasp exquisite forms and tactics that loose terrible power in an instant. A craft of real worth for any who study it deep. Last life I'd studied old martial art, and with my monstrous strength once fought underground bare-knuckle abroad a while. No foe lasting 3 moves. That was why, lowly as my later life was, I never lacked for food and ate to a natural end. I'd earned my money early. But I'd never dreamed that, reborn, the first old martial technique I'd meet would come from a tiger. It left me no room for contempt. A roar, its strike missed, surprise flashing in those spirit-bright eyes. That move had never failed in the endless hills, splitting brown bears and boars' skulls with a single swipe, and now it had failed. Having found me the stronger, it had meant to harry me with speed and special gifts. If that too failed, only defeat remained, and the thought plainly galled it. It was the mountain lord, beast kings dared not raise a claw to it, and to lose to a man would be too great a shame. Unwilling, on landing it didn't even turn. Its long tail tore the air straight at the neck of me, just steadied. A blow that, landing true, even my hardened body couldn't bear, the neck snapping, dead on the spot. For the neck is among a man's friliest parts, dense with nerve and vessel and weak of bone. No match for 1,000 catty tigers' full-force tail. Its thought was simple. Even if the sudden stroke missed, it should at least drive me back and buy time to turn and set itself, for it had just landed and wasn't yet steady. All of it in a breath, man and tiger trading blows, life and death in an instant. As the tail swept in, I was ready. A gleam in my eye, my right hand shot out and turned and caught it fast. Huh! I roared, brought both hands to it, muscles knotting, planted my stance, turned, twisted from the waist, and hauled the whole tiger bodily round and slammed it into a tree. 1 strength beats 10 skills, an eternal truth. The moment I'd marked the tiger's oddness, I decided, since I had it on raw power, only a fool would brawl it through the woods. Better to use my edge and take it. And the dumb thing, by instinct, had offered me its tail again, its weakness handed to me. So I seized the weakness and flung the near 1,000 catty tiger crashing into the tree. A crack, a roar, and the tiger's wail rang through the valley, fear and panic plain in it now. The great body rebounded off the trunk and slumped to the ground, slow to rise. I let out a breath, wiped my brow, and sat down. Across last life and this, the black tiger was the first thing to give me a sense of danger and meet me face to face. In pure strength and in fighting skill, the most fearsome being I'd seen, beyond any man, beyond every beast of the hills. It was only that my own gifts ran more against the heavens still. Meeting me today, the tiger had simply run into the worst luck of its life. Was the black tiger dead? Had it been an ordinary tiger, that full-force throw of mine would likely have left it dead. The spine snapped in several places against the tree. But I knew well that for this one such a blow needn't be fatal. And sure enough, as I watched, Its trembling body slowly rose, and it stood unharmed. I tensed, fist clenched to give the great thing another, when I felt the burning fight spirit gone out of it, replaced by an unimaginable meekness. I hesitated. What was this? Then it came stepping toward me, slow and careful, as if afraid to startle me. None of its mountain lord menace left, and pressed its huge head gently against my leg. And then, the thing that left me staring. It lay down at my feet and rolled over, baring its black, soft belly without a guard. I'll be damned, I swore. Beaten into submission? A king of beasts showing a man its weakness is rare past words. From my years in the hills last life, I knew the catkind's bellies are their frieliest part, the one they guard most, and here it bared it without hesitation, a sign it had wholly dropped its hostility and yielded to me. Even I couldn't help a private swell of pride. I crouched and rubbed the great head, laughing. You've a sharp eye, knowing when to cut your losses, or you'd have eaten some pain. It had only ever been a contest, not a fight to the death. Had it been, with the Type 56 out, I'd have sniped it from range whatever its monstrous strength, but a touch more willful and stubborn, and it would have taken more from my hands. Luckily, it knew the moment things turned and gave in. It growled, rolled to lie at my side, eyes half shut, low in its throat, plainly enjoying the rub of its head. I sat down against it to recover. A few exchanges only, but the first time I'd loosed all my strength and speed, mind strung tight, and now slackened. I felt the ache through me. Big fellow, how about I give you a name? I said, lazing against it. It nodded, it understood. Then I'll call you Big Blackie. It cut me a faintly disgusted glance, but nodded at last. A tiger's a tiger, a name's a name. Right? Blackie, no fight without acquaintance, eh? How about brother roast you some meat? I stood, eyeing the boar it had killed, careful not to mention I was starving. It seemed uninterested, but rose, padded to the kill on elegant cat steps, took it up, and in 2 bounds set it before me, then nudged it toward me. A gift, and went off to lie down and rest. Got a whole boar for free. The throat was torn and bloody where it had fed, but in that short time it hadn't eaten much, the rest near whole. I took my hatchet from the space, cut off the tiger-marked neck and threw it to Blackie, then gutted and dressed the carcass in some 20 minutes, kept a dozen-odd caddies of belly meat, and put the rest in the space as spoils. Snatching the tiger's kill? Hardly, but for it spoiling my hunt, I'd have made the kill myself. I took it with a clear conscience. I gathered dead leaves and branches, drew matches and salt from the space, lit a fire in a safe spot, skewered the belly meat, and roasted it. When the fat hissed, I sprinkled salt, and soon the smell had me swallowing. No seasoning but salt, but years of practice last life had given me the fire sense. Cooked meat beats raw. Off away Blackie's eyes flew wide at the smell, the bloody flesh in its mouth gone suddenly tasteless. It tilted its head, then flung the rank boar neck aside, came over, and lay before me, great eyes fixed on the roast in longing. Tisk, worthy of a mountain lord, not even afraid of fire. I marveled inwardly. It had mastered the beast's instinct and lost its fear of flame, no small thing. I'd mint the 20-odd caddies of roast for it too. I couldn't eat that much alone, though I'd no plan to let 1,000 caddy tiger eat its fill, or the whole boar would be gone. Let it taste, that was plenty. After an hour I patted my full belly and stood under Blackie's aggrieved gaze, ruffling its head. I'm off to hunt. Coming, or heading back. From my years in the hills, I knew beasts' ways better than most. Meek and close as it was now, to think it would trail me forever was fancy. Beasts live a beast's life. They don't turn housedog for a man, least of all a mountain lord. Meet again in these hills, and it might follow a while, even hunt at my side, but never inseparable, man and tiger forever, the stuff of novels. At the word hunt, its eyes lit. It had eaten well of the roast and reckoned more would follow, so without hesitation it rose, came up, and rubbed against me. You mean let me ride you? I caught its meaning and started. A mountain lord, that only the mountain god was said to ride, offering itself as my mount? It growled and nodded firmly. It was waiting on more roast, and didn't want the road eating up time. So spirit-wise it was. I was delighted. Ride a tiger? Not bad. I doused the fire, swept all clean, and swung onto Blackie's back. Steady, 1,000 catty tiger bore my 200 without the least drag on its speed through the woods. With a roar that shook the valley, it shot for the mouth and was gone in a blink. Word that the villages had 3 days free run at the boars set the whole district astir, and that whatever you killed was yours, no turning up to the commune, no sharing out, made the hunters' mouths water. Slogans are slogans. Reality is reality. In years when no one ate full, who wanted his hard-won kill handed cheap to others. So many crossed past Bear Blind Ridge, their usual ground, and made for Wild Boar Gully. Danger be damned against hunger. A word on the lay of the land. This was a remote corner of our country's northeast. The villages clustered round Bear Blind Ridge, and Wild Boar Gully lay past it, the most dangerous stretch before the true endless forest. That lightless wood crawling with beasts and rich with ginseng and rare herbs. A treasure ground in many eyes and a forbidden zone for life, out of which most of the gully's boars and the ridge's rare bears had come. So hunters going in to kill boar had also to take care not to stray into the endless forest, or it was in and never out. Lou Dashin had always been bold, often hunting in company and just keeping his family fed, but as the rules above tightened, he found that hunt as he might, little came back to him, and his house grew thin. With deep snow shutting the mountain and the bin near empty, he'd even thought of poaching alone and keeping it all. But he knew, in these times, that drew a crowd's fury and one report could ruin him. So he'd wavered. Then the headman came with the news. 3 days, hunt boar, hand up nothing, share with no one. He took his gear and went into the snow. 3 generations of hunters, yet he'd never gone after boar single-handed. For why join with others, when with the terms above anyone able wanted it all for his own family? And every fool knew this time the nearby villages would stake everything on it. Good guns brought out for boar, so who but real kin would dare team up? Luck or ill luck, he couldn't say. Barely into the gully, he met a boar of near 200 catties charging from one direction as if something had frightened it. And what frightens a 200 catty boar? A bear? A leopard? A tiger? He didn't understand it, but it didn't stop him hunting. Gun in hand, he was sure he could keep it here. And lying downwind in a thicket, muzzle on the oncoming boar, he saw a dozen more burst out behind it. Near 20 all told. And worst of all, a 600 or 700 catty lead boar plowing through like a tank. A boar king? He'd run into a great drove with a king? His heart shook. He dared not fire. One shot and 20-some boars would charge and tear him apart. Holding his shaking down, he slung the gun and ran, praying not to be caught. But you fear a thing, and it comes. Quiet as he kept, the wind shifted, and the keen-nosed boars caught his scent. The lead boar's small eyes rolled, and it halted its charge dead. The rest stopped with it, the whole drove gone eerily still, gazing at their king as if asking why he'd stopped. Then it stared into the thicket, loosed an ear-splitting bellow, and wheeled the way Lou Dashin had fled, squealing as if ordering the rest on. And the drove poured after it in one direction, the ground shaking like a charge of cavalry. Riding Blackie, I'd just cleared the valley when it growled, as if asking where to. You're king of these woods. Blackie, need I tell you where the boars are? If you hadn't run them off before, we'd not have to bother. It caught my meaning, growled, displeased, and set off without hesitation. In a dozen minutes I heard boars squealing not far ahead. Sharp, Blackie, those boar cubs can't run from you. I willed the Type 56 into my hand. Barring accident, I'd no wish to put on a bare-handed beast-killing show. Let someone see, and would I have to silence them? I patted the tiger's head to have it stop so I could stalk in, but it ignored me and went faster, trees flashing past, the foot-thick snow nothing under it. At that speed I could neither jump down nor keep hold of the gun, and had to stow it again. Blackie had its own idea. I let it run, curious what it meant to do. Meanwhile, Lou Dashin clung to a thick fork, staring down in terror at the lead boar ramming the tree. Despair total. Found, after all, no escape through the deep snow. He'd climbed a tree hoping to shake them, thinking a stout enough trunk would let him pick a few off with his gun. But the moment he'd settled and made to aim, the king had charged without slowing and slammed the 2-man girth tree into violent shaking. It held, but in that breath, clutching to steady himself, he never felt the gun slip from his hands, and it fell away like a meteor out of control. His heart dropped into a bottomless pit. He sat stunned, beyond tears, To lose your weapon in such straits was to hand yourself to death. Mercifully, the king's first ram was its fiercest, the later ones weaker, the great thing tiring, until it only butted the tree now and then on a whim. Still the drove ringed him, and he couldn't get free. Every moment a trial of life and death, his nerves at full stretch. An hour and more he lay on that branch, a lifetime's worth of strain, but a man's strength runs out. His sight blurred, his body stopped feeling the cold. A hill man knows the signs of freezing. But what could he do? Unable to move, a drove below. Never thought I'd freeze to death up a tree. He thought bitterly, ready to give up, and then, from below, panicked squealing. Through a haze, he seemed to see a huge black tiger drop from the sky and bite clean through the king's throat, blood spraying. And whether at their leader's death or in dread of the tiger, the 20-some boars scattered shrieking. But this time, unlike the last, the tiger came with killing intent. In a few bounds it took another and snapped its neck. The rest Dashin didn't see, having passed out, though before he went under he counted himself lucky to feed a tiger beat being savaged by boars. But why had he seemed to see a human shape on the tiger's back? A man riding a tiger? Impossible. Only the legendary mountain god could do that. His eyes, surely. The first thing I did off Blackie's back was climb up and bring the frozen, luckless man down fast. I had to shake my head. The poor wretch had met the drove fleeing the valley and been pinned here. Last life, I'd not have spared him a glance. A hunter who hunts must be ready to be hunted, the law of the hills, survival of the fittest. But reborn, with my family alive and a heart no longer frozen as in that lonely last life, and with rebirth itself making me wonder whether there were gods, whether cause and consequence held, to bank some virtue for my family, and for the her of the future, I didn't mind saving a life in passing. Lucky for Dashin, when he woke he found himself in a sheltered cave by a fire, his fallen gun set with a 5 or 6 catty piece of boar near the flames, no one else about. Bewildered, where was his rescuer gone? Then the scene before he fainted came back, and he leapt up in fright and looked round. With that terrible black tiger near, who would dare save him? Yet he lived, unfed upon. Searching, his face went stranger and more shocked, for in the little cave were several tiger tracks and no other trace. The black tiger had saved him and lit him a fire? Impossible. Beasts fear fire and can't make it. He stood dumb a long while, then dropped to his knees and kowtowed to the fire. Your humble Dashin thanks the mountain god for saving my life. He'd thought of the human shape on the great tiger's back. What was that but the mountain god? Tiger tracks and no man's tracks were only natural for a god who walks without touching the ground. Every sign said the mountain god had saved him. How not kowtow? Ever after, before each hunt, he'd secretly bow to the mountain god first. Secretly, because the age was all smashing the old and damning superstition, and caught at it not even a god could save him. He knew which weighed more. I never knew my moment's kindness had me taken for the mountain god, and the reason no footprints of mine were in the cave was simply that I'd cleared my traces, not wanting my presence known, never dreaming he'd think of a god. After parting from a well-fed Blackie at a saddle on the line of gully and ridge, I started home in good spirits. The black tiger was king of the wild and didn't follow. Only the deep forest was its true home. No surprise, and whether man and tiger met again was for fate to say. Nearing the ridge, I drew the Type 56 and 2 boars, one large, one small, from the space, made a rough sled of a thick branch, and hauled it all home. Blackie's earlier rampage had killed several boars, the large lead born now on the sled among them. Though I'd roasted it a good deal in thanks, I still had a boar and a half stored in the space as a reserve, to deal with quietly later alongside these 2 open kills so as not to draw eyes. In truth, my space left me full of helpless puzzlement. In idle hours, I'd wonder why the space heaven gave me differed so from the marvels of the later novels. Others' reborn heroes had spaces that froze or slowed time, that you could farm and raise stock in. Mine ran on like the world outside, never pausing, so I couldn't store perishables long, and fresh food set in it would rot in time. If only mine could freeze time. I dreamed more than once. Useless. Reality broke the dream every time. The thing sat there unchanging. Forget it. Having won it all is fine. Down off the ridge at last, the village bridge in sight. I let the idle thoughts go. Only 2 of the 3 days were gone. As I labored the homemade sled into the village, little the river erupted. The leaf fools back from Wild Boar Gully, dragging a heap of boars, 3 to 5 at least. And the tale grew in the telling till some said I'd brought back a dozen. Neighbors close with us rushed ahead, one bursting into my house. "Wen Lian, your slow son's back from hunting." 2 boars at once, the big one a several hundred catty lead boar. Chun Wen Lian, startled mid-task, was about to flare, then froze. 2 boars in 2 days? She ran out, and there I was, hauling the branch sled step by step, sweat all over my face. "Dahua, heat water quick, for your brother to wash." Glad and afraid I was hurt, she ran to push the sled with me through the snow, and with so many at the gate the villagers pitched in, and soon the 2 boars were in the yard. I let out a long breath. As I set down the sled, a steaming towel was put in my hand by a small one. "Dahua, brother, wipe your face." I grinned my thanks and did, then handed it back. My mother, finding me unhurt, had already run to the boars, but first, while no one looked, she carried the Type 56 inside, then came back out. It was my future livelihood, more important than the boars themselves. The Lee family's slow sons done it big this time. "That much pork, how long would it feed you traded for grain?" a neighbor aunt said enviously. "With these 2 boars the lease won't fret the winter." Who'd have thought their fool had it in him? Wonder how my man fared. Everyone knew, by the headman's word to every house, that what I'd brought was the lease own. Meat meant grain, and no commune to trouble you. Who wasn't envious in times like these? My mother was glad, gladder when they praised her son, but when someone called me fool, slow, she bridled. Who are you old women calling slow? Whose fool takes a gun into the hills and brings back 2 boars at once? My Han just doesn't like talking. Since when is that slow? Say it day after day, and how's my son to find a wife? You'll answer for it. Knowing now that her son wasn't slow, the cub-guarding mother guarded harder. Say a word against me, and she'd take you on, and few of the women there dared cross the famous little chili pepper. The neighbor aunt apologized for her loose tongue, though plenty muttered inwardly that the Lee fool was known for miles and saying so didn't make it so. Yet a fool catching a boar was unheard of, and many were stirred to wonder whether they'd do better still. Through the squabble, I said nothing, only led Dahua quietly inside lest the cold give her a chill. The boars I'd already gutted and offered to the mountain god up the hill. The rest was for my mother. In the inner room, my father shot me a questioning look. "Dad, I got 2 boars up there, one a 600 or 700 catty lead boar." I let Dahua climb up to play with Xiaohua and scratch my head plain. "Cut the prattle. That's not what I'm asking." He rolled his eyes. The yard's chatter had told him my haul already. "Then what? Those 2 boars, you really shot them with the gun?" My heart jumped. Had he, home all day, caught something wrong? "Yes, not the gun, then a hatchet." "Your son's not that good." He thought, then said low, "Boy, lie to me with a better excuse. I gave you 30 rounds for the mountain. Your mother brought the gun and shells back, and I counted. Not 1 round used. And you say you shot them?" It dawned on me, and I cursed my own carelessness. I'd reckoned the 2 boars, dressed but unskinned, were beyond even an old hunter's reading of how they died, so saying shot would pass. Who'd be idle enough to quibble? I'd done it only to hide Blackie's existence, not wanting word of so strange a thing in the hills to spread, lest some, for gain, go into the forest to hunt it down. A legendary black tiger, and so spirit-wise, a thing met by chance and never sought. Let word out, and not only some at home, but some abroad might come for it. For rarity is value in any age. I'd thought of everything and forgotten the shells, and never reckoned my father so careful as to check them. "What, something you can't say?" he asked, frowning at my silence. "It's not that I can't say. Those 2 boars truly weren't shot." Trusting my father, I held nothing back. Well, almost. I told the day's events plainly, but kept back that I'd fought Blackie bare-handed, saying only it was spirit-wise and had stayed with me a while. To speak of wrestling a tiger would shock him and likely cost me my secret. For the family's peace from outside meddling, some things I'd decided even my parents couldn't know. "How is that possible?" he said, long unable to settle, disbelief in his eyes. "A tiger, king of the hills, made friends with you just like that? I can't credit it." "Dad, I told you, Blackie's spirit-wise. else it wouldn't have killed me 2 boars as a gift. I shrugged, half true, half not. Will it appear next time you go up? He asked, worried still though I'd said it bore no malice. Can't say. By my guess, Blackie likely came out of the endless forest, which is how we met in the gully. Whether it goes back, I can't promise. He leaned back and let out a long breath. A seasoned old hunter, he knew a tiger's terror well. First boar, second bear, third tiger, they said. But any who truly knew the beasts would sooner meet boar or bear than face a tiger, for boar and bear, fierce as they are, have plain weaknesses. Most hill beasts have them. The boar's tusks are sharp and its charge fearsome, but it has no wit. The bear is huge and strong, but its winter sleep is its great flaw. So a hunter who prepares well and plans has a fair chance to take them. The tiger is another matter. King of the hills, no empty name. Cunning, fond of ambush, fearsome in strength and speed both. A born killer. Let a tiger fix on a hunter in the hills, and it's near certain death, scarcely 1 in 100 escaping. So at his son's friendly black tiger, my father felt both worry and something else stir. However spirit-wise I called it. As a father, he'd sooner I kept clear of it. A beast and a king of beasts, who knew what day it might hunger and wonder how his son's flesh tasted. As for the other things stirring in him, what I'd thought of, he'd thought of too. The tiger seemed no simple beast, so like the fabled mountain lord in my telling, and the mountain lord he held in awe, the mountain god's mount. So a mortal son he wanted kept from it, lest it anger the god. But in this climate he dared not speak the thought aloud, or a charge of superstition could finish the family. After a long silence in the room, father and son spoke at once. Don't tell anyone of this. We blinked, then laughed together. Son, remember, those 2 boars you hunted yourself, and on the mountain you met no black tiger. I know, Dad. Don't mention it to anyone either. I fear someone setting his sights on Blackie. We each had our reason, and by tacit accord let the tiger drop. When my mother came in, she found us trading hunting talk. The 2 boars are skinned. Near 600 caddies of clean meat. We're rich now, she said, wiping blood from her hands, glad, and a pride in her eyes for her son, who'd called him slow. Who in Lee River had brought back 2 boars at once in years, 600 caddies of meat, plus heads, trotters, hide, offal traded for grain to ease the winter. You did it alone? My father asked, surprised it was done so fast. Skinning 2 boars alone would take a woman an hour and more, and she'd done it in half. No, she said, a flush of embarrassment, honest. The neighbors looked and left, but the sister-in-law next door stayed and helped. That was the wife of Zhao Chong, lodgers in our place. Rare outsiders in a village mostly surnamed Li, and a couple long good to us. Last life, after my great trouble, when my mother lay ill, they'd helped the widow and orphans much. So I said, Mom, cut a few caddies of the lead boar's fattest belly fat for Sister Zhao to take home. We mustn't shortchange them. Fat belly, worthless in later times, but here, where oil was scarcest and fat most prized, a fitting thanks. She balked. She'd meant to render it to lard and dripping for the family, but at my father's nod she went, grumbling. Son, go tell the headman shortly, and tomorrow at dawn take 500 caddies of pork to the town with your mother and trade it to the commune for grain, and do it as fast as you can, he charged me gravely. So soon? 500's a lot. Keep more, no? That he'd have me trade meat for grain I'd expected, but the haste, and 500 of under 600, leaving under 100 for the winter? Reborn, I'd no wish to see the family eat bitter again. Hasty nothing, he snapped, eyes deep. This chance came of a special thing. But for the upriver headman Li Igwa's son dying and him pulling strings for revenge, you think we'd keep all this meat? 2 of the 3 days are gone. Tomorrow the others come back, and who's sure they caught boar? It's not scarcity men resent, but unevenness. To forestall trouble, best clear the meat now. Whatever others do, we'll have our gain and no surprises. He paused, then went on. As for whether what's left feeds us the winter, need you worry? We don't eat meat thrice a day, and there's still the bear meat, about enough. Short, and you fetch pheasant and hare from the hills to fill the gap. Unlettered, yes, but he thought a thing through whole. Wisdom no book teaches, and I couldn't but admire it. Right, I'll tell the headman, and set out tomorrow. But the town's far, Dad. I'll go alone. No need to drag Mom along to suffer. You? Alone? Can you manage? He frowned, full of doubt and unease. A real errand. And could his fool of a son pull it off? In his heart the doubt lingered, and the matter was grave. A slip and the family starved, and the old and young might not cross the winter. Yet faced with my steady, certain eyes he wavered. The boy was grown, and he couldn't shelter me forever. An eaglet must fly. Let him try? Heh. Dad, you all didn't quite believe me when I said I wasn't slow. How about a gamble this time? I smiled, sly, knowing how to move him. Better to provoke than persuade. I meant to stir his pride, to make him know his son was no fool, even a thing to be proud of. More than that, if I didn't go alone, if my mother came, the boar meat hidden in the space couldn't be dealt with. Was I to watch it rot? Never. So I was set on winning this chance to go alone. He thought, and could only say, "All right, I'll talk it over with your mother. Go tell the headman now, lest folks say we cheated the public." Right. I left glad. Soon Chun Wenlian came in, worried, to her husband. "I heard Han say you agreed he'd take the pork to town tomorrow without me. Our son, the way he... Can he really? The way he they both knew." He coughed, helpless that I'd told her ahead, then said gently, "Wife, do you think our son's slow?" "Nonsense, what son of mine is slow? Han talks normal now. And could a real fool catch two boars at once? I tell you, Li Kangjian, let others call him slow if they must. But from today, you his own father say it once more, and I'm done with you." She bristled, no trace of the gentle wife left. "Well then," he said, ducking, spreading his hands. "Our son's not slow, so why does he need you along for so small a thing? Let him go. Look at me now. The family has to rest on him." Sound enough? She fell silent, then said low, "And if something goes wrong trading the grain, the several hundred caddies are gone. The eaglet must fly, and we can't stop it. Choosing to trust the boy, we back him fully. If the meat's lost by some mishap, that's our lot. We start over. The son is the treasure we prize, not the meat." He sat slowly up, gazed deep out the window, a father's love like a mountain in him, endless worry, and yet absolutely firm. The boy was grown. Some things must be let to be experienced, or kept under wing always. He'd never see the wide sky. To spoil a son is to kill him. He knew how he himself had grown, and would let his son grow the same. The result mattered less. Start over if need be, so long as the family stayed whole. The sky was overcast, no star out, when I rose early, and with my mother's help loaded the several hundred catty pork piece by piece onto a borrowed broken cart. The village silent in the dark, but for our work. When the last piece was set, I wiped my brow, took the rope, and made to go. 20-odd li to the town, and start late, and you might find no grain. The commune's daily exchange was fixed. At the gate, I looked back at the faint lamplit window and the familiar figure there, my mother watching, worry and reluctance in her eyes, but no word to keep me. She knew her son must shoulder what was his. I drew a breath and turned and walked the deep snow toward the road, each step a crunch as if the earth saw me off, the wind knifing my face, my mind only on getting there and back. On the empty road, no soul in sight. The stone on my heart finally settled. I let out a breath, swept my hand, and the laden cart vanished into the space. Of course, with a space, only a fool would haul a cart to town. The cart was for show. In the dark before dawn, unwatched, I'd travel light, and now I ignored the deep snow and ran for the distance. In the Red Star Commune Supply Co-op, a man of some 20-odd named Wang Changjiang came yawning out to open the door. Pulling the bolt, a gust of snow-laden wind set him shivering, and he shut it again. Damn it, the old man stitched me up good. How'd he think to dump me in this godforsaken hole as a co-op clerk? I'll freeze to death here. He cursed and hopped to warm himself. Bitter, the easy city life he'd had, never such hardship, and now pinned in this freezing gully facing dead stock and a trickle of customers. Even a meal of meat would be hard to come by. But his grandfather was an old revolutionary, used to hard plain living, who thought today's youth too soft and must send his grandson to a poor backwater to eat some bitter, and fearless as Wang Changjiang was, careless even of his official father, his 90-some-year-old grandfather, he dared not defy. So, unwilling, He'd packed and come to be a plain co-op clerk, a trial, or a nightmare. He didn't know. When the time came, he hauled the door open, and there a man stood bolt upright before it, a heap of things behind him, grinning at him in the half-dark. He'd not be lying to say it scared him. He took the heap for something unclean. Then, seeing it was a man, got angry. "Who are you out here at dawn? Don't you know you could frighten someone to death?" I'm from Lee River, come to trade boar meat for grain." "Sorry, comrade, did I scare you?" 18 but already a meter 85. I could only answer meekly. He was the co-op clerk, and whether I bought or traded was finally his say. The standing of the 8 clerk trades in those years was no joke, and the co-op even posted no beating customers without cause. "Trade grain? Grain's at the grain station. Why here?" he said sourly. An odd look crossed my eyes. After a moment, "Our Red Star commune's in a mountain gully. Lucky to have a co-op at all, no grain station. So we ordinary folk buy grain or trade for it only at the co-op." "Comrade, you look newly posted? No wonder you don't know." He blinked, then flushed, glancing round, glad the hour was early and few about, his face half saved. New indeed, and his first day. Lucky a boy had tipped him off before a busy crowd made him a laughingstock. He warmed me a little. "Fine, you want grain? Come in. Give me your village's certificate, and I'll fetch it from the storeroom." He turned, then turned back. "Wait, trade with what?" I said, "Boar meat." "Boar meat." His eyes narrowed, unfriendly. "If I recall, Red Star's rule is 70% of hill game turned up. Here so early with a cartful, meaning to cheat the public?" "Heh, you wrong us. We're plain folk, always by the rules." I waved and handed him the headman's chit. He read it and curled his lip inwardly. Even this backwater had someone pulling privilege, opening the rules to avenge a son, but no concern of his, and he wasn't fool enough to cross a local power here. Bend the rule. It harmed no law and helped the people. Turn a blind eye. His eyes rolled, and he drew me inside, saw no one had come, and asked low, "Brother, is all this boar meat yours?" "Yes, why?" His eyes lit, rubbing his hands. "Then, trade or grain, I'll see to it all after. But first, could you privately sell brother a few caddies?" "You want to speculate and profiteer?" I blurted, no joke in those years. Though the charge would fade by 1979, this was still 1978. No, no, don't say that," he yelped, clapping a hand over my mouth. "How's it speculating? I just crave a taste. Want to swap some money or coupons for a little boar meat. Barter, that's all. Not against the rules." He said it shamefaced, for he knew that once the meat entered the co-op, it'd be near gone by tomorrow. The country desperate for meat, the commune sure to turn 9/10 up, leaving him unable to hold any back. So before buying mine, he'd swap some first. And truly, had he meant only money, I might not have bothered. What use is money in a mountain town where buying needs cash and coupons both, and cash is the easier gotten? We hill folk could sell mountain goods for a little cash, but without coupons 9/10 of goods were beyond buying. That he'd offer coupons stirred me. "All right, I'll swap you 10 caddies, but first let me see what coupons you've got." His eyes lit. Agreed. Meat at last, 10 caddies enough for a good while. Coupons he'd no shortage of, his parents having stuffed his bags. So, after some haggling, I traded 10 caddies of boar for 10 industrial coupons and some salt and liquor coupons. 10 caddies, 7 or 8 yuan's worth. Really, a fair swap. As he made to pocket the coupons, my eye caught something I wanted in his stash. "Hold on." I drew out a slip and shook it. "This is a milk powder coupon. Does your co-op stock milk powder?" He blinked, then said wryly, "That's from my hometown. Whether we have any I'll have to check. It's my first day." Off he went. He knew I'd my eye on it to swap, if there was stock. Good for him, gladly. After much rummaging, his voice came excited. "There is a whole case unsold." And he came trotting with a carton. The rest was simple. I traded 5 caddies of boar for the precious milk powder coupon, sold the co-op 100 caddies of pork for a full 70 yuan, and spent 3 yuan on a bag of milk powder. Why pay so dear for one bag? Simple, for my hurt father and my little sister. This era's milk powder was real milk, no chemistry, good for old and young alike. At least through this cold winter, it would build up the hurt one and the small one and ward off mishap. No concern of Wang Chongjiang's. Getting 15 caddies of meat from me at dawn left him well content. A win for both, and we traded a knowing smile. When he'd hurried the meat to his quarters, he weighed out the rest and gave me grain. I was glad. Over 400 caddies of boar, all at the top market price of 7 mao, came to near 300 yuan, a few cents under domestic pork a caddy, but I was satisfied. White flour was 2 mao 2 a caddy, rice 3 mao. Over 1,000 caddies of rice and flour, 20-odd sacks, a small mountain on a cart. I didn't take it all in flour, only 10 sacks, with rice and other things besides, enough for 5 through the winter, and the boar still hidden in the space to clear besides. Rich now. I hauled the cart off content. Son, back so early? I sent you to trade grain. Why all this firewood? My mother asked, running out as I came sweating into the yard with a cart of wood. Don't fret, Mom. The grain's under the wood. Let me get it out. You clear a space inside. I'd bought the wood half to guard the family's fuel against the cold, half to hide the grain. For in these hungry years, let others see so much grain, and there'd be no end of envy and borrowers. I'd guard it against everyone but my own mother. When the wood came off and the white rice and flour showed, her face changed, and she stood silent, fists clenched, while I, oblivious, kept hauling it in. As I finished, she took up a stick and came at me, low and furious. I'll beat you dead today, you spendthrift. White flour, white rice every day. Are we to keep house at all? I knew putting my fool son to a task would go wrong. Couldn't you trade for more mixed grain flour to eat months longer? I'll kill you, you idiot. She held nothing back this time, and thick-hided as I am, I yelped and ran round the yard, but dared not cry out, lest it draw others and undo all I'd done. Let her beat me. Then, my fault, thinking only of feeding them well and forgetting she ran a thrifty house. I bolted at last to my father's side. What's this, wife? He asked, baffled, as she came after stick in hand. What? Asked this wretch what he's done. I told it all, then said earnestly, Dad, Mom, I didn't go wild. You're getting on and never had ease in your first half-life. With the means now, I want you to eat a little better. Dad's leg is hurt. The girls are small. What nourishment is there in grits and mixed flour? Don't worry. Your son's grown. I'll make this family's days better and better and never let you two lack again. Real feeling in it, certainty in my eyes. They fell silent. My mother's eyes reddened, and she dropped the stick and hugged me. Thank heaven. My son's not only well, he's grown up, her voice breaking. My father watched us kindly, the room warm, better than extra meals, to hear so filial a word. White flour, white rice, let it be eaten. Oh, Mom, here's the leftover coupons and money. I pulled a handful from my ragged coat and pressed it on her. Money? Coupons. That trading grain left a little money was no surprise, but coupons unsettled them. In a mountain gully, you saw money rarely, and coupons almost never, those mostly the monthly issue of the employed. Several big black tins, and a dozen odd coupons. Oil, grain, industrial, even soy sauce, vinegar, salt. In all their years, they'd scarcely seen so many good things, for with coupons and money you could buy at the town co-op what you needed, a great convenience. Her hands shook. Several hundred caddies of boar for all that fine grain is one thing. But this much money and coupons too? Son, you didn't steal these from the co-op? Let me count. 80-some yuan. To a barely literate hill woman, meat for flour and rice and goods was already fine. Money and coupons she'd not dared dream of, and now they burned her hand, half suspecting I'd foolishly stolen them. I rolled my eyes. Mom, what are you thinking? Is co-op money and coupons so easy to steal? We brought several hundred caddies of boar, getting this is normal. You talk like you've done such a thing yourselves. Father and I both went quiet. Several hundred caddies of boar for grain. Not their generations had ever been so flush. Their silence amused me. That she'd think I'd dare rob the public co-op was absurd. 80-odd yuan and some coupons, no great matter to me, who had several hundred yuan and a stack of coupons in the space already, from selling the space-hidden boar to certain people with channels. Cats have their paths, mice theirs, everyone has his way of getting by, and I no exception. I didn't think it wrong, not wholly above board, maybe, but for now the only way to ease the family's life. Enough, wife, the boy's right, several hundred caddies of meat, getting this is normal. Keep the money and coupons, By what's short in town. And tell no one of this. I hear someone from the next village came back without a single boar and with dead and wounded. Flawn ours and will be hated. My father knew the danger in men's hearts. Better to lie low and the family quietly prosper. She nodded and let it go, and had me hide all the grain and rice in the inner room, leaving only some boar and bear meat and the old grits out for show. That afternoon, dozing, I woke to weeping. My mother came through the curtain, a touch of relief on her face. "Mom, what's happened?" I heard crying. AI. Hunchback Lou from the village's west end went after boar and was found dead in the gully, gored to death by a lead boar. Pitiful. With him gone, his old and young have it hard. What'll they do? She shook her head, full of pity. I fell silent. Since noon I'd heard of dead and wounded in the next village, but now the river too. A bare lesson in men dying for gain and birds for food. The croc breaks at the well, the general falls on the field. A hunter dying by his quarry is no rarity. It's the grieving family left to struggle. Hunchback Lou, an outsider settled here, wife long dead. Only an aged mother and a pair of children left. How would a 7 or 8-year-old and 2 10-year-olds live? But that was most hill folks' lot, beyond even the authorities to fix. What could I do? I tried. "Mom, with Uncle Hunchback gone, his house will run out of grain." AI, who knows? Plenty of houses run out these days. What can we do? She sighed. What if we sent his house some bear meat? I meant well, not wanting the 2 Lou children to freeze or starve. Why bear and not boar? He'd just been gored by a boar, and to send boar meat would be to rub salt in it. All neighbors here. I'd not be cursed behind my back. No need, she said, surprising me. Hunchback Lou died, but the boar that gored him died too. He put a round in the lead boar's head before he went. The 2 finished together. The folk who carried his body back hauled the boar to his family on a sled. Even turning some up, there's plenty left, so for a while they'll manage. After that, we'll help if we can. Relieved the boar had gone to them, I let it be. Who doesn't wish to do good? But in that wretched age, too many wished and couldn't. I didn't go to look. I'd no wish to feel that grief, and lay back down, eyes wide, unable to sleep. Brother, brother, the trap's full of fish. Come quick. On the Whitewater River's ice, Dahua hauled with all her small strength at a bamboo fish trap from a chopped ice hole. Too little to get it onto the ice and near stumbling. But even half lifted it showed many fish leaping inside. I ran from watching another hole, took the line, and pulled it out. The lower half packed dense with fish, 20 or 30 caddies worth. Done, and I couldn't keep a flush of pride off my face. The trick I'd painstakingly worked out in the deep mountains last life worked just as well here in a broad river. Quick, the bucket. I bent and loosed the catch mouth, and icy water gushed, and the fish poured out clattering onto the ice. Silver carp, grass carp, mandarin fish, even salmon, the whitewater rich in kinds. But for ordinary hill folk, catching them was no easy thing. Never mind through ice. No one had proper nets in those years, only fish spears, and good luck a few small ones. Not for me. Last life I'd spent years alone in the hills, and beyond hunting I tried fishing the deep pools to vary my fare. My strength was useless against slippery fish, and a net of mountain vines did worse, easily nibbled to pieces, until by chance I found a bamboo-woven cage like a ground trap caught fish easily, and after that I never wanted for fish. When Xiaohua said the other day she wanted fish, I'd remembered, cut some bamboo, and tried the white water, and the cage caught fish under the thick ice too, a happy surprise. Dahua hauled over a big bucket, and we picked the larger fish for home and threw the small back through the holes by the hunter's rule to grow and be caught later. Hefting the bucket, 17 or 18 caddies left, 2 meals for 5. We headed home, and at the village edge second grandma, Lee saw the fish in our bucket. Han, the ice so thick, how'd you get these? She said, hobbling over on bound feet, envy on her face. Humph, my brother's something. He can catch boar, fishing's nothing, 10-year-old Dawa said. Head up, proud. Your brother's something, and our Xiaohua'll be just as something grown, second grandma said, patting her head. No one in the village dared slight me now. Of the 3-day boar hunt only I had come through whole, killing without a scratch, first in all the nearby villages, where others had dead and wounded and few any boar at all. Even the instigator, upriver's headman Liaigua, had been named and rebuked from above, and but for strong backing might have lost his post. I'd made my name at a stroke. Slow? Who dared say it now? Mention Li Han, and it was thumbs up all round. And Chun Wenlian walked the village with her back straighter. Though everyone thought I'd caught one boar, and none knew I'd hauled back two. Seeing second grandma's cloudy eyes fixed longing on the fish, something stirred in me. New Year was near, and the village shorter of food than ever. To cross the winter, some houses had gone to one meal a day. Last life I'd have turned a blind eye. Keeping my own family fed was enough. But now I saw the thing might be solved. If I taught the villagers to weave the bamboo cages and fish the white water, couldn't each house keep itself? Poor, mind your own. Able, aid the world. I hadn't the power to save all under heaven, but to keep my village from starving, within my limits, that I could do. Truth told, I'd never cared much for fishing. Hunting was my love, fish only an occasional whim. And to feed my own, I could just go up the hill for meat. But I said none of this aloud, meaning to talk it over with my parents first. Second grandma, take these few home for soup, I said, stringing a few fish on a vine and handing them over gentle. It's not right, she said, abashed, but her hungry belly had her take them. Fish was no easy thing for hill folk to come by. All one village, a few small fish, no need to stand on ceremony. I nodded and led Dahua home. The river being small, the moment I gave second grandma fish the word flew. The leaf fool fishing the river in dead winter, and catching? The whitewater's fish were many but hard to take, the surface sealed under thick ice. How had we done it? They couldn't fathom it. With a net, maybe, breaking ice. Everyone knew that. But the village was so poor that all its dozens of households couldn't muster a single net. Some had even gone seeking one outside. But the place was so remote that what little came in served eating and living, never fishing gear. Even reaching the county turned up no nets for sale, and so folk had given up on the river, until I, in the bitter cold, magically produced a heap of fat fish. The news struck like thunder. Villagers itched to know how, and the headman Li Lu most of all, shouldering the village's burden, watching his people scrape through the new year on a meal here and there. He'd lain awake nights over their gaunt, hungry faces, helpless for an answer. Hearing I could draw fish from the river in deep winter, he was set on learning it, and ran for my house half-dressed, his heart racing as if he saw the village saved from fire and water. One thought only, to ask how to pull fish from under the ice. The old headman had decided, beg if he must, but get the method from me. Master it, and not only might the villagers cross their straits, they might even keep a decent new year. On the way he'd wavered. Coming straight to ask might well be refused. A man's secret, why share it? Everyone has his self-interest, and no one could fault the least for keeping it. But by now Li Lu was past such weighing. The collective's good came first, no moral blackmail, but to fill every villager's belly. What was a little personal loss? He'd make it up to the least later. The happier ending. Scarcely had he asked than I tossed him a bamboo cage, hiding nothing of how I fished. I'd already talked it over with my parents, and they'd agreed. In the end, the river's natives all sprang from one ancestor, and neither Li Kangjian nor Chun Wenlian wished to see the village folk go hungry. To give up the skill freely we counted as banking virtue for the Li house. I taught the headman hands-on how to weave the bamboo to take the place of a net. We were both right. Once the villagers learned to weave the cages, they did as I'd said, chopped through the thick ice, baited the cages, tied lines, and sank them. No great labor, no great care, and lift them after a while for a fair catch. Seeing it truly work, the whole village boiled over with joy, their gratitude to my family blazing to its peak, for without my notion many would have frozen and starved through the new year. A warm-hearted soul proposed, we can't thank them with words only. Let's each pick out big fat fish and take them to Han's house. All agreed, and they came in a happy throng, fish in baskets or strung on ropes, faces rare with delight. For besides the new food source, there was this. By the rule, big hill game went to the commune to be parceled out, but river fish were wholly the catchers, no turning up, so with honest effort no one need fear going hungry, and days would only get better. Auntie Li home. Han's mother, we've brought you fish. Old Li, like any better? Have some fish soup, they called at our gate. People still set store by repaying a kindness. The lease had given them hope to live on, a debt high as heaven. Chun Wonlian hurried out to open the door and stood half-stunned. The whole village, fish in hand, and fell to thinking. I knew nothing of all this. I was walking the hills, breathing the clean air, glad. Hard one. How many days had I bargained with my parents before they let me up the mountain? Sit at home, and the body rusts. Hunt or not, the house lacked nothing, but last life's pull had me loving the hills. Bear-blind mountain, fierce as the name sounds, I knew for a safe zone. Beyond the odd hibernating bear, large beasts seldom showed. To hunt fierce game, you went at least to Wild Boar Gully. The most large game lay deep in the endless forest, ground no one knew better than I, and yet I'd no chance to go. The gully alone was 2 days and more round trip, the endless forest half a month, and to vanish so long would earn a beating from my mother. So against my own urge, I'd sooner not worry the family. Reborn, my dearest wish was a plain, happy life for us all, the rest no matter. Still, come up I had, and I'd not go empty-handed. I set a few small snares to check on the way down, maybe a pheasant or hare to change the family's fare. We'd had nothing but bear and boar of late, and even I was tired of it. Not only I, the old and small at home felt it too, or Xiaohua wouldn't have clamored for fish. Thinking of the 2 little cousins, I smiled. This life I'd not let the 2 girls taste, so young, the bitterness they'd known last life. Without quickening my step, I found I'd wandered to where I'd killed Li Weijun, and only as the gully's edge neared did I stop, scan round, and turn back with a cold snort. Unlucky ground, where Li Weijun died. The thought of him soured me. Twice over 2 lives I'd killed him, and the knot in me held. For last life he'd beaten my frail cousin Dahua to death. What pain she must have known, the despair of that moment, and I'd have him live again only to kill him a 3rd time. But the dead are dead, the lamp out. Even reborn like me, he'd not be on the same timeline. Lost in it, turning back, I never saw the thicket not far off shiver. When I was well gone, a grim-faced middle-aged man rose from the thicket, a cloth sack in hand, frowning after where I'd left, and on his shoulder, the very Mosen Li Weijun had carried for defense. That was Li Kongzhan's slow son from Li River? But isn't he a fool? What's he doing here? Li Aigua's eyes were deep, sensing something off, but he couldn't place it and shook it away. He took yellow paper from the sack, scattered it on a snowless patch, lit it, and muttered, "Son, your father should never have let you run wild. Why couldn't you leave hunting alone? Now you're gone, and your old parents have nothing left to live for." His voice breaking, 2 streaks of cloudy tears falling. 3 generations of one son, and his only boy gored by boars on a single trip into the hills. The news had felled him, and in grief he saw no hope left, and hated the boars who'd killed his son past words. But they were beasts, and his fury had nowhere to vent, so he'd used his cousin's pull to grant the 3-day boar hunt, counting it revenge. It ended well enough. The half-starved villagers had thrown their lives into the gully 3 days running and slaughtered 20-some boars, with no few dead and hurt among them. No concern of his. He'd wanted only his son's revenge. Today was the 3rd 7-day morning for Li Weijun, and unable to bear it, he'd slipped up the hill with paper money to burn for his son, lest the boy go hungry in the beyond. Say what you would of the man, the love was real, and he ran a great risk. Caught at it, a charge of superstition would damn him, which was why, sensing someone near, he'd hidden in the thicket. Burning paper and muttering till it was ash, he wiped his eyes, scattered snow over the burn marks, looked round once in longing, and started back. Walking, near the down path, his eye caught things hung in a tree. Animal awful, long wind-dried, faint beast tooth marks on it. An offering to the mountain god. A hill man, he knew the custom, hunter's way of praying safe passage. Most days he'd not have cared. But today, recalling the Li fool's eerie appearance where his son died, he frowned. If memory served, when he'd had his son's death looked into, someone had mentioned bear awful scene hung in the hills, freshly, and for miles around. Who'd taken a bear then, but Li River's Li Kongzhan and the next village's Wang Hunter. Both badly hurt in the den, the 2 unable to climb the hill. So the offering could only be the Li family's doing, the bear having been dressed at Li Kongzhan's house. If so, then likely the day his son died, the Li fool was on Bear-Blind Mountain, near where his son fell. So why hadn't Li Han heard the shots and come to look? A cold gleam crossed his eyes, a suspicion forming. Could his son's death have to do with the Li Fool? And he remembered, in the boar hunt, that one had been the only one to catch a boar and take not a scratch. Was such a man truly a fool? He doubted the rumors now. But even granting the boy wasn't slow, he could recall no quarrel between him and his son. By reason, why would he harm him for nothing? Truth was, Liagwa didn't know whether his son's death tied to the boy. But did it matter? He believed at least that the boy, if on the hill, would have heard the shots, and by not saving his son, had caused his death. That was enough. He stopped short, eyes flashing cruel. His son's death the fool must answer for, and the rage that had nowhere to go poured all onto the innocent Li Han, and he began to turn over how to make him pay. I never imagined it would go so. Careful as I'd been killing Li Weijun, the bear offal of the mountain god offering had betrayed that I'd been on the hill, and Li Aigwa had caught the thread, and a man of his caste wouldn't bother to verify, but cast me at once as his son's killer. Wronged. Not really. It was my hand that ended Li Weijun. But by appearances, wronged indeed. That his rage, finding the odd awful, fell on me. Where do you take such a grievance? Yet even knowing, I'd not have cared. A village headman, how much power had he? Unless he used his backing to move against me openly, I'd not fear him 3 parts. And if he tried something underhand, I had 10,000 ways to finish him. For in my own heart a grudge sat too. Last life Dahua's death lay on the holy Weijun house. His mother above all, who'd ground my cousin down, never fed her full, dumped every chore on her like a slave. Given the chance, none of that house would escape. Walking back I didn't forget my snares, but hole after hole, nothing, and just as I despaired, a thrashing came from a clump of dry grass. A pheasant, I knew the sound. My eyes lit, and I rushed the last snare, and there a gaudy pheasant struggled, a stout vine round its leg, wings beating. Not big, 2 or 3 caddies, 2 of clean meat maybe. A small disappointment, but not empty-handed. A pheasant to change the family's fare. I grabbed it, snapped its neck, dropped it in the space, and made to head down. The hour late, and another scolding waiting. But mishap comes sudden. As I turned to leave Bear-Blind Mountain, a tiger's roar tore the air from far off. In the hills a tiger's cry is no marvel. Another man would only quicken his steps and go, the king's menace chilling even at distance. But I knew at once it was Blackie, and in that roar I heard deep rage and unwillingness, as if it had met a mortal foe. Blackie's in danger. I shot off like an arrow toward the sound. How? A mountain lord, near unbeatable in these woods. I'd seen 20-some boars submit to it, let it slaughter them. What could force such a roar from it? My speed climbed. It was still over by the gully, and lucky I was on Bear Blind, not far. I didn't believe anyone could kill it. Its wit near a man's, on its home ground, until 2 gunshots cracked in the distance. Men. My face changed at last, and I understood the roar. Yes, the black tiger was clever and monstrously strong, but it depended whom against. To beasts, men aren't so fearsome, near prey even, unarmed. But that holds only while their hands are empty. Arm a man, and the table turns. With a gun, men become the food chain's true top. Every fierce beast beneath notice, hunted in the end. Blackie too. Strong as it was flesh and blood, and a single shot would kill it. Strength, cleverness, all a joke before a bullet. Heart afire, I poured out all my strength, my legs like wheels of wind, not even bothering to dodge the saplings, shouldering through with my body. On a high crest the black tiger lay hidden in the grass, glaring down at 2 men, ready to tear them apart. It could sense them clearly, the 2 who'd slaughtered who know many of the hill's creatures with their guns through the endless forest, for that it had ranged this far to the gully, hunting them to avenge its dead fellows. But it had searched long and not found them, and today, meeting them at last, its planned ambush had failed when they reacted in time. It had nearly been killed itself, and only its speed had saved it, fleeing to this grassy crest. A near soundless growl, and it licked at its haunch, blood on its great mouth, wounded, but in the rump, no great matter, or it might not have escaped. Below, the 2 kept their guns up, searching for the tiger or for some particular spot, inch by inch. As they climbed to within 200 or 300 meters of it, a shot rang out from the woods 500 or 600 meters off, and one of the two pitched face down and never rose. Bacana. The other, plainly trained, soldiers training by his reflex, which was why the tiger's ambush had failed, dove behind a rock and fired back several times. But he'd erred. His comrade's death drew his mind to the woods, and he forgot the greater danger above. A few shots, and just as he sensed the threat behind and made to turn, the black tiger dropped from the sky with a roar and bit through his neck. Bacana. So that one back there was speaking island tongue? I watched coldly, glad. I'd not killed wrongly, and that old memory of last life was proven true at last. For in my hurried rush, I'd remembered a strange, shocking rumor from last life. At the end of the Second World War, when the island emperor announced surrender, 2 island soldiers, sore at it, deserted and slipped like ghosts into the endless forest ahead and vanished without a trace. 30 years on, when folk had near forgotten, the 2 reappeared and made it back to their island home. And if that were all, only an odd tale, but no. Back home they bought up assets like sharks scenting blood, and in no time rose from nobodies to among the island's richest, and the world wondered where the money came from. The secret never cracked. Years later, after the 2 died, their descendants told it on television. Those 30 years hidden in our country's land, the truth differed wholly from the tale, not desertion against the surrender, but orders. They had been guarding, silent in the forest, a vast hoard of gold the island army had plundered from our land in the war of invasion. Gold too much to ship out in time. By rights, even if they later got it home, it should have gone to their state. But the lone officer who'd given them the secret task and known the whole of it died on the way back, his warship wrecked and sunk at sea, and with him the secret of the gold. So 30 years on the 2 dared smuggle the treasure home and grow rich overnight. Last life I'd known the tale only as a tale, unsure if true. Until today, sensing Blackie met armed foes, I'd at first thought poachers in the gully. Then, nearing and seeing the 2 carry Arisaka rifles, felt it wrong. For hill folk who hunt always had guns. Homemade pieces, steel-shot fowling guns. Better ones a Mosin or a Type 56. But by silent common accord none would use the Arisaka the islanders had carried to invade our land. Captured ones were turned up without hesitation, for using the invader's weapon would feel a betrayal of the ancestors, the steel stained with our people's blood, ill-omened. And what hunter doesn't want luck? Though in this age no one dared say such a thing aloud. So seeing men with Arisakas come to hunt the black tiger, I'd pulled the trigger without much thought. The gun I'd brought up, the Type 56, always in the space. I'd drawn to save a man, no, a tiger, and after dropping one through the chest I was uneasy, fearing I'd shot a countryman and brought down great trouble. But the others, Bacana, eased me and turned me fierce glad. Our country 29 years founded, and still a chance to fight the invader. A thing to open a fresh page in the family annals, the dream of so many last life, and mine by chance this life. Kill I had to. Though it happened in the hills and would likely never be known outside, I'd show no mercy. The islanders' soldier quality, having dared invade, was high. 1 shot, 1 down, and the other rolled smartly behind a boulder, giving me no second shot. By rights we'd have stalemated, life and death uncertain. But to my surprise the black tiger burst from the grass above and bit him dead, dropping the curtain on the scene. "Ha, well done, Blackie." I showed myself and walked over laughing. The tiger was glad too, having missed me these days apart. But to my surprise it stayed put as I came, and only near did I see a great patch of blood on its hind leg, wounded. Heart tightening, I went to check, and just as I passed the 2 island corpses, the one I'd shot through the heart, who by rights should be dead, suddenly lifted his gun and fired at me. The crack rang across the wild, set my ears ringing, the bullet near upon me. And even reborn, I felt despair in that instant, when the black tiger, standing off, lunged and threw itself before me. Thud! The bullet drove dead into its solid belly, blood spraying, reddening the ground. It came too fast for me to react. One breath we'd fought side by side. The next my comrade lay in blood. Seeing it hurt shielding me, my eyes went blood red, cold killing fury bursting its banks. I raised the Type 56 and, without hesitation, emptied the magazine into the islander. A hail of rounds tearing the snarling man to a sieve, dead at last. and still I burned, sick with regret that I'd not put a finishing shot into him, which would have spared the danger and Blackie's wound. A weak roar reached me. I came to, and there at my feet lay the black tiger, struggling out its low cry. My heart clenched. I stowed the gun and bent to check it, eyes wet at the bloody hole in its belly, then breathed easier. The rump wound was the earlier one, no great matter, the slug to be drawn and bound. But the one it had taken for me was bad. Luckily, the Arasaka's round was a clean-through shot, not much to the organs. Had it been a Mosin or Type 56, the spin would have torn it apart and its life been doubtful. As it was, with rest it should mend. Lucky I had the space and, on my town trip, had laid in medicine and bandages against just such a hunting day hurt. Never used them, and now Blackie was the first. The rump wound was easily dressed, and I had it bandaged soon, and threw the pheasant by its mouth, then went to look at the two islanders, dead through both. But it puzzled me how the one I'd shot clean through the heart had lived. I never doubt my marksmanship. Miss inside 200 meters, and I'd shame myself. A flicker of melancholy crossed me. I shook it off and bent to check the islander, and stalled, dumbfounded. So unlucky. The man's heart was on the right. No wonder he'd lived. Rare, but it happens. Just my luck to meet the freak. Standing, I caught a corner of something gaudy in his coat pocket. A piece of deerskin, on it a rough, crude map and dense island writing. Island script I couldn't read, but recalling the rumor my eyes went hot. No, could it be? These two were the gold keepers who'd kept the hoard for themselves? Then the fabled fortune might lie in this map. The more I thought, the likelier, and I shook with excitement. Get that gold, and after the reform and opening, I'd have the capital to ride the wave and soar. And no one knew the coming age better than I. A gold standard age where you might have nothing else, but you could not be without money. Our country needed money to grow, the people to live, the farsighted to rise. For a span, the whole nation went money mad, which was why, grown rich at last, it lost much else. Right or wrong, no one knew. But right to my crossing over wealth was still what all prized. Looks like these two are the rumored islanders, I thought, eyeing the bodies. Both near 50, the age fit. Barring mishap, they'd have shipped the gold home next year. Only this life they met me and died early. The islanders had burned and looted our land for years and meant at the end to carry our gold home to enjoy. No such fine thing under heaven. A flash of satisfaction. Then my eye went to Blackie, my gaze complex and thoughtful. Last life I'd roamed gully and forest much and never heard of this black tiger. Likely then it had fallen early to these two islanders' hands. I stroked its great head and thought, what next? The gold I'd not let pass, plundered from our land. It should go back to its rightful owner. But once I had it, how to handle it? Turn it to the state? I'd thought of it, but knew the trouble it would bring in this age. Set aside whether it did any good. The danger was some ill-meaning soul tagging me with collusion with foreigners or selling state assets. And killing the two islanders could be twisted into a falling out among thieves, a heavier charge yet. In these years, how many were wronged so? The watchword was, better one trouble fewer. So I decided to do as I'd thought. Take the gold into the space and, after the reform and opening, use it as capital to build something, then give back to my homeland. Our country had risen in mere decades last life even without this hoard. The thought eased my guilt. Damn, leaning on Blackie wool gathering. I saw the hour was late, and remembering my mother waiting, I leapt up in alarm. Gold could wait a day, but late home meant a thrashing. I made to go, then stopped at the wounded Blackie. What to do? Leave it here to other beasts. I feared more harm to the hurt thing. A mountain lord, rare in all the world, and I'd not have it come to grief. Mother on one hand, Blackie on the other, torn. As if sensing it, the resting tiger opened its eyes and rose. Muscles twitching with pain, but standing steady. Came over, rubbed its huge head against my trouser leg as if speaking, then turned and set off in a direction, not fast, not slow. I was puzzled, then glad. It was heading the way home. The clever thing meant to come with me? I beamed. A mountain lord home with me, a thing I'd never have dared dream. It must know how dangerous the deep hills were to it wounded, and so chose this. Knowing the moment not to be missed, I hurried after it. Ride it, as last time? No, it was a sick tiger now, and I'm not so heartless. Man and tiger left together. The two dead islanders I'd stripped of everything useful. The two decent Arasakas stowed in the space. Only two emptied corpses left, and those I didn't fret over. This was Wild Boar Gully, thick with beasts and carrion feeders. Within a night, they'd be gnawed past even bone shards, and no one would find them to bring me trouble. I'd misjudged. Wounded, Blackie could walk, but far slower. And by the time man and tiger crossed the woods to Bearblind Ridge, the sky was dark, 7 or 8 at night. Early to bed in later times. But this was 78, when Witch House wasn't done with supper and turning in. My mother would be near frantic. This homecoming meant a good beating, but I only wanted to stop worrying her, and made to quicken down. To my surprise, at Bearblind Mountain, Blackie kept glancing about as if seeking something, and when I went to head down, it stopped and growled. "You not coming home with me?" I caught its meaning. It growled again, nodded, turned aside, and slipped into a cave. I understood at last. Rye. It had come with me for fear of the deep hills hurt, but that didn't mean it would enter a human village. A beast is a beast, ever wary of men. It trusted me, not others, and parting at the ridge was its choice, where a roar would bring me running if danger came. Near no men, yet safe. Clever. No time to argue. I stepped into the cave where it lay feigning sleep and charged it. Stay in the cave and wait. In a day or two I'll square it with my family and bring you back. But mark me, harm no one. Whatever happens, if someone climbs the hill, keep clear of them. Then I tore down the slope at top speed. Second uncle, be careful. Just look up the hill, don't go deep. Third brother, sorry to trouble you few. There, his mother, stop crying. Everyone's come to help, we'll find the boy. Don't fret, he's got a gun, nothing will go wrong. Li Kangjian sat on the Kong, charging the familiar villagers and soothing his weeping wife, all in a fluster, cursing inwardly that I'd run too wild. Said I'd look up the hill and come back, and here it was this late with no sign of me. He wasn't much worried. He knew something of my ability, and with a black tiger I knew in the gully, even gone deep, I'd likely meet no danger. By his wish, they'd have waited till morning, but Chun Wenlian wouldn't. As dark fell with no sun back, she panicked and ran to the headman Li Lu to gather men to search the hill, swearing rich thanks if I were found. A night's search of the hill Li Lu dared not lightly grant. Too dangerous, and a searcher hurt, and he the headman to answer. But refuse he couldn't, for I'd just taught the village to weave the fish cages and solve their hunger, and the whole of Li River owed the Li House a debt high as heaven. Refuse this, and it would chill men's hearts. After long struggle he agreed, on one condition. Every man go wholly of his own will, no moral pressure. She agreed at once. Unwilling, who'd search with heart. And word flew. Hearing it was I who'd not come back, many stepped forward at once. So, one after another, men signed on. In that age the sense of duty ran strong. A drop of kindness repaid with a spring. Lowly as these folk were, take a man's favor, and they'd find a way to repay. A plain pure value rooted deep in every heart. Soon a dozen odd strong men gathered, 2 of them hunters with guns, a comfort. As Li Kangjian finished his careful charges and his thanks, and they made to set out, the shut gate of the little Li yard was suddenly shoved open. "Mom, what are you all doing?" I gaped. Torches, a crowd set as if for war. "You." The crowd stared. "He's back himself? You wretch. Why so late? I'll beat you dead today." Chun Wenlian, recognizing her son, blanked, then roared and snatched a stick and came at me. "Sister-in-law, it's nothing, truly. Auntie, what are you doing? The boy's back, it's a good thing. Stop. He's grown. How can you still beat him?" The neighbors caught her, soothing, and others winked me toward the house. Seeing the yard in an uproar over my mother, I ducked wryly into my father's room, knowing only he could check her fury. "AI, what a to-do," I sighed, sitting by him. "What trouble today?" Unlike my mother, he only frowned and asked low. "Sort of, but wait till they've gone." I jerked my chin outside. His frown deepened. A trip up the hill. What trouble could it be? But seeing me so, he didn't press. When the yard had cleared and his wife came in stick in hand, glaring, he waved her off and looked at me. "Now, what happened on the hill today?" "The hill? Trouble?" Chun Wenlian, calmer, realized she'd not even asked. They both knew, by my recent showing, that I wasn't one to run wild. To dally till dark and worry the family. Something must have happened. She fell quiet and waited. Dad, remember the black tiger I told you of? Now my mother was calm. I decided to tell him true. Family. Why hide it? Trust not even kin. And whom could I trust? Black tiger? The mountain lord from the gully? You went to the gully. His face changed, unfriendly, said only bear blind. And the wretch ran to the gully? No wonder this late. The gully? You ran to so dangerous a place. Chun Wunlian shrieked, fright and a stick both leaping. Stop, stop. I waved fast. I didn't mean to go. Something happened. A glance passed between them. They waited for the something. Steadying myself, I told the day's events plainly. Even killing the 2 islanders, hiding nothing. Only the gold I kept back from even my parents, saying the 2 islanders had meant to kill Blackie for gain and were finished by man and tiger together. Why hold the gold back? I knew my father's generation too well, their consciousness far higher than later folks. Let the gold out, and he might report it that night, and next day a force would march into the endless forest to search. But would that gold, given the state, surely benefit the people? Doubtful. Against vast China, it was a drop, of no real use. Better in my hands, to build something with foreknowledge and then give back to the homeland. Slap. He struck the bed frame, suddenly fierce glad. Good son, well done. Those islanders hidden in the deep hills meant our country no good still. Such curs, kill them on sight. Daring to touch our country's mountain lord, they earned a grave without burial. Good son, you've done a service for the country. As he warmed near to leaping up, Chun Wunlian scolded. Your leg's barely better. Break it again, and I'm done with you. Then, curious, this black tiger you spoke of, it understands speech? Son, how'd I never hear of any black tiger from you? Father and I traded a look. Slipped up, we'd never told anyone of Blackie, my mother included. Cough. That, Wunlian, is a long story. Then make it short, she cut in coldly. So this house had a secret she didn't know. And but for today, who knew how long they'd have hidden it? Not daring to drag it out, I told her the whole of how I'd come to know Blackie, and thumped my broad chest swearing that the first good chance, I'd take her to see the mighty black tiger with her own eyes, which cooled her wrath a little. When the 3 of us had settled, I drew a breath and said, resolved, grave, Dad, Mom, about the 2 islanders, I don't want anyone else to know. He blinked, frowning. Why? Boy, it's a rare merit, reported and confirmed, nothing but good for you. Why hide it? Yes, son, she chimed. You served the country, handled right. The higher-ups might reward you. No, no. Hear me, this can't be reported. I understood them. Of this age, valuing the higher-ups' rewards was natural, but it would only bring me great trouble. Set aside that confirming it might turn up something of the gold. The mere charge of meaning to keep state assets could damn me to the 18th hell. Never mind reward, my life uncertain. But that I couldn't say, so I bent to it. Dad, Mom, think. I killed the 2 islanders, but didn't bury them. After tonight, in the gully, you think the bodies will still be there? Report it. And when the higher-ups come to investigate, are we to offer some scraps of clothing as proof? Evidence in the deep hills isn't easily found. Merit unclaimed, and I framed a murderer instead. Then I'm truly finished. Let it pass. We know it ourselves. That's enough. Isn't a plain, quiet life good? At least before the country, before the fallen, your son's conscience is clear. The excuse I'd long prepared, and trusting their care for me, they'd not want the family to run such a risk. As I'd hoped, they fell silent, barely lettered. They were no fools, and knew such a thing was hard to make clear. Let me be taken for a false merit claimer or a Deep Hills killer, and my life was ruined. Enough. A plain, quiet life was good. What fate didn't mean for you, no need to chase. Seeing them granted, I breathed easier. The hour late, Chun Wunlian urged me to bed, but I'd more to say. After idle talk, I turned grave. Dad, Mom, one thing I should tell you ahead. Not asleep, and what now? Can it wait till tomorrow? My father yawned. Better set ahead, to save you worry later. Fine, say it, and sleep. In a day or 2, I'll need to go to Wild Boar Gully again. Maybe several days. I hesitated and didn't tell the truth. Next time I had to reach the endless forest, where the map showed the gold. But the truth I dared not say, for they'd surely forbid it. Too many had strayed into the endless forest and died, never returning. A forbidden zone to old hill folk and hunters. Who enters, dies. Are you mad? You know how dangerous the gully is? Don't think two boars make you something. I won't have it. Dare run wild again, and I'll break your legs. And that's no joke. I'd sooner nurse you a cripple than feed you to the beasts. Chun Wenlian leapt up, worry brimming. But I wasn't worried, certain I could persuade them. Mom, easy, I waved, sure. Rest easy. I'll go with Blackie next time. With a king of the hills along, what danger could I be in? Big Blackie? The black tiger? My parents froze where they sat, sensing something off in my words, and my father's pupils shrank. Son, that tiger's hurt. You didn't bring it back, did you? He understood now what going with Blackie meant, that the tiger hadn't stayed to mend in the gully, but was somewhere near. My mother stiffened. Could it be? So many had filled the yard, and no tiger had shown. But a tiger, the fabled king of beasts. Fierce as she was, the thought of one nearby finally frightened her. Son, you really brought it back? Where is it that Mom can't see it? She said, glancing at the window, her voice shaking. Pained to see her so scared, I hugged her shoulders. Mom, don't be afraid. I didn't bring it home. Blackie's still up the hill. And the thing's spirit-wise. I'm half its master now, and you carry my scent. Even met in the hills, it wouldn't dare touch you. No idle word. No one knew Blackie's cleverness better than I, and my family carried my scent from long living together, which its nose would catch. And if it dared harm them, even so, mountain lord or no, were the mountain god himself to descend, I'd flay it alive. With me in the world, no one harms my family. Truly, her nerves eased a little. The boy's right. If the tiger's so spirit-wise, it won't harm us. Met in the hills, and likelier still would guard us from other beasts. My father confirmed as an old hunter, a settling word for his wife. Then he hesitated. This hill you spoke of, it wouldn't be Bearblind Mountain just outside the village? Yes. I've put it there for now. When it heals, I'll see it back to the gully myself. That he'd guess it didn't surprise me. I nodded plainly. You wretch, he flared, glaring as if to strike me. Dad, what is it? I ducked aside, baffled. All had been fine. Why the sudden turn? What is it? Look what you've done, he roared, flinging a pillow at me. Do you know how many go up Bearblind Mountain every day? You hide a great black tiger there, and if it hurts someone, can you answer for it? Relieved that was his worry, I assured him again and again. It won't, Dad. I've charged Blackie. It won't harm anyone. Blackie was no ordinary tiger. I didn't believe it would attack people for nothing. Fine. Say I believe the tiger won't attack. But have you thought? The tiger means men no harm, but men mean the tiger harm. So great a black tiger on Bearblind Mountain. Let it be found, and not just the hunters of 10 villages, but the commune itself would send people to hunt it down. You're sure bringing it back saves it and doesn't doom it? He looked at his fool of a son in exasperation. I blanked. Bringing it back, I'd not thought it through. This was 78, no animal protection law. Let the black tiger be found, and the hunters, even for safety's sake, would fight to kill it to keep Bearblind a safe hunting ground. And 1,000 catty black tigers worth, even a fool knew. The temptation of killing so huge a tiger was vast. It could keep an ordinary family in ease for years, a danger, but also a chance. And who'd let it pass? The commune too might send militia to ring and kill it for the profit. And who'd care whether the tiger was spirit-wise? And the crux? I could swear that if men truly cornered Blackie, it would not sit and wait to die. A mountain lord turning to hunt men in the hills in earnest. The thought put cold sweat down my back. I knew its terror too well. Don't think, because 2 islanders near killed it, that its ability ended there. Those 2 were regular army, blooded in real war, and had spent decades in the endless forest, not what ordinary men could match. Ordinarily, a hunter or militiaman meeting those 2 could only be slaughtered, scarcely a chance to strike back. In the deep hills, graver still, even a dozen or 20 banding against them. The odds of any escaping alive were slim, the chance of effective resistance slighter yet. A thought rose in me. Had those who strayed into the endless forest and never came out died, perhaps, to those 2 islanders? Else how to explain that last life, forced into that forest? I'd found the danger far short of the terror the legends told. Likely so. And yet, Strong as those two were, one fell to Blackie's ambush, which showed how fearsome the tiger I'd named was. For ordinary folk to take it as quarry, only on the open grassland might there be a sliver of hope. In the tangled, perilous hills, not without terrible cost, sheer fancy. Understanding it, cold sweat beaded my brow, and I knew at last why my father had flared. My doing had been too rash, weighing none of the risk. Dad, I'll go up now and move Blackie. I stood. Stand still, he stopped me. It's late. No one's on the hill at night. Go early tomorrow and take it somewhere safe. He hesitated, then set his jaw. Since the tiger took to you, son, we can't leave it. Tomorrow take more supplies up and stay a few days with the big fellow in the hills while it mends. When it's wholly healed, come back. That's a hunter for you, born close to beasts. From my telling alone, he'd warmed to the spirit-wise tiger, and now, for its sake, let his son into the hills for the first time. What nonsense! Have our son nurse a tiger. Do you know how frightening the hills are? If he meets danger? My mother objected. She trusted my ability now and knew that with Blackie I'd be safe enough, but a mother's instinct balked. It's fine. The boy's guarding a mountain lord, banking virtue. Good will come to his descendants, he said, knowing she'd resist. Hill folk all, no longer believing the superstition allowed. Yet the awe of the mountain god was bone deep, and offerings were still made in secret. Do it unseen, and who'd not turn a blind eye? The line worked. Virtue for descendants, grandsons, and recalling how her once slow son had suddenly come right, she fell silent. Bless the grandchildren by the mountain god's favor. A trip into the hills wasn't so bad. Her eyes brightened, and she agreed. Truth told, the boy's recent doings had outstripped a mother's reckoning. The gully was dangerous, yet I'd gone there light and brought back 2 boars, strength past belief. And with the tiger along, safer still. A wounded tiger's still a tiger, and helping each other, barring the unforeseen, we'd be fine. She went off to sleep in the girls' room. An early rise tomorrow to pack for me. I stayed, my father wanting, by his word, to teach me hill survival skills to keep me safe. And Chun Wunlian had no objection. The more I knew, the easier her heart. Neither knew that I, who'd spent years in the endless forest, hardly needed teaching. I stayed mostly to set their hearts at ease. The sky still dark, snow crunching underfoot. I walked the empty road with a great bundle on my back, sighing at the age. Had there been a phone like later times, I'd not have run back from the deep hills just to send word I was safe, nor risen before dawn to slip up and move Blackie unseen. This was my father's notion. Better the boy got the tiger clear of bear blind early, to be safe. Soon I reached the mountain. Facing the black woods, I didn't hesitate. I took the Type 56 and a torch from the bundle, stowed the rest in the space, and just as I drew matches, a flame flared up not far to my left front. My face went grave, a strong sense of danger flooding me. I dropped the torch unlit, leveled the semi-auto, and shot toward it like an arrow, for I feared the hills set ablaze. Deep winter, the brush bone dry, and an uncontrolled fire could burn or drive off every beast in the wood, a ruin for the villages around. Reaching it, my heart eased. Someone was burning paper at the foot of the hill, an offering to the mountain god, the flame never growing. A man come early to make his right unseen before hunting. A middle-aged man with a gun on his back muttered over the fire, oblivious. I smiled wryly and slipped away without disturbing him. In the firelight, that half-glimpsed face seemed familiar, but I didn't catch what he muttered, or I might have known who he was. Mountain god protect me, tiger god protect me. Let this hunt bring a full bag. There's no help for it. Without food the family can't keep the new year. And thank you again, mountain god, for saving me last time. If I get anything I'll offer you a pig's head. Lou Dashin kowtowed at every few words, pure devotion in his eyes. He'd never forgotten that, near death in the gully, he'd been saved as if by a miracle, and the black tiger he'd half seen. Since then he rose early before every hunt to make his right at the foot, and ever after his bag was never empty. Luckier by far than before, which deepened his faith that the mountain god watched over him. He never knew that had he turned his head, just then he'd likely have seen the very mountain god he prayed to. To avoid being seen, I didn't light the torch, and came easily under cover of dark to Blackie's hiding cave. Roar! Came a low growl from within, soft but full of menace. "Blackie, it's me," I called before entering, not wanting another pounce, and a black shape shot out and a furry head rubbed at me like a child fawning. All right, all right, let me check your wound first, then eat, and we'll be off." I lit the torch and wedged it in a crack, and saw the tiger watching me, puzzled, as if asking what I'd meant. Hadn't we agreed I'd leave once it healed? I sat by it, rubbing the great head. No help for it. This is too near where people live. I fear someone finds you and many come to kill you, and then we're in real trouble. So I'll go with you to the deep hills to mend. With me there, no beast will dare touch you. Glad. It growled low, and a faint something like a smile crossed its face. A tiger smiling? I'd have called any other man mad to say it, but seeing it myself, my mouth twitched. This thing was more than spirit-wise. Could it talk? It'd be a very sprite. Now hold still. I unwound the dressings and stalled in surprise. A single night, and the bloody wounds at rump and belly had begun to close, a thin film of bloodskin over them, near to scabbing in a day or two. Against frail men, a beast like Blackie reared in the hills had a healing power that frightened. Eased, I redressed it, then said, "Eat a bit, and we'll go." No need to roast. I had dozens of caddies of boiled meat in the space, made for it. But before I could draw it out, the tiger sprang up and dashed into the cave, and hauled out a 100 or 200 caddy creature. I stared. "A roe deer? Blackie, you hunted last night." It nodded. Wounded that badly, and still it had hunted. Fierce thing. Seeing its kill, I understood. A foolish roe deer, the silliest of animals, born too curious. Scared off, it comes back to look, alone among beasts in that, which is why up here they speak of clubbing roe deer. The carcass was torn bloody, plainly the tiger's work, stored as food for its mending. Instinct, no fault in it. But I'd no interest in keeping the filthy thing, let alone roasting it. I tossed it aside, swept my hand, and dozens of caddies of boiled boar appeared. No roasting today. Here, see how your own mother's early rising boiled meat tastes. I held a 10 caddy piece to its mouth. It tasted, eyes lighting, and fell to with relish. It liked cooked meat better than raw. I took a half caddy piece for myself, man and tiger easy together. 20 minutes on, the sky graying. I couldn't dally. Let someone find a tiger on bear blind, and it was trouble. So I rose, beckoned, and we set off under the last of the dark toward the gully. For though my goal was the endless forest, the gully was the way there. We were barely gone when a man toiled up the slope and stared after where man and tiger had vanished. No, I did see something. Like that black tiger and the mountain god from before. Only this time the mountain god wasn't riding the tiger. Lou Dashin rubbed his eyes, half thinking he'd seen wrong. But his gut said the shadow he'd glimpsed climbing up was likely the very mountain god who'd saved him. Only, coming close, he found nothing, as if it had been a phantom. He bowed to the mountain and looked for somewhere to wait out the dawn, then spotted, on the snow, the tracks of a man and a beast leading to a hidden cave. His heart leapt. He'd not seen wrong. An urge rose to follow the tracks, but a voice within warned him off. Anger the mountain god, and no one could save him. He let out a breath, mastered his curiosity, and instead cut branches and swept the man and tiger tracks clean, leaving no trace, repaying his savior's kindness, and sparing the hill the ruin that would follow if folk learned a tiger walked bear blind. Then he went into the cave, and a cry came out. "Your humble servant thanks the mountain god's gift. With so big a roe deer, my family can keep the new year well," his voice breaking at the last. I never knew that a roe deer carcass I'd carelessly cast off let a family keep a good new year. Blackie and I pressed into the deep hills in perfect accord, and to my wonder, perhaps because of the mighty mountain lord at my side, no quarry dared show itself the whole way, a thing I'd not expected. We walked and stopped, took in the sights, rested, and a whole day slipped by unnoticed, yet by the vague map in my memory, to reach the depths of that endless, edgeless forest would take another day or two of trudging. No matter, I'd squared it with my family before leaving, and so long as they didn't fret, I cared little how long I stayed. Still, a doubt nagged. 2 days walking, and would my food last the trip, with a great stomach king like Blackie along? The worry didn't trouble me long. The near half-ton black tiger's recovery was monstrous. 2 days, and the bad gunshot wounds had begun to scab, scarcely hindering its movement now. So when I felt the food running short, I decided at once. Blackie and I would split up, each to hunt the woods and replenish the space's dwindling stores. Stepping careful through the dense wood, Type 56 in hand, eyes keen, sure enough, parted from the tiger, small creatures began to slip into view around me, poking heads from brush, darting through grass. But all were too slight, scarce a few ounces of meat. Not worth a precious bullet. Wasting a round on a mite that yields no meat is sheer extravagance, and each bullet is a hunter's lifeline in this perilous wild. By now I'd crossed past the gully and stood at the marches of the endless forest, where, the deeper I went, the geometrically greater the odds of meeting fierce beasts. Boars great-tusked, bears huge and quick to rage, another mighty tiger maybe. Vigilance was vital. Luckily, in this bitter winter, I needn't dread snakes, the true terror of the endless forest more than any beast, venomous ones above all, hidden in tree hollows or coiled on branches, a bite a catastrophe, but 9/10 of them lay in winter sleep, one fewer threat. As I went careful on, my eye caught a few gray-brown feathered birds on a fork, watching me curious. Hazel grouse. My spirits leapt, small, but a top delicacy, a famed mountain treasure in later times, hard for a hunter to come by. In my years in the endless forest last life, I'd eaten them but a dozen times. And here 4 or 5 on one branch, rare. But the Type 56 made me wince. Shoot a bird and half of it would vanish, uneatable, and the rest would be long gone at the report. A slingshot or a snare-suited grouse. And of all the survival and hunting gear I'd stocked in the space, nothing fit for these. So I crouched to gather stones, meaning to knock 1 or 2 down by throw, a thing I'd done often, confident in my aim. Just as my fingers touched the stones, a deafening tiger roar tore the air from not far off. Blackie's, I knew, though it startled me. Puzzling at why it had run over to bellow so, I heard a soft rustle overhead, and small shapes tumbled down like dumplings into water. So many birds, and grouse among them? I gaped. There on the ground the birds struggled in terror, bones gone soft with fright, unable to fly, and near me the very grouse from the fork. Blackie's roar had such power, whether a mountain lord's own art, I couldn't say. Overjoyed, I pounced, wrung their necks, and swept them into the space. The tiger came from the trees, rubbed my leg, growled smug. TSK, didn't know you had that in you, Blackie. A single roar shakes birds out of the trees, worthy of a mountain lord. It tossed its head with a proud snarl, as if to say it was nothing. Your kill, then? Back so fast. Barely half an hour parted, and it shouldn't be done hunting. My eye went to its wound. Split open? No blood. Then it caught my hem and tugged the way it had come. Hey, let go. This is my only ragged coat. Tear it, and I've nothing to wear. You want to show me something? I freed the hem, shouldered the gun, and followed it to a hidden slope, where it stopped. No quarry here. I thought it had met some strong foe and come for help, but there was nothing. It nudged me toward a clump of grass, and through the weeds too clear, faintly curious little eyes watched me, timid as a house pup. A pup? In the endless forest? Impossible. I dismissed it at once. I parted the grass, and there crouched an odd little thing, gray with dirt, for small paws drawn together, trembling. A wolf cub, I blurted. Whine. It whimpered, unafraid, even pleading in its eyes. A barely month-old wolf cub begging for help. Who'd believe it? I turned to the tiger. You brought me here for this little thing? By rights, a tiger meeting a wolf cub on the hunt would swallow it whole. Yet Blackie had not eaten it, and fetched me instead. Was it pushing me to take the cub in? It stepped up, lifted the little thing in its jaws, and set it to my chest, careful as if it were its own. I gaped. A mighty tiger forcing an ordinary man to adopt a month-old wolf cub. What fantasy was this? But against its firm stance I couldn't refuse, and took the furry mite. Whine. The cub thrilled, and clawed up under my coat, wriggling like a loach, then poked its head out my collar, big black eyes darting round. Absurdly cute. I sighed, saddled with a wolf cub. Cold doesn't touch me, so its burrowing did no harm. I glanced at the tiger and half understood. It had me save the cub, perhaps, because of what its mountain lord nature was. The cub had shown no fear of the great tiger, marking the tiger's guardian role. As Blackie did one thing after another against beast nature, I came to grasp why the old legends held such a being as the Mountain Lord. Their existence is to guard the hill's safety and ward off some doom of species extinction. At need, a Mountain Lord can command beasts of any kind to obey, to flee disaster, to face a strong intruder, and likewise to care for the young of any race. Its having me save the cub was likely nature itself. But that doesn't make a Mountain Lord some bleeding heart saint. Blackie could cow a whole boar drove with its lone presence, and just as readily slaughter that drove for its own appetite. Such a being seems to keep to some unseen law, with its own measure of things, knowing when a thing may be done and when not, beyond men's fathoming. I shook my head and let it go, just a wolf cub, and a spirit-wise one. Take it home to guard the yard, no great trouble. So man, tiger, and cub found a flat spot, and I drew meat from the space and lit a fire, which there's no shortage of in the woods. This time I didn't eat the same as Blackie and the cub. I gave them a dozen-odd caddies of boar and took a grouse to a stream, cleaned and dressed it, and roasted it slow. One grouse isn't big, but yields a caddy-odd of meat, a meal for a grown man. Tired of daily boar, I was glad of the change. Only Blackie, near 1,000 caddies, couldn't be filled by such a share, but I'd not come to be its nursemaid. Until new quarry was taken, the limited food had to be parceled with care. Wine, wine. As I drew the cub out, it saw the roast and flew at the boar, tearing in like a glutton, plainly a great stomach king to be. Was taking it in right or wrong? Could our thin household feed such an eater? I shook my head wryly, then salted and seasoned the near-done grouse, a heavenly smell. Blackie sniffed, abandoned its boar, came over drooling at the grouse. Off you go, back to your boar. I've told you, what I eat you mayn't, lest it cost your life. I shoved its head off. True, I'd roasted plenty for Blackie, but never seasoned it, for a wild beast used to raw flesh might come to harm from salt and spices. I'd not risk it. It slumped back, crestfallen, and gnawed its boar. 10 minutes on weed, all eaten. I rose to clear up, the fire doused, of course. One careless flame in the deep hills could bring a horror of a forest fire. 10 heads too few to answer for it. So every hunter is rigorous in this. Where's the cub? The full little thing had wandered off. I searched among snow and dead leaves and couldn't find a shadow. Blackie came, sniffed, and headed for the stream where I'd cleaned the bird. A tiger's nose far beats a man's. Sure enough, far off, a small shape leapt from the water, shaking itself frantically on the snow. So clean a thing, a bath with every meal? Then how had it been so gray before? Nearer, I marveled. The dust-gray cub, water shaken off, had changed color. White? I hurried over. It bounced up gladly, clawed at my leg to climb. You really know how to live, meaning to winter in my coat. I plucked it up by the scruff and saw clearly, not white, but silver. Heard of silver foxes. First I've seen a silver wolf. Blackie, this isn't the real reason you had me save it, I said idly, and the tiger nodded without hesitation. I went speechless, looking from one to the other. A thought I scarcely dared believe rose in me. Was this silver cub the next Mountain Lord Blackie meant to raise? For a Mountain Lord needn't be a tiger. It might be bear, wolf, even monkey. Strength matters little, but it must be deeply spirit-wise, never dull like a common beast. TSH, why do I trouble over such things? Med is fated. We're happy together, and whose beast and whose lord is no concern of mine. The cub whined at being held, waking me from my musing. Off we go. Tomorrow we're near the forest depths, and I've gold waiting. Tucking it to my chest, I called Blackie and pressed on. Yet a strangeness nagged. I'd lived in this endless forest before, and why did the beasts seem so few? Not from the tiger's sin alone? Some other cause? No time to dwell. The gold came first. Man and 2 beasts trudged on through the white. Only bodies past the common could bear that bone cold. Any ordinary man could not have entered the forbidden forest in such a winter. You're joking, Blackie. Don't tell me this is your den. Midday the next day, led by the tiger to a hidden cave. I was stunned. Large and oddly clean. 2 chambers gourd-shaped, the inner warm as spring, the outer well-aired like a sitting room, and near the mouth a steaming pool, so water was no worry. Only because the ground was snow-covered and the trees bare could the cave be seen at all. Come spring, or autumn with the woods in leaf, an ordinary soul would never find this hidden paradise. But that wasn't why I was stunned. This cave was the very hideout where, last life, fleeing the authorities, I'd lived for years in the endless forest. What a thing, that Blackie and I shared a taste in dens, both choosing this. Only last life I'd been alone here. This life I came with the tiger. My gaze went complex on Blackie. Did we truly share so deep a fate, down to the same dwelling? In that other life we'd never met, never been the cross-species comrades we were now. Likely then the tiger had fallen early to the two islanders. A strange relief welled up. Perhaps my rebirth was not only to redeem myself and my family, but, by some design, to save this big fellow. Else how had man and tiger met so neatly? I laughed aloud, free as I'd never been in two lives. Blackie, from now this is home not just to you, but to me and the cubs. Let us three guard this forest from outsiders. I stroked its head, expansive. This forest belongs to our country. Let any islander or foreigner who covets it pay in blood. No idle word, for if memory served, in the early reform and opening years, the 80s and 90s, the high authorities so fixed on the economy neglected the forests, and countless foreigners came under the name of hunting to slaughter rare beasts, strip precious timber, dig out rare herbs, and smuggle it abroad for vast profit. Last life I'd met such men often in the endless forest, and powerless, a fugitive, could only kill a few in secret, a drink of poison to slake thirst, never stemming men's greed. Pitiful, the forest's rare creatures near driven to extinction. This life is different. Reborn, I'll not let it happen. Whoever comes, I'll kill. With Blackie and me, no hard thing. And when the times settle, I mean to warn the high authorities that the galling ruin of last life never recur. The tiger, spirit-wise but not understanding all words, felt my gladness and answered with a growl. Some might cry, "You, Lihan, speak of guarding the forest. Aren't you a cold-blooded butcher yourself? No less a killer of poor beasts? But it's not the same thing. I was a plain hill man. Lean on the mountain, eat off the mountain. Hunting to live is a law passed down from the ancestors, and to the deep hill folk killing beasts for food is the most ordinary thing. But there were strict rules the old hunters set, which animals may be taken in measure, which protected. Never wanton slaughter of the rare and endangered to extinction. Break those time-tested rules, and the price was severe. Your standing as a hunter forfeit, the scorn of your fellows. And the foreigners? They knew nothing but killing, butchers, in the end. How can this be? Why is there nothing? I panted over the crude map, then looked at the great pit I'd dug, baffled. The map, rough as it was, marked the gold's hiding place here, yet I'd dug near 2 meters down and found not a shadow of it. Unsettled, I stamped my foot, vexed. If only this were later times, a metal detector would find it in a blink. I flung down the spade I'd brought from home and sat on a rock to rest. I didn't believe so much gold could sprout wings, nor that the map off the islanders was wrong. They'd died at my and the tiger's hands, and the map been taken after, so they couldn't have foreseen it falling to another. The treasure should be near. Likely I'd simply not found the right spot. Roar. As I nursed a headache over whether to dig on or shift ground, Blackie came from the wood, a kill in its jaws. A lynx. I clicked my tongue. Worthy of a mountain lord to take even that. A lynx, small but a cat, is fearsomely fast, near impossible to catch, able to slip even fierce beasts. In escape, it's among the very best of the hills. Its fighting strength can't touch a tiger's, but it's said to face and even kill a grown wolf, a formidable thing. Just as well, a morning's digging had left me hungry, and a lynx's pelt, though no sable, is worth a good deal. Dried and taken to the town co-op, it'd fetch a dozen odd yuan, maybe more. I took the carcass eagerly and set to skinning it, while the tiger lay watching, guarding the man, awaiting its share. Skin off. The lynx was soon roasted, the whole pelt stretched bloody between 2 saplings. Blackie, this is yours. I tossed it a 7 or 8 catty piece, and it slipped into the wood with it. As I want to season my own, I started. Where was the cub? Gone in a blink. I put 2 fingers to my lips and gave a great whistle. I'd trained the little thing some, and it should come, and soon a rustle came from the grass, and 2 small shapes emerged. 2. I froze, a piece of meat half thrown. Two wolf cubs, one silver, one gray, plainly different. And they fell on the meat together, each seizing half. You little thing, found yourself a companion? I lifted the silver cub by the scruff, displeased. No, we're short on food? And you go luring another cub back. Waste of food aside, aren't you afraid of bringing a pack's revenge? Idle words, but no sooner said than wolf howls rose, dozens by the sound, near, a few kilometers off at most. You're in for it now. My face changed. If the pack came tracking the gray cub, both Blackie and I were in for a bloody fight. But I'd come for gold, not to battle wolves. To save time, I'd not even hunted these days, living off the tiger's kills, all to find the gold and get home sooner. Slaughtering a pack held no interest. I've my principles. But for the family's one, I'd not even hunt the hills' beasts, let alone wolves, whose meat is wretched. Every hunter knows the danger of a great pack, dozens or more, in the hills. Never mind whether you'd win. The reward isn't worth it. Wolf meat is dry and stringy, near inedible. Only the pelt's worth anything. And wolves are cunning. A pack at its king's command capable of every low trick, killing even seasoned hunters who slip. Every year the villages around lose a few. So I decided to leave first, glancing at the gray cub. Maybe, finding it, the pack would withdraw. Just as I made to scoop up the silver cub and go, gunshots cracked from where the howls had come. How? My pupils shrank. I turned toward them. This was the endless forest, all peril. Who else dared come? A hunter from some village strayed and chasing boar? The likeliest, with the two islanders long sent to hell. And the pack howling. Were they ringing someone? Thinking a hunter might be cornered, I dropped the silver cub. Little thing, take your friend and get home, and dare run off again, and I'll see to you. Home being the tiger's cave, where Blackie's scent kept beasts off. The silver cub understood at once, caught the gray cub's ear, and dragged it off toward the den, leaving the roast. Sensing the urgency, clever thing. I sped through the woods by memory toward the shots, rueing that Blackie had wandered off. Astride it, I'd have crossed the few li in a blink. Soon I gained a slope. Through the trees, dozens of wolves ringed a great tree, and near them 2 wolf carcasses shot dead. By the look of it, the shooter's up the tree. I weighed how to save him. Shoot the wolves outright? No. One report, and the pack would turn on me. Baiting myself to save another, a fool's move. Better to slip close and reach the man in the tree first. Having lived in the hills years, I could pass dozens of wolves unseen, not on the ground, with their keen noses, but tree to tree, the great crowns near touching, swinging ape-like under their cover. Only my freakish strength let me. An ordinary man never could. From slope to the great tree, I crossed 6 or 7 trees and reached the one beside it, 7 or 8 meters off. I didn't rush across, startle him, and he might shoot me. And just as well, for peering through the dense dead branches and snow, I saw at least 3 figures in that tree, each gripping a long gun, muzzles down at the wolves. 3 or more. Were they truly hunters straight in? No. Hunters in a band could brave even primeval forest. How would they be lost? Cold light flickered in my eyes. They'd come with purpose and plan, no accident. And I'd been ready to play savior. What a joke. I felt like withdrawing. Whatever they were here for, so long as it didn't touch me. Who cared whether the pack killed them or they the pack? The hills are eat or be eaten. No rule says men may hunt beasts, but beasts mayn't eat men. Then, scanning, I saw on another slope Blackie standing with a calf-sized giant wolf, both eyeing the tree cold. What? Earlier Blackie had carried off the roast I gave it rather than eat before me, and now I half guessed. It had fed the roast to this wolf king. A hunter's I knew the giant wolf for a king, the pack moving at its will. Else dull wolves would have rushed the tree heedless of death, not ringed it in such order. But what did Blackie mean? To hunt the men in the tree with the wolf king? Unease stirred. I'm human, and didn't want the tiger killing or eating men. Then, no. A flash. Blackie was no ordinary tiger, spirit-wise as a 10-year-old. And in all our time, I'd never seen it bear men ill will, save the 2 islanders. Yet now it plainly meant to kill these. By its nature, it wouldn't turn on ordinary folk, unless these were no good, like the islanders, men who'd butchered the forest's beasts at will, so that the mountain lord must remove them. For I'd asked Blackie, in our long time together, about the 2 islanders. It couldn't speak, but nodded and shook its head, and bit by bit I'd learned the whole of it. The two had lived decades in the endless forest tamely enough, hunting daily to live, but so few against the forest's countless beasts that it mattered little, and the mountain lord let them be. Then some span back, gone mad somehow. Gun in hand they'd set on the rare beasts for 100 li. Not hunting but mindless slaughter, the forest thrown into turmoil, countless rare creatures driven to migrate. The very air had reeked of blood. By the time Blackie knew, the toll was past counting. As Mountain Lord, charged to guard the forest, it could not bear it, and struck at the two. But strong as it was, against two battle-hardened men with firearms it had failed and fallen back. Yet the two hadn't come off easy. One took a paw blow and barely escaped death, the other was hurt enough to mend long. And then, fearing another ambush, the two slipped out of the forest while the tiger was off guard, which was why I'd met Blackie in the gully, gone to take its revenge, and near been killed for a moment's carelessness, saved only by meeting me. Recalling it, my eyes narrowed cold at the tree. Could the men up there be the islanders' contacts? Blackie had as much as said the two had others carry their plundered rare beasts out of the forest. If these were the islanders' partners, the tiger's hatred made sense, and reckoning the islanders' return home was next year, the strands tied together easily. Right. No matter. Let me see whether these are men or devils. Suspicion roused, the question was no longer whether to save them, but to learn who they were first. I'd have gone close to watch, but feared a muzzle turn my way, and the wolves' keen senses. Any large move, and they'd mark me. Then a fine notion struck. The men sat still in the tree. Make them move, and I'd learn their nature easily. With Blackie and the Wolf King at peace, the pack's threat to me was least. If they were truly hunters, I could see them safe away. If, as I thought, they were tied to the islanders, I'd help the pack keep them here. A piece of meat appeared in my palm, 3 or 4 caddies. I flung it slanting upward. It sailed silent through the dense branches into the air, unnoticed, and tumbling from dozens of meters with the speed of the fall, it would startle whoever it struck, and the blood reek roused the pack, breaking the stalemate and giving me my chance at the truth. As it happened, the boar chunk fell, and a cry came from the tree, and a black shape thudded to the ground. Azo, the pack surged in, teeth bared, to tear the fallen man apart. What luck! My eyes went wide, then glad. I'd meant only to flush them, not knock a man down. As the wolves closed, I leveled the semi-auto to look. Only by seeing could I decide whether to save him. Then from the tree came a furious shout. Damn it! Fight these beasts. Another man dies and the work for the honored sir can't be done. A burst of fire raked the wolves below, not to kill them, by its spread, but to save the fallen man. Right, they're only beasts. Think we're afraid? Damn. If the honored sirs hadn't given so few rounds, we'd have mowed them down long ago. Another voice, another shot, at least 2 still in the tree. But pure, native speech of our land. So they were our own countrymen. And honored sir? The work? My face went ugly. I understood them at once. No wonder last life the 2 islanders carried so much gold safely home. Traders helped them. Plain from their words they were our own people. But I'd never owned them as such. More than the islanders, what the common folk hated most in those years were the traders who sold their country for glory. Killing intent poured off me, red-eyed, gripping the Type 56. I thought how to help the pack bury these forsworn dogs in the forest. Up the tree, I couldn't well shoot. Marked, a burst would come with nowhere to dodge. The beasts I'd kill, but not at my own cost. Below, the pack, at the king's command, had foreseen this. At the first shot they ringed the tree and circled, howling up, scarcely heeding the fallen man. And it left the men in the tree helpless, for to swing a long gun in branches is to be fouled by them. Never mind aim, so that for all their firing down they'd not hit one wolf. I could see, too, that these men soldiering was nothing beside the 2 islanders I'd killed. Less, even, than some able hunters. Easier for me. In the chaos, I found my moment, climbed down, and vanished into the grass. No one wants to know how fearful a thing like me becomes once loosed into the hills. Cursed wolves, so cunning, we fire ourselves ragged and can't graze a hair. At this rate, round spent, third can't escape his doom. In the tree Gao Zhixian watched the wolves weave below, his shots all missing, eyes wide with anxiety. Beside him, Gao Jigua. Yes, elder brother. Third mustn't come to harm. Without him, we two alone can't haul the honored sir's goods out of this forest. For third, Gao Jiong was the strongest of the three brothers, who bore most of the heavy work hauling pelts and goods out. Lose him to the wolves, and the labor fell on them. Poor third, knocked out by the fall, never knew that was why his brothers feared for him. He'd have been furious. Enough. Second, down the tree we go. I'll not believe we can't hit these whelps face to face. Gao Zhixian, after another wasted shot, lost patience. Elder brother, over 20 wolves. Just us two? Gao Zhigua hesitated. Few rounds left. Wasting them is the way to die. A pack of wolves. Kill some, and for the rest there's the bayonet. We've killed men. You fear these whelps. Gao Zhixian slid down, steadied, and shot a charging wolf dead. The pack, seeing one of their own killed, scattered and stopped circling. Ha ha ha, I knew it. See, second? Only from the ground can you drop them. Today we kill the lot, strip the hides, sell them to the island. A fine sum. Elated, he called Gao Zhigua down, and the brothers stood together as the wolves drew off 100 meters, then crept warily to the stunned third. Can't fathom how third fell, Gao Zhigua muttered, prodding him. All three had been steady in the tree when third screamed and dropped a dozen meters, knocked cold. Even so stout a man, out to the world. Turning him, sharp-eyed Gao Zhixian saw something beneath him, drew it out, and his pupils shrank, his face aghast. This, boar meat? A cut piece of boar meat here? How? Then it struck him. He flung himself flat. Second, down. There's someone near. Ah! Before Gao Zhigua could grasp it, a shot cracked from afar, and a blood hole opened in his brow. Second, Gao Zhixian's eyes went blood-red, fury pouring off him. How? Three brothers ringed by wolves in the deep hills, and now a man appears and shoots without hesitation. And the wolves 100 meters off hadn't been drawn by the shot. They kept their eyes fixed on him alone. No sense in it. By nature, wolves should rush any man on sight. Why him only? No time to wonder. Abandoning even the unconscious third, he rolled into a thicket and vanished. Heffley, you'll only die worse. After a while I stepped out from behind a tree, watching where the eldest Gao had gone, a mocking curl at my mouth. He hadn't seen that as he fled the whole pack melted into the woods too, to ring and hunt him apart. No matter, split up, a pack's strength is a tenth, and with a gun he'd not fear it. But his real peril was that Blackie and the Wolf King had vanished with them. Marked by those two as prey, he'd not escape, I was sure. Earlier, freeing myself, I'd reached Blackie. Else how would the pack have ignored me and let me snipe a traitor? Gao Zhixian never dreamed that not only wolves but a hidden, far more fearsome tiger, and a like-minded human who loathed evil, were on the three brothers' trail. Not bad, caught a live one this time. I stowed the two Arasakas, felt the fallen man's neck, still a breath in him, and hauled him into the wood, not to save him, but to pry his mouth open. Pa! Those three. When I came out at last my face was complex, but mostly furious. Woken and worked over, the man had told me who they were. As I'd guessed, the three brothers worked for the two islanders, and had for no short time. For these Gao brothers were sons of Gao de Peo, a notorious bandit of the region before our country's founding. Old folk knew him, his name fearsome in the northeast, given to killing, looting, and worse. Hundreds, they said, died by his hand. After the founding, fearing reckoning, he took his family into the deep hills and vanished, and though the old man was long dead, he'd left three scourges who somehow fell in with the two islanders. For years the islanders had butchered rare beasts without conscience. Pelts, bear gall, all of it, and the Gao brothers carried it out of the hills to sell to the island next door. Strangely, though the trade earned vast sums, the two ruthless islanders took not a cent. Their one condition was that the brothers use the money to open a route back to the island, so that when the two left they'd meet no trouble, a deep-laid plan, scouting their own return so early. The brothers, glad of so easy a deal, had over 2 years found the islanders a near-foolproof road home, hidden in the mountains, skirting every risk, straight to a deserted stretch of coast where a boat could fetch them off. This trip to the endless forest was to bring the islanders word, and see about hauling out another batch of mountain goods, only they'd met the pack on the way. To wring this from Gao Ziyong, I'd used no gentle means. Tight-mouthed as he was, the truth had to be dug out. It all fit. And what most enraged me wasn't even what lay before me, but what I recalled from last life. Not only the two islanders, but these very Gao brothers had in the end washed their record clean, walked out of the hills, even bought houses in the county town. And in the early reform years, capital in hand far beyond most, grown into rich and powerful gentry by every grasping means, living out their lives in ease, dying peacefully in their beds. Where's the justice in it? Such men, rotten through, enjoyed a whole life's fortune. This life, heaven had eyes at last. Islanders and Gao brothers alike fell by my hand, their evil lives cut short early, which eased me much. Wait, the eldest Gao, is he dead yet? I snatched up the Type 56 and ran into the woods, half hoping Blackie hadn't finished him, so I could make him suffer as his brother had before a bullet ended it. In the deep hills my heart held no scruple. Meet a man who deserved death, and I'd pull the trigger without pause. In a clearing the black tiger stood with the wolf king, watching a dozen wolves tear at a corpse, cold light in their eyes. The last of the cursed three. Finished, the forest could be quiet again. Beasts like Blackie and the wolf king are the most vengeful. The islanders and the Gao brothers, slaughtering beasts 2 years long. Never thought the beasts marked them too, and so ended without a whole corpse left. A reckoning bound to come. My appearance only hastened it, and saved Blackie's life besides. The eldest Gao had died worst of the three. Seeing me, the tiger growled and came rubbing its head against me, deep joy in its eyes, its wound near whole, its long scourge gone. The wolf king was another matter. It gave me one deep look, howled, and bounded off, the pack abandoning the carrion to follow. I shrugged, disdained by a wolf king. I picked up the eldest Gao's Arasaka, still chambered. He'd not even fired before the wolves took him. But could a pack do that? Had they the skill, they'd not have let the brothers move freely in the deep hills so long. Likelier the wolf king or the tiger had struck first, leaving him no time to fire back. All right, Blackie, time we went home. I left the carrion and swung onto the tiger's back. Near-heeled, it bore me easily, and with a roar that shook the wood it turned for its den. 3 more days passed. By the map I dug all there was to dig and never found the fabled gold. Dawdle longer and my parents would fret. Reluctantly, I resolved to give it up for now. The things wouldn't run away. Sooner or later they'd be mine. Astride Blackie, the 2 cubs in my arms, I sighed wry. Homeward with the tiger to carry me was far faster than coming. Out of the endless forest to the gully in mere hours. But fast travel meant the parting came fast too. A sting rose in my nose, and I forced it down. After a while, Blackie, set me down here. I patted its head. We'd stopped in familiar country. Out a half-month, and to go home empty-handed would waste the days. The endless forest I'd not hunt more, for the ecology's sake. But the gully I could work. Boars aplenty there. A couple taken to the town black market would fetch a fine sum in cash and grain coupons. As for the family's food, that was already laid by enough for a rich new year for 5. I leapt down, set the cubs on the ground, drew a great roast from the space to the tiger's mouth, and stroked its head, loath. Blackie, no feast lasts forever. The road ahead I'll walk with the 2 little ones, and you go back where you belong. But rest easy. First chance we get, we'll come see you. And remember, guard our home. Home being the gourd cave. 2 lives had given me a feeling for the place, and with Blackie guarding it, no beast would foul it. I'd thought of keeping the tiger with me, but a tiger's not a wolf. The cubs I could pass off as dog-wolf crosses, but a fierce black tiger in human society few could stomach. Never mind the authorities, its mountain lord nature meant it could never come to Lee River. The endless forest was its truest home. Reluctant, eyes full, it rubbed me once, took the roast, and turned resolutely away. As it vanished into the wood, the 2 cubs at my feet howled after it, grieved. But knowing they'd live with me now, they didn't chase, only a sorrow in their bright eyes. Now, you 2 stay here, don't wander, fetch a couple of boars and we go home. I left them in a hidden cave with some meat and went. Could they understand? The silver cub's cleverness was past doubt, spirit-wise as Blackie near enough, which was why I'd half thought it the next mountain lord. The gray one was duller, but it heeded the silver one in all things, a constant shadow, which was why I'd brought it along. A companion for the silver cub. Boar hunting in the gully was no trouble. I knew where the droves gathered in winter better than anyone. And in a little over an hour I was back. 2 300 catty boars and a 6 or 700 catty lead boar in the space. Enough to fetch a good sum at the town black market. But coming back to the cubs, I found them each gnawing some yellow thing, playing hard. That's gold. My pupils shrank. I snatched the things from their mouths. A gold hairpin and a gold ring, small but heavy in the palm. A nail press left a soft, clear mark. Real gold. But where in the deep hills had 2 cubs got it? Little thing, where'd you find this? I lifted the silver cub to my eye. It understood, and at a word led me off, the gray one at its side, to a clump of grass against a rock wall, where the 2 had vanished before. Clearing the dead grass, I found at the wall's foot a small cave, under a meter high and 70 or 80 centimeters wide, into which the cubs had gone. This, I felt a flush of disappointment. Likely I'd been wrong. The gold trinkets were some dead traveler's effects, the mouth barely admitting one man. No place for a great hoard. I sighed and made to call the cubs out, when the silver cub backed out rump first, dragging something. My heart leapt. I crouched and looked in, and was stunned. The low mouth gave onto a chamber of dozens of square meters, high enough for a grown man to stand, and in the dimness I made out many stacked chests. Trembling with excitement, I knew I'd guessed right, and the silver cub had a gold bar in its mouth, struggling to haul it out, too small for the load. I laughed, free and full. Beyond doubt the islanders' treasure cache. The sly devils had hidden it where no normal soul, faced with that thick, dead grass, would ever think to look. A straight mouth, a vast room within. I took the bar from the cub's mouth, a great yellow croaker, by its stamp likely Republican era. Everything fits the truth, I guessed. I swept it into the space and crawled in. Inside, the chamber was indeed dozens of square meters, walls rough with the marks of years, floor damp and littered with grit, and in the center dozens of wooden chests, one knocked open at a corner in the moving, gold spilling out, where the cubs had drawn theirs. Without hesitation, I swept the chests into the space, examined them later. As I did, I found behind them more chests, long ones of a familiar shape. Not for treasure, but for arms? I hurried over, opened one, and there lay rows of brand new Arasakas. Counting, 11 long chests, 10 held 5 guns each, 50 Arasakas, and the 11th made my eyes burn. A Type 96 light machine gun. I'd never dreamed the 2 forest-hidden islanders had such an arsenal. I hefted the machine gun, turning it over fondly. With this, what need I fear hunting the hills, even without my own strength? I could sweep through primeval forest. New, too, and ammunition no worry, small chests of rounds beside it. Near 100,000 by my rough count. Plenty. The Type 96 and the Arasaka share the 6.5 millimeters round. I stowed the arms, mind turning on how to handle them later. Society settling. No more upheavals. I'd never need so many for hunting. 1 machine gun and the Type 56 in the space sufficed. Sell the rest before the coming gun ban. A fortune in itself. I scooped up the 2 cubs, fed them meat as reward, and left for home. His father. So many days and the boy's not back. Nothing's wrong, surely? Chun Wenlian set flatbread and a bowl of wild greens and meat soup before her husband, fretting. A dozen odd days up the hill. What are you imagining? Li Kangjian rolled a bit of pickle into a flatbread, unhurried. He's not in the deep forest. With Han's skill, the hills around hold nothing to trouble him, and with that black tiger beside him, nothing here could threaten them. She nodded, then sighed. I do wonder, though, you really believe the boy, that there's so spirit-wise a black tiger? His gaze deepened. Why not? 2 days back the Wong hunter from the next village came to see me and told me something. What? The Wong hunter was the one disfigured when he and Li Kangjian went after the bear. A skin wound only, not crippling, and once mended, out of guilt he'd brought gifts. For the lease, though hurt worse, had given them the precious bear gall, a great kindness, and he'd come to thank Li Kangjian, stayed to a meal, and talked long. Old Wang told me their village has a fellow, Lu Dashin, who went boar hunting in the gully, met a drove by ill luck, was treed and near didn't make it, freezing to death, and then saved by the mountain god. His face went grave. "And what's that to our son and the tiger?" she asked, taken with the tale despite herself. He ate a bite, drank his soup, wiped his mouth. "Don't rush." Lu Dashin said that before he fainted he saw a huge black tiger, under the mountain god's command, punishing the boars like a descending god, and ever since he bows to the mountain god before every hunt, far more reverent than the rest. A black tiger? The mountain god? What's that to do with anything? She shook her head, unconvinced any such legend touched her son. At most it proved a black tiger might live in the hills. He smiled. "I know that part's nothing to do with the boy, but what Lu Dashin meant next does." "Oh, tell me." Her interest fired. "Yeah, you'd never guess. The day our son went up to move the tiger, Lu Dashin went hunting too, and after his right found a roe deer in a cave. He told her all he knew. Neighbors, the thing was hard to keep quiet." She still looked blank. "You still don't follow," he said, half laughing in exasperation. "The second time Lu Dashin met his mountain god, he found a tiger and a man, and that was the very day our son went to take the tiger away. Plainly the man took our son for the mountain god. So the black tiger's real, beyond doubt, and that it's close with the boy is no lie. With all that, need we worry?" She brightened, eased. With so great a tiger beside him, what was Bearblind Mountain? A black bear at worst, and against a Type 56 and a fearsome tiger a black bear was a dish served up. But more than easing her fears, the thing left her preening, grinning ear to ear. Her son taken for the mountain god. What face that gave! As her husband, he saw her pride at once and sighed. "Don't go saying this about. The climate's tight. No spreading superstition. It's others' mistake about the boy, but spread it and it ends badly. I know that. Eat while it's hot. I'll fetch the girls for supper." She rolled her eyes at him and bustled off toward the village mouth. That dawn the two diligent girls had gone with others to the white water. By Dahua's word, why let the idle bamboo cages waste? Better fish a while. Small as they were, no parent would normally let them near the river. But the village had taken to morning fishing, with neighbors along to keep an eye, so Chun Wenlian hadn't worried over much. True enough, the bamboo cage fishing, which I'd taught the whole village, had eased many a household. Who'd not look after my two little sisters? Folk then were still simple. Owed a kindness, they truly repaid it. At last I came out of the gully with the cubs, Bearblind Mountain ahead, a smile rising as I longed for home. Reborn, I'd never been away so long, and a half-month in the deep hills had dragged till now. By the sun, my pace would get me home by supper. I touched the cubs at my chest, settled the Type 56, and made to press on. When the silver cub at my collar grew agitated, whining, as if to leap out, its head poking from my collar to watch about, wary, unease in its eyes. A hunter's instinct chilled me. A wolf's nose and gut are fearsome. Had it sensed danger? Ayo! The cub gave a shrill cry, and in the same instant my sixth sense screamed, and every hair stood up. No time to think. I covered my chest and threw myself rolling to the left front, and as I hit the ground something whistled past my ear. My hand came away bloody. My ear grazed. A crossbow. My face went black, ambushed. I dropped the two cubs into a thicket and charged, crouching, toward where the bolt had come, the Type 50 SIXS safety off. The man was within 100 meters, else a crossbow couldn't have reached me. But to think to kill me from inside 100 meters meant he knew nothing of my strength. Whoever he was dead. That bolt had been meant for my life, no hunter's stray. As I closed under cover of trees and grass, more bolts came, missing or thudding into trunks. In a few breaths I glimpsed a man with a crossbow scrambling down a tree. Cold light in my eyes, I burst to full speed and was within 10 meters in a blink. With the Type 56 I could have blown his head off from afar, never coming near, but I had to know who wanted me dead, or I'd be a target in the open thereafter, my family endangered. Enemies are best ended early, no root of trouble left. I fired on the run, at his thigh. I wanted answers first. The shot took him true and he fell screaming, and I was on him before he could reach the crossbow, the muzzle at his brow. "Who are you? Why try to kill me with a crossbow?" "A stranger of some 30-odd. Sorry, a mistake. I'm a hunter. My shot went wide and nearly hit you," he said, hands clutching his leg. All apology, but the flicker of resentment in his eyes I caught clear. "Stray shot? Heh, your kind doesn't weep till you see the coffin." No time for his nonsense. I turned the muzzle and put another round in his other leg, colder. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? Tell it true, and I may give you a clean end. Else don't blame me for being merciless. The crossbowman screamed as the second shot took his leg, shaking like a sieved thing, sweat rolling off his brow, terror and despair in his eyes. He'd never reckoned the man he'd been paid to kill would be such a horror. He'd thought a plain, slow-witted hunter, easy to finish, the fat fee is after. Now he knew he'd run into a killing god, and cursed his own stupidity for believing the one who'd hired him. A fool, they'd said, knows some hunting but won't be much threat, so he'd come into the hills with only a crossbow. But this man, face cold as water, gun steady, moved with a speed and a mercilessness no fool ever owned. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. Don't be rash. Killing pays with a life, he pleaded, gripping his leg. I admit it, not a stray shot. I saw your Type 56, fine and worth money, and got greedy, meant to take it. I know I was wrong. We're both poor men risking the hills to live. Spare me this once. Earnestly said, eyes full of regret. Another man might have believed it. But I'm not another man. I looked him over, whole padded coat, fur cap, a crossbow finely made, a tool of the trade. This, and he called himself poor? My own coat had a dozen patches. He took me for a fool. I turned the muzzle and put a round through his arm. Blood sprayed and he hissed, unable to speak, never reckoning on so hard a man. Despair crossed his eyes. Seeing the muzzle swing toward his brow, he forgot the pain in his limbs. I'll talk. The truth, no lie this time. One last chance. Tell me who sent you, or the beast here will be glad of a night's extra dish. Sensing the killing in my voice, he shook. It's Liaigua, the upriver headman. He gave me 300 yuan to come into the hills and kill you. He went limp. Liaigua. My eyes narrowed. At once Li Weijuan's death came to mind. His father had sent a man to kill me. Did he know the truth? But he couldn't. I'd been careful past doubt. Do you know why he wants me dead? I've no quarrel with him. That I don't know much. Someone said that the day his son died, you'd been seen on the hill making an offering to the mountain god, so he suspects you're tied to it. I nodded inwardly. Likely no lie, only that one cause would fit. But on suspicion alone he'd dare have me killed? A mocking light crossed me. That family was born without reason or conscience, and given the chance I'd send the old pair to see their son. I worked the bolt to send the man on his way. He'd wanted my life. I'd not show mercy, and in the deep hills a killing is easily cleaned. Sensing death, he cried out before the muzzle came round. Don't. I'm a wanted murderer. Hand me to the authorities and you'll get a reward. A wanted killer in these years, once taken, ate the bullet, but better one more day alive than beaten to death here and fed to beasts, by his reckoning. A wanted murderer. My eyes lit. Something stirred. What's your name? Wang Erpi, of Wang family village, 50 li off. Half a year back, I killed the widow Shen's whole household and fled. Hand me over, and you'll know I'm not lying. For his life, he told it all. At the name Wang Erpi, a thunderclap went off in my still mind. I swayed back a step. Him? It was him. The man who, last life, killed her, and so doomed me to a life of grief. In the haze, a familiar, far-off figure seemed to rise. The girl in the flowered jacket, who always watched me shyly, a blush rising whenever our eyes met. Brother Han, you're not a fool. I like being with you. Her silver bell voice, clear as yesterday. Brother Han, don't mind their nonsense. To Xiaofeng you're something wonderful. Words like a spring breeze, warming the old me. Brother Han, Xiaofeng wants never to part from you. This whole life, we'll always be together. The flower jacket girl bowed her head shyly, devotion burning in her eyes, a thing I never forgot. Brother Han, Brother Han. The call's a melody seared into my soul. And as the sweet memory rose, my still eyes went wet, then red, the red deepening like flame, my grief and rage past banking. Brother Han, sorry, I can't be your bride now. But next life Xiaofeng will find you again and give you many, many children. The girl lay bloody in my arms, her trembling hand reaching to my face. Don't grieve too much, Brother Han. Promise Xiaofeng you'll live on, strong. Her last words a sword into my heart. I'd watched her hand fall, My fists clenched till the nails bit my palms and blood ran. 2 lives folded into one. Red-eyed, I went mad. Da-da-da, I emptied the Type 56 into him, and amid his bafflement and terror his body went to a sieve. To his death, he never knew why this young man killed him, when handing over a fugitive would have brought reward. But how would Wang Erpi know that? Against being shot down today, his death last life had been far more brutal. For a moment's lust, scheming foul against a girl who flung herself from a cliff to keep her purity, he'd ended without a whole corpse. The maddened me, newly woken to monstrous strength in the space, had torn him in two. And not only Wang Erpi, his 2 accomplices died as terribly. I stood panting a long while, the red draining slow, and looking at the ruin of a body felt no regret. Whatever his standing, today he had to die. What care had I for a fugitive's reward? He who would kill should know the lesson. The killer is forever killed. And he was the man I'd hated for decades last life. A complex flicker crossed me. The flowered jacket figure seemed to rise again. This life, before I'd even met her, I'd killed the man who killed her. Surely a good thing. The new year was near. Next year, 1979, the year I'd meet Xiaofeng. The year the wider climate began to ease. The year I, Li Han, could stretch my hands at last. I hoped only that, meeting her anew, I could keep the little one safe and happy and whole. A smile rose on my numb face. I gathered the crossbow and searched Wang Erpi, 500 or 600 yuan and some coupons. He'd carried all he had in flight, and now it fell to me. The 300 from Liaiguo among it, no doubt. A mocking curl at my mouth. I hauled the dead man deep into the woods to destroy the body and leave no trace. For though I'd hated Wang Erpi to the marrow, it was because of him that, last life, I'd woken the strength and the space, a kind of cause and effect. After some thought, I found a wolf den and flung the remains in. Sizzle, the salted small fish, floured, hit the hot oil, and fragrance rose. Dahua and Xiaohua watched their mother fry the fish, drool near falling. You 2 little gluttons, you weren't this greedy over fish a few days back. Chun Wenlian laughed, tapping their heads. True, since I'd begun holding up the household, food was no longer scarce. Full bellies and meat every few days were no trouble. It's not the same. Those fish brother caught. These my sister and I got. So they're tastier, Dahua said, hands on hips, proud, her grubby face smug. Yeah, today's fish Xiaohua and big sister caught. So they're tastier, 5-year-old Xiaohua nodded, eyeing the pan. Time's a strange thing. It changes a face and a heart both. With the house improved and the food better by the day, Dahua and Xiaohua, once thin as if a wind would topple them, had filled out. Their pale faces gone red and round, and their natures changed too. Once silent, orphaned, and dependent, they now chattered all day, and to Mom, Chun Wenlian, their old wariness turned to a sweet, clinging warmth. For though the Lees had always taken the girls as their own, a child living under another roof keeps a faint, unspoken distance. No fault of conscience. Anyone would. Not their home, not their birth parents. And truly belonging isn't simple. The Lees, good-hearted, never minded, never stinted them. Even favored them above their own son at times, which the girls felt. And there was a brother, a winter sun whose warmth drove the shadow from their hearts, who played and learned with them and showed them by deeds that a true family, blood or no, has hearts joined with no wall between. Though, in truth, the wall wasn't blood at all. The 2 were my own cousins. Today the sisters had gone fishing of their own will, a sixth sense telling them the brother who loved them would be back soon. And with no other skill they'd catch fish so he could eat their catch the moment he returned. Only the fish were fried and no brother had come. Dahua, sneaking glances at the door, looked disappointed. What are you watching for, Dahua? Nothing, Mom, can we eat? She fudged it. Let me take your dad's in first. She rose, and something seized her shin. She near dropped the bowl. Where'd the puppy come from? So cute. The girls cried, eyes lighting at their mother's feet, where 2 little dogs had slipped through the cracked door and were fawning, eyes fixed on the bowl, drooling, one white, one gray. But who near the house kept a dog? In these years, with people barely fed, who'd the leisure? Baffled, she meant to have the girls toss them out, when the door creaked open and a familiar voice came. Well now. Good timing. Fried fish today? Brother, you're back. The girls flew at me. Son. Chun Wenlian's face bloomed, her last worry gone. She set down the bowl, looked me over, found me whole, and eased, taking the Type 56 to hang inside. The boy's back. Li Kangjian called, glad, then couldn't help. Han's not hurt. Nonsense, my son's fine. What could happen? She said, proud. Half a month alone in the hills. Hard even for old hunters, and he'd done it nursing a tiger and come back without a scratch. It meant the boy could hold up the house. Heaven had not been thin with this family. The slow sun not only come right, but the roof beam now. What? You say they're wolves, she yelped, and the girls, who'd been playing with the cubs, shrank back, a new fear in their eyes. Wolves? What hill person doesn't dread the word? The silver and gray cubs, abandoned mid-play, whined and ran to my feet, wronged. Easy, Mom. They're well-behaved. And isn't a dog descended from a wolf? Training a wolf's much like training a dog. I scooped them up and handed them to the girls. Her trust in me had grown. Seeing me unconcerned, she let it go, and the girls, reassured, went back to playing. Brother, give them names? Dahua said, looking up. Sure. You and Xiaohua name them. I brought them back to keep you two company. Really? We can. Her eyes went round with joy. Of course. We're family. Anyone naming them is the same. She hugged the silver cub and announced. Then from today it's Xiaobai, Little White. She kissed it, 10 years old, and still not telling silver from white. Or by her way it'd have been Little Silver. Little White. Then, never mind the silver cub's aggrieved look. Not to be outdone, Xiaohua hoisted the gray cub. Then mine shall we. Little Gray. I love Little Gray. Little White. Little Gray. My mouth twitched. The three of us were cut from one mold, all hopeless at naming. I'd been pleased with myself over Big Blackie. All right, supper's done. Talk with your dad and get to bed early, Han. So long in the hills. Who knows how you got by, she said, her eyes soft with care. I went into my father. Only this time, unlike before, I told him some of Blackie but kept back the Gao brothers and the gold and silver. The old man was getting on. Why burden the family with more worry? Dad, New Year's near. I mean to go to the town co-op in a day or two for New Year goods. What do you think? New Year goods? We've food. Your mother's salted the meat. What's short? In these years, dumplings with a bit of meat were a fine New Year. The rest was beyond imagining. I want a new garment for each of us, and some firecrackers if I can. Our year's gone well. Call it thanks to heaven for feeding us. He didn't refuse outright, reckoning 7 or 8 days to New Year. Too tight to buy cloth and cotton and have her sew. Your mother's no clothing coupons. Cash alone won't buy ready-made. Money the family had. The boars had sold well, several hundred yuan with her still. No matter. I've a way in town. I told you I made a friend at the co-op. Getting some clothing coupons off him won't be hard. He nodded. All right. Take money from your mother when you go. A year's toil. She's owed a new garment. Guilt in his eyes, bettered in these weeks. But for her care his leg wouldn't have mended so fast. He owed her much. And, going to the co-op, don't buy wild like last time. He glared faintly. Your mother doesn't know, but don't think I don't. That milk powder you brought back wasn't cheap. I gave a sheepish smile. I'd thought it forgotten. I'm not blaming you. But everyone's living lean. A mouthful's a lot. Our days are better, but we mustn't stand out too much. Known, it may not be good. He took my hand, meaning deep. I know you've your own secrets, son. You don't say, I won't ask. But mark me, in the tide of these times we can only ride with it. Never do a thing you'll come to regret. Headless as it sounded, it chilled me. Did the old man know something? I'd been so careful. I made to ask, but he patted my shoulder and smiled. Talking so long's tired me. Off to bed, son. He lay back, eyes shut. What could I say? I shook my head and left. I never saw him open his eyes again as I went, watching my back with a look hard to name. A father's worry and his comfort both. Did he truly know my secret? The strength, the space. No. Too fantastical to credit even if I told him. What he'd said came rather from an old hunter's keen sense. Years among the hills and beasts had given him a nose for fine changes, and the faint reek of blood and the chill of killing on me, unfelt by others, he caught easily. He'd swear the boy had killed again in the hills. Only this time, Unlike the islanders, I hadn't told my father. And as a father, who doesn't fear his son taking a crooked road? So the headless words, the seasoned warning, a fitting tap, lest the boy stray. He trusted I do no evil in secret, but a check was wise. He closed his eyes and slept. Back in my small room, I didn't sleep, nor dwell on his words. Excitement had me. Time at last to sort the trip's haul, the gold and silver I'd never had leisure to look over. I shut my eyes and sank my mind into the space, and a long, low hum struck me, a barrier breaking, and the view opened. A vast chaos-wrapped space, gray mist all round, and at its center a bare patch of black earth, 4 or 5 mu, on which sat the dead boars and the heap of chests I'd stored. But my eye caught one chest, and my pupils shrank. The broken one, that had held gold trinkets and jade and fatesai, now held only gold. The jade was gone. Curious, I stepped toward it and felt real ground under my foot, solid and true, as if I were here in the flesh, not a mind-formed phantom. How? I slapped myself hard. The crack rang, the sting bit. Damn, that hurts. No illusion. Joy flooded me. I could enter the space in the flesh now, a hidden refuge at any deadly moment. I paced, marveling, and tripped. A black women's handbag with an LV mark, near merged with the dark ground. Not of this age, a thing I'd picked up on the street wandering in that other life and tossed into the space, come back with me across the decades. I kicked it aside and went to the gold chests. An hour on, I stood among the dense bars and trinkets, my face working. I'd found the strange thing. The chests had odd empty gaps, unreasonable, as if other goods had once filled them. And recalling the lost jade, I had to believe the jade pieces had vanished on entering the space. Jade, the space. A thought rose. Could my entering in the flesh be because the space had devoured a great deal of jade? The likelier the more I waited. And if I brought more jade in, might the space change again? My heart itched, but neither my house nor all of Lee River likely held a jade piece now, long since sold for grain. Later, then, with so great a hoard of gold in hand, I'd not fear finding jade in time. I made to leave. Then, seeing the gold flung about, thought idly, should have stacked the bars, it'd look neater. I shook my head and vanished from the space, and never saw that the moment I left, the gold stirred, as if a great unseen hand gathered the bars into the air and stacked them neat in an instant. And stranger still, the trinkets rose and melted and reformed into bars of equal weight, settling onto the pile. So that now the space held, besides the 3 dead boars and the arms, only a gold mountain, over 2 meters high. Content: I slept till dawn. Next day, badgered by the girls, I took the 2 of them and the 2 cubs to the white water to catch fish. What else? Near the village, the Thule stretch was dotted with ice holes, villagers busy with their cages, and they hailed me. Han, not seen you about lately. Morning, Han. Taken your sisters fishing? Where'd you get the 2 dogs? Fine ones. They'll help hunt when grown. Since I'd taught the winter fishing, my weight in their eyes had risen, no more the odd looks. At a relative's a few days, got 2 pups. I led the girls upstream. We came for the fun, not to crowd the local spots. 2 or 3 li up, I chopped through the ice and sank the cages. Then, needing to wait, lay on a snowless flat and dozed, dragged from my warm bed at dawn and short on sleep from the late night. The cold ground was nothing. I'd wintered half months in the open last life. The girls were safe enough, the river frozen solid, and little white beside them, sharp enough to warn if not safe. I drifted off, then a glad cry. Wow, little white, you're amazing. 2 fat ducks at once. And Xiaohua, little gray something too, he got 1. Then their bell laughter. We can have duck tonight, not pork. Duck? In deep winter? My eyes opened. In spring, the reed banks drew wild ducks to the thawing water and the small fish, and villagers gathered duck eggs from the reeds. But now, I sprang up and went to them. Brother, little white caught 2 ducks. Dahua came tottering, a duck in each hand, Xiaohua behind hauling 1. Too small for it, plumping down at last, panting, grinning. Well now, real ducks. I took them, patted the girls' heads. You 2 did great today. Mom'll braise duck in the iron pot when we're home. Your reward. Iron pot braised duck. They cheered, dancing. I looked round. No cubs. Where'd Little White and Little Gray get to? Dahua pointed at the reeds, still in there hunting ducks. I shook my head and went in. On the frozen surface, walking was easy as flat ground. I'd see what the cubs could do against ducks near their own size that could fly. In the reeds, the silver cub crouched, growling, paws braced, shielding Little Gray behind. For they'd met a fox, come hungry to forage, and the fox, seeing the cub's slight frames, had turned predator. But for Little White's speed, knocking Little Gray aside, the gray cub would have died in its jaws. The fox lunged, jaws wide, and Little White, with a great cry, kicked Little Gray clear with its hind legs and shot under the fox's belly in the same motion, quick as lightning. The fox blinked, baffled. Where had the cub gone? No matter. Eat the gray one first, find the white after. But it found its claws and jaws a clear span short of the tumbled Little Gray, and never knew its chance was already lost. For midair its body jerked, and it shrieked and crashed down. The fox had been careless. As Little White passed under it, it hadn't only fled. In the crossing it had bitten the thing nearest the ground. The fox was male. A strike to that, and tiger or bear would buckle, never mind a fox. And small as Little White was, it had eaten meat since I first met it, its teeth keen, and it would not let go. The fox rolled and thrashed and shrieked, twisting to bite the cub off, but Little White, jaws full, used its 4 quick legs to roll along with the fox, never giving it the chance. Still, sense said, unless the fox passed out from pain, the cub's stamina would fail and it would die in the fox's jaws yet. Little Gray howled, too frightened to close. The crisis hung on a thread. As Little White's dodges slowed, near caught more than once, a cruel light crossed its eyes, and on the next turn it bit down hard. And the fox screamed its worst, and a bloody thing showed in the cub's mouth. It had torn the fox's manhood clean off. But its own strength was spent. It lay limp, eyes still defiant, watching for the fox to fold from the pain. It was wrong. A man might have fainted. A beast, hurt as it was, does not lose all power at once. The fox, hatred near solid in its eyes, dragged its ruined body and lunged for the cub. Crack! A great foot came down on its head mid-leap, the force splitting the skull. It went limp without a sound. Me. I'd come the moment Little White cried out. But seeing the cub work that lowly trick on the fox, I'd held off, watching with interest. Little White was clever past 9-year-olds. It could have bitten the fox's weak point at once, sharp-toothed as it was, but knew that to do so early would draw the maddened beast's frenzy. So it had bitten and held, meaning to wear the fox down. Only it overrated itself, its own strength failing first, and at the last threw the dice. But for me the 2 cubs would have died. Even so, it was a fine duel, and every choice Little White made had been the best the moment allowed. Seeing its master, Little White's dull eyes lit. The fox dead under my foot, it dragged itself up, came tottering to my feet, lifted its little head, proud, waiting for praise, its mouth still holding the dripping thing. I felt a chill below and stepped back. Clever. Yes, it had played the fox in circles, a marvel of control. Too young yet, or who'd have won was anyone's guess. But the trick was foul. Even I, who'd seen much, couldn't bear to look. Sensing my distaste, the cub spat the thing out and ran to the river to scrub the blood from mouth and silver fur, so earnest and clean I had to smile. I picked up Little Gray, marveling. Little White grown could win a Wolf King's seat easily. Whether bringing it among men was right or wrong I couldn't say. And Little Gray, though no match for the silver, had not fled in its terror but stayed by its mate, rare enough. Little White, clean again, came back and, seeing me hold Little Gray, howled jealous and clawed up my leg. I scooped it up too, took the fox, and headed out, not noticing the cub's eyes stay on the fox, an odd, thoughtful look in them, as if some door had opened. With 3 ducks and a fox I didn't linger. The 7 or 8 cages had taken 5 or 6 caddies of fish, a full haul. Home. I handed it all to my mother and went to sleep off the dawn rising. My son's more and more able. Fish, ducks, and a fox today. No one calls my boy Sloan now. She beamed, already wondering whether, with me turning 18 after New Year, she ought to ask someone to find me a wife. After 2 days home, I told my parents and set out alone for the town co-op. This time carrying only the fox pelt, off the very fox Little White had fought and I'd killed. Such a hide, whole and well kept, would fetch 30 or 40 yuan at the co-op, a real sum. So my mother had pressed me hard to take it and turn it to cash for New Year goods. The town was Chaoyang, the commune Red Star, the only place for 10-odd li with a public co-op. The road was near empty, deep winter and New Year near, folk denning at home. But the weather held, no fresh snow, the road frozen firm and easier than before, and my mood far lighter than that dark, anxious first trip. An hour or two, and I reached Chaoyang, the co-op already open, a line out front. Wang Changjiang was run off his feet. No chance to talk alone. But no matter. Besides the precious fox pelt, I'd nothing I dared show in the co-op. In the space sat near 1,000 caddies of clean boar meat. Pull that out, and the police would come in minutes. I'd boars to sell for the family's New Year, not to be jailed over. I'd a plan before coming. This was my chance to make contact with that man on the East Street, for the boars couldn't go the straight road, only privately, at some risk. In these years the bold ate full and the timid starved, and there were those who ran the black trade. The man I wanted was Chaoyang's biggest middleman, the black markets builder. If I could make a good tie with him, I could quietly clear the things that couldn't go through normal channels while policy stayed shut. The 1,000 caddies were my testing stone. If he proved fair, as I recalled him from last life, I'd not mind working with him a while. If not, I'd know to prepare. His house, and name I knew cold. I turned toward East Street and soon stood before a rundown courtyard. As I raised my hand to knock, the gate opened and a fierce-faced youth eyed me. "Who are you? What do you want here?" Wariness all over him. I smiled and bowed slightly. "Li Han, of Li River. A piece of business to discuss with Brother Knife, if you'd announce me." Brother Knife, Wei Xiaodao, one of Chaoyang's top rough trade heads. In these crackdown years, few dared bully folk openly, so they ran the black market in secret. Money made and no death penalty risk. Don't underrate such men. Greedy, yes, but their will to live was full. Eyeing the big, well-spoken youth, the man looked surprised, schooled. Maybe. The educated got some respect. "Wait here. I'll ask if he'll see you." He shut the gate and ran to the back, doubting my big business. Li River was a poor gully. What could a youth from there offer? Some game, maybe, and how much? On an ordinary day, they'd not bother with such a small cellar. But meat was hard to get now. New Year near, customers pressing, Brother Knife grayed with worry over it. So the youth went to announce me. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. The same thought struck Knife, who decided to see me himself. Take whatever came, a rabbit or a pheasant, at a fair price. And more hill folk might come to sell, by the bones of a steed to draw the horses, and with game enough his resale would profit. So when I came into the yard and saw Wei Xiaodao seated in the middle, he didn't slight me. A faint smile, a wave to his seat. A good first impression, easy with people, neither fawning nor haughty. No wonder, last life, he'd built so much, but for going too far some years on, touching what he shouldn't and being taken and shot, he might have become a magnate. I put the stray thoughts aside and sat. I hear you've come to do a big deal with me. What kind of goods?" Direct. I met his eyes, steady, and said one word, low and firm. "Meat." A thunderclap to them. Not the answer, which he'd guessed. A hill boy with meat was no marvel. But the certainty in my saying it, as if I held not 1 or 2 kills, but a staggering amount. His heart jumped. "Interesting," he murmured, and dropped the screen. "Meat? However much you have, I'll take. But what meat and how much?" Earnest, not treating me as a child. Pure boar, about 1,000 caddies. He leapt up, seized my arm. "Where?" "Take me to see. The price won't be low. Cash, hand to hand." I smiled, sly under the warmth, drew my arm free, and coughed. "Brother Knife, that's hard on me. Private dealing in broad day? However badly you want the boar, wait till dark and I'll bring it." He blinked, then nodded sheepish, scratched his head, and barked at his man to fetch tea. "No manners," he chided. Then, friendly. "Right? Can't be done in the open, but let's settle the price." "Price, how much will you give?" Market boar's about 8 mao 6. The co-op pays 7 something. I've to make a little, so 8 mao a caddy. How's that?" 8 mao. I raised a brow, watching him, calm, steady. Not low. A mao a caddy more than the co-op had given me. 100 yuan more on 1,000. 9 and 10 sellers would jump at it. But I lifted my head. No. 8 mal 5 at least, my bottom line. 8 mal 5. Are you mad? His eyes went wide, but he didn't turn nasty, only a wry smile. Truth is, market bore tops at 8 mal 6. You ask 8 mal 5 and my brothers work for nothing. Money's earned together to last. Be too greedy, lad, and the deal's hard to make. He tapped the chair arm, reproachful. I laughed long. Brother Knife, you take me for a country green? 8 mal 6 on the market, sure, but can ordinary folk buy at that? No need to dance around it. Once you've the meat you sell it for over a yuan, and New Year near, to the county it'd net you several hundred. Is 8 mal 5 so unfair? I'd laid it bare. He flushed, never reckoned a hill youth knew the prices so well. So no fooling me. Truth was, Wei Xiaodao had conscience enough, riding the law's edge, but never out to cheat plain folk, which was why he'd opened at 8 mal. Against me he never thought of force, and after a laugh he nodded. Fine. 8 mal 5 it is. When can the meat come? 8:30 tonight, on the dot. Cash, no credit. Coupons in lieu of cash will do. I bowed and left. Wei Xiaodao watched me go, his gaze deepening. Brother Knife, want me to follow? If he's aligned to 1,000 caddies of boar, why not take the line ourselves instead of letting this kid sit between us for a cut? Yaozi, who should have been making tea, said, fierce. No, Knife said, frost on his face. Haven't I told you more than once? They're cracking down hard now. Can't you remember? Our trade's gray, but not heaven cursed. Stop scheming on others. Think, a half-grown boy producing 1,000 caddies of boar? There's someone behind him. And boar at that. Even seasoned hunters risk their lives for one. A super hard man who can put out 1,000 caddies at once. You sure you can cross him? Biaozi ducked, cowed. Among Chaoyang's rough crowd one unwritten rule held. Never provoke hunters. Men who lived with their heads on their belts in the deep hills. Far harder than any street tough. They thought there must be a hunter gang behind me. Unwilling to risk themselves, sending a boy to sell. Hunters are men too, mostly law-abiding folk who'd band quietly for safety. Reasonable enough. They'd never guess how far the truth lay from it. That I, alone, could take what they imagined only a gang could. I needed no backer. I was my own strongest backing. I'd not get home today. Lucky I'd told my parents. Where to sleep? Chaoyang was too small and remote for any decent guest house. I thought of my 2 uncles, not far off, and decided to lodge there, but business first. I drifted to the co-op, near empty now, just right for buying New Year goods. As I made to step in, Wang Changjiang, idle at the counter, spotted his old friend. Back in town today? Brother Lin, selling or buying? Tell me, I'll see to it. He came round and clapped me a great hug, thumping his chest. Then I thank you, Brother Wang. I grinned, easy with him at once. One brief meeting, yet a wordless warmth between us, born of the honest goodwill we'd each shown last time. Maybe it was just a kind of fate. One meeting, and we'd taken to each other. No need to thank me, short of a real wrong. How could I not help a brother? Then I'll trouble you, Brother Wang. We went in together, and he picked up paper and pen. So, what are you here to buy today? He'd read it right. I'd come to shop for New Year, not sell. A small letdown, since a seller meant a chance to buy meat, but a shopper was business too. First, look at this. What would you pay for it? I took out the fox pelt my mother had charged me to clear for New Year goods. Fox. His eyes lit. He'd been wondering what gift to bring his mother on his holiday home. And what does a middle-aged woman love more than fur? He turned it over. Whole, no flaw, and deep winter the best season for the coat. A top-grade hide, fit for the finest fox fur garment. Seeing the shop empty, he drew me aside. I want this. Can we keep it off the books? Just what I'd hoped. The co-op would press the price low, and I guessed Wang Changjiang would want it. I'd rather deal with a man of plainly uncommon background than risk private sale, since if trouble came he could stand against it. You want to swap goods for it again? I asked, wait on the word. Yes, swap, he beamed. My things for your fox. You've no objection? Friends, why ask? Take it. I'll look at the new stock. I left him the pelt and went to browse, both of us tacitly leaving money unmentioned. Soon, pelt stowed, he came smiling. So, what are you buying? New Year's near. Clothes for the family, firecrackers, snacks. Can you help me round it up? His eyes flashed. He caught my drift and hurried to his little room, returning with a fistful of coupons. For what I really wanted, leaving him the precious pelt, wasn't money. It was the hard-to-get ready-made clothing coupons and the snack and candy coupons, near impossible to come by in a place like Chaoyang. And Wang Changjiang, his mother, fearing her boy would suffer here, had packed him money and coupons past counting. I'd come to the right man. Here, 10 cotton clothing coupons, 3 caddies of candy coupons, 3 of biscuit coupons, and 20 industrial coupons and a radio coupon to swap for your fur. I blinked. The candy and biscuit coupons were what I'd aimed for, but I'd wanted only plain clothing coupons, worth far less than cotton clothing coupons. The first buy only single-layer garments, no good in deep winter without padding over them. Cotton clothing coupons let me buy padded jacket and trousers outright, worth much more. I knew him generous, but not this generous. The pelt was worth at most 10 plain clothing coupons and a caddy or 2 of candy. And now, cotton clothing coupons, 3 caddies each of candy and biscuit, far past the fur's worth, plus 20 industrial coupons and a radio coupon. A radio coupon, one of the 3 great household items, near impossible to get. In a small place like this, it'd fetch 10-odd yuan resold. This is too much, I hesitated. Don't fret. I've plenty, he laughed. Then, lest I misread, I can get a heap of these whenever I want. Not pilfered from the co-op, you understand. I did. A man who could say that was no ordinary background. He lowered his voice. It's a fair swap for the fur. No rule broken. No law broken. Use them freely. Only, going forward, if you get good game, save brother a portion, brother's partial to it. I won't take it free. Coupons or cash, you'll have your due. No joke. Born to plenty, he couldn't do without meat. The boar I'd swapped him last time was long eaten, and with New Year near the co-op's meat ran short even for an insider. Each to his need. I understood at once, half laughing. Chaoyang sat among great mountains. You'd think no shortage of game. Hunters bringing kills to the co-op. So how is a clerk reduced to craving it so? But it depends on the season. Spring, summer, autumn. Yes, hill folk short of grain were rarely short of meat. A turn through the hills enough. But this was deep winter, the mountains snowbound, the beasts gone deep, game scarce and hard to track, the snow slowing the hunters. Even a catch was small. The hunters' own houses might not have enough. Who'd spare meat to sell? It was why the gully boar hunt cost so many lives. Boars are fierce, yes, but the snow had slowed the hunters most. With guns, what's a drove? Gangs of hunters could have ringed and killed them. So everything pointed to it. No second man could, like me, bring out a great haul of boar by his own ability. Wang Changjiang had a good eye fixing on me. All right, boar it is. How much? I weighed the coupons, then slung an arm round him. Lo, I've a friend with some pork tonight. You take my meaning. Say how much. If it's not too much, I'll bring it tomorrow morning. I trusted him enough now to save him a share rather than sell it all to knife. But within reason. Ask too much, and I'd not run the risk, speculation being a charge in itself. Understood, he said, eyes lighting. A sharp one out of a big compound. He caught my caution, held up 2 fingers. Just me eating. 20 caddies, no problem? The last 10 he'd finished in a week. A rare chance, buy more. My friend with pork, he politely pretended not to hear. These snowbound days, getting a mouthful was luck. Who'd pry into more? Seeing his want genuine, I eased. Not so dull after all. Done. 20 caddies tomorrow morning. Then, oddly abrupt. Right. Let me see to my real business now. Which left him blank till he saw a figure approaching and caught on. Right. Next time I'll stand you a meal. And stepped naturally back from me. Xiao Wang, a friend of yours? A middle-aged man had come into the co-op. Director, you're here, Wang Changjiang greeted. Yes, this is Li Han, a Chaoyang man too. We've not known each other long but get on. About my only friend here. No fear of the man before his superior, the co-op director. Oh, local. The director looked me over. Li Han? You're not Li Kangjian's, the, son, from Li River? You know my father? I blanked. A co-op director was no small figure in such a place. And if he knew my father, surely Dad needn't still be a hill hunter. The director chuckled. Not your father, but I've heard your name. If I'm right, You're the one who sold us several hundred caddies of boar last time. The only man for tens of li who took 2 boars single-handed. A thumbs up. So that was it. Not my father known but me. You flatter me, director. Only luck. Heh. Ability's ability. No need to hide it. One day the co-op may need to lean on you. You young folk talk. This old man won't intrude. A faint, hard-to-read meaning in his eyes, and he waved and went off to his office, his portly back vanishing. I stood puzzled. Why say the co-op might one day need me? Beside me, Wang Changjiang scratched his head, baffled too. What's got into him today? He's usually steady. An awkward silence. Brother Wang, get my things first. Business first. Never mind the director's words. Better to take life a step at a time than fret. Right? Tell me what you need. 3 sets of adult padded clothes, 2 children's. Candy and biscuits by the coupons. Firecrackers, 1 2,000 cracker string, and 10 200 ones. He fetched it all, a small mountain. Then, seeing the coupons near spent, want the radio while you're at it? I hesitated. My mother had given me a fixed sum, no extra. Money I didn't lack, with private cash in the space, but I feared explaining a radio to my parents. Then, a trip to town was rare. Why overthink? Right? Give me one. The family can hear opera and crosstalk at New Year. I handed over the radio coupon and the 20 industrial ones without a blink. If asked, I'd say the fox sold high. A few tens of yuan, in and out. He brought a new radio, worked the abacus, clothes, snacks, firecrackers, 185, radio 80, 265 total. Right, count it. I handed over a sheaf of tens. He counted. 270 here, 5 back, and we're square. Keep it. Give me 2 cartons of Shangbation with the 5 instead. Smoking already this young, he teased. Did I smoke? Last life, a chain smoker. Reborn, I'd hardly touched it. Couldn't get any in the gully if I'd wanted. 2 cartons for the space, for a tired moment in the hills. But not 18 yet, and bad for it to be seen so young. Caught by my parents, a beating. No, for my old man. He waved it off, found me 2 woven sacks to bag the lot. No plastic bags here, and even a woven sack was a treasure to many. Only at the co-op did he hand them out freely. Brother Wang, I'll be off. See you in the morning. See you. Outside, I stowed it all in the space and, hungry, headed for West Street, where memory said there was a state diner, small, but a place to eat. Spending money to eat out was a luxury in these years, frugal as I am. A plate of vinegar potato shreds, a plate of twice-cooked pork, and a bowl of rice cost me 7 or 8 yuan and a precious caddy of grain coupons. Let my pinch penny mother learn of it, and there'd be a beating and days of nagging. But it was my own private cash. I'd not be fool enough to tell her. Lunch settled, but I couldn't get home tonight and had nowhere to sleep. No guest house in Chaoyang, no friends in town. Pondering it, lost in thought, I was suddenly bumped, a cry, "I-oh," at my ear. I stepped back, startled, and saw a woman of some 30-odd scrambling up, despair on her face. "Comrade, help. Someone's taken my child." Broad daylight, a child snatched? In these crackdown years, even a big tough like knife trod careful. The whole country was clean, doors unbarred, nothing lost on the road. Few would believe her. But her ragged clothes, her wretched state, stirred a dim memory. Last life, in Chaoyang, there'd been a grave child disappearance case. It began with a woman saying her child was taken, ignored. She was an outsider, a famine drifter, unable even to prove she'd a child, and seemingly troubled in the mind. So when a search turned up nothing, the authorities let it drop. Then word came she'd drowned herself in despair. Not long after, children began vanishing one after another, 7 or 8 in half a month, and panic seized the town. Only then did the authorities wake to it, call in help from the county and city, and after 2 months of hard work crack a sprawling, well-organized child trafficking ring spanning provinces, a case that shook the whole country. But of the children, some had long been sold far off, some abused to death. The few brought back safe could be counted on one hand. Reborn, my one wish was my family's happiness. Other matters I'd leave be. But this was children's lives, and to feign blindness would gnaw my conscience to the end of my days. And knowing this woman would soon kill herself for grief, I couldn't stand aside. "Sister, quick, when and where was your child taken?" I lifted her up. There, that would. My daughter, just now, taken there. Please, save her. She sank to her knees, kowtowing, weeping. Don't cry. Go report it now. And whatever happens, wait for me. I'll bring your daughter back. Trust me. I only hoped she'd not, as last life, do something rash, bring the child back and find the mother had drowned herself. I shot off toward the wood to the north and was gone. Lucky it was the meal hour and the street empty, or my speed would have stunned anyone. I say, boss, what use is a girl? Childless folk want sons. A money loser like this is worthless. Why drag all the way out here for this? In a gully not far from Chaoyang, 3 men trudged the deep snow mud, one pockmarked, a cloth sack on his back, plainly unhappy with his leader. You know nothing, snarled the bulliest, full-bearded, fierce. I didn't bring you for ordinary snatching. Would I haul into a gully for that? I'm on a heavy paid commission. Take the girl from the woman and hand her to the client. Heavy paid? How much for this? The pockmarked youth perked up. The boss held up one finger. TCH 100? We could grab any kid for that. No need to come so far. Idiot, 1,000. A job like that, you in or not? 1,000 was no small sum. Even they didn't clear that in half a year sometimes. And here it was for one trip. 8,000. The youth started, then greedy. Who's so flush? 1,000 for one little girl. If we did their whole family. A cruel light in his eyes. Don't talk wild, or no one can save you. The boss paled, clapping a great hand over the youth's mouth, sweat beading, voice shaking. There are people in this country we can't touch. You fool. Say that again, and I'll kill you myself. A cold gleam in his eye, a killing air off him, no idle threat. The youth, shaken. I was wrong, brother, cold sweat on his own brow, realizing he'd near offended someone great. For some men, even desperados can't cross. A ring like theirs could be wiped out in a night. Cough, boss. Fifth, we've come far enough, no need to rush. Everyone's tired. Better find a place near here, get some food, rest a few days before we go. A thin youth, refined of face, a sly fox's gleam deep in his eyes. Third, are you mad? The woman's surely reported it. We should flee, not wait for the authorities. Yeah, third, the boss too. But the boss wasn't as worked up. Third was the brains. Easy, boss. Fifth, the thin youth licked his lips. Think. The woman's an outsider. The local authorities, to guard their name, will hardly take it to heart. Send a few officers to look, fail, and let it drop. And we're in the hills. Would they brave deep winter to comb these wastes for us? Impossible. 2 or 3 days, and they'll give up. Say you're right. What's that to staying? Still a risk. Boss, in all our years snatching, were any easier than these gully children? Hill kids don't fear strangers. Easier than city ones. And New Year's near. Plenty of little ones will be out playing despite the cold. Better to catch the town flat-footed, snatch a big batch, and slip off in style. Risky, but worth it. A big batch, meaning more children, more profit. They too wanted a fat New Year. Good. Third's our little Zhuga, sharp, the pockmarked youth grinned. Will it work, though? The boss, steadier, hesitated. Second, and the rest are in the next city. Just us 3. Too many children on the road is trouble. If no one tracks us, escape itself gets hard. Thought of that. Last life it was exactly this that got them caught. 3 men with 7 or 8 children in the hills. Lucky not to be eaten by beasts, never mind the police. Boss, I've thought of it. We're snatchers, we've drugs aplenty. Keep the little ones quiet, cross that peak, and we're safe. Past Choyang's reach, onto the main road, and second sister and the rest come to meet us. He pointed at a peak ahead, confident, never reckoning that men from the city, never having truly climbed, knew nothing of what crossing a winter mountain took. The beasts, the cold, the food they'd not packed. And, most of all, that they'd never get the chance. Just arrived, I caught their talk, eyeing the thin youth, killing in my gaze. So that was it. Why last life these wretches struck Chaoyang again days later, against all sense. The bold dared eat the turned grass. They'd caught the authorities flat-footed. I see. I thought, fixing on the thin one. So the later flood of missing children was this dog's foul notion. Only I'd come a step late. I'd not heard the rest, so I didn't know the girl wasn't taken by ordinary traffickers, but on heavy pay from someone with ill design, to wrench her from her mother, The one truly to answer for it all was that hidden client. Right? Third's plan. Hide 2 days, then back for a few more kids. Even the bearded boss was tempted. The hill children so easy. The greed-blinded third and fifth nodded, forgetting one thing. Hill children were easy to catch, but could they bear the hill folks' ferocity? Poor hills breed fierce people, no idle saying in this age. Steal a hill family's child, and it was your head on your belt. Such traffickers, once caught, were beaten dead on the spot. No escape, no authority able to stop a mob in full fury. The scene would be a sea of people, the parents' rage a volcano, the kin and neighbors aflame, and no number of traffickers would see the next sunrise. But these three thought no such thing, until a stranger appeared near them out of nowhere, soundless. It scared them stiff. Tracked into the hills? No sense in it. A man in a ragged padded coat, burly, face caked with mud like a statue, eyes cold past feeling, never a sound. Who's that? Their hearts leapt to their throats. Guilty, they took him for an officer. Then they saw a plain, unremarkable hill youth, face muddied, no real threat, and eased. I say, you whelp, whose brat are you? Don't you know a scare can kill? Today I'll send you to your ancestors. Third raged, drawing a dagger from his belt and stalking at me, the other two not lifting a hand to stop him. For in their trade, seen unmasked, the witness died. But would I fear them? Petty traffickers, 3 or 30, I'd not blink. It was me, of course, muddy-faced for caution, not wanting my identity known, and with business tonight, I couldn't be delayed. As third bore down and the two settled to watch, the man stiffened, flung his dagger to the ground, threw up his hands, and dropped to his knees. Brother, I was wrong, spare me. White-faced, a muzzle at his brow. He's got a gun? The bearded boss and the thin youth saw it now, blank, empty-handed a moment ago, and now a long gun at Fifth's head, finger near the trigger. The boss reached for his waist, a man of the road. Of course he had a gun, and meant, while I dealt with Fifth, to drop me cold. Quick, but as his hand touched the grip I fired. Crack. A blood hole in his brow. He hit the ground dead. I'd not aimed at the pockmarked youth before me, but at the boss going for his gun. No mercy. Dead where he stood. Silence. The pockmarked youth and his third brother froze before a man who shot without a word. Mad? Even granting their crimes. To kill on sight. Unafraid of the police? Click. I worked the bolt and put a round through the pockmarked youth's brow. Crack. Dead before a cry. Paid for his greed. The instant I dropped him, I sprang aside and rolled. Crack. A bullet grazing my scalp. A half-second slower and through my skull. Heh. Interesting. A cold, sly one hidden among these soulless traffickers. I rose, the Arasaka steady at the thin youth's brow. He paled. He timed his shot perfectly, and still I dodged. Was this a man? The smoke at his muzzle marked him the shooter. For as I'd finished the two, the timid-seeming youth had flashed a small pistol and fired without a blink, and only my reflex and battle sense had saved me, dropping low and bringing the Arasaka to his head in one motion. He dropped his gun. You daren't kill me, can't kill me. Oh, why not? Kill me and you lose the chance to net the whole ring. Only I can draw the others out and finish it for good. A clever point. Any officer would keep him alive for it. But I'm no officer, and I'd come masked, bent on leaving none alive. Whatever he said, he'd die. Crack. I fired and turned and left. The girl in the sack? No need of mine to fret. By my reckoning, the officers were near. Much of this was within my control. I'd shot the three not only to vent but to draw the town's investigators with the noise. 3 shots in a quiet town would surely bring them, and with them the child in the sack would be safe. A child saved, the authorities drawn, my anger out, many birds, one stone. As for the dead men's accomplices, would killing these 3 lose the trail? You underrate the era's policing. The bodies remained. Such rings were mostly acquaintances, and once their identities were known, following the thread to the rest was easy. No escape. Sure enough, minutes after I left, uniformed men came running. Leader, bodies here, the foremost cried. What's with the town today? Police everywhere hunting traffickers. Boss, think that kid still dares come. At the rundown courtyard, Biaozi watched the departing police, worried, to knife. I don't know. Wei Xiaodao shook his head, uneasy. They knew of the daylight trafficking, But never that it'd be taken so seriously. Door-to-door searches begun, and near the appointed 8:30, if Li Han really hauled 1,000 caddies of meat over, he'd be exposed and might drag them down. Knife, let me go find him, have him hold off, Biaozi said. Knife was about to agree when, from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure hauling a cart, toiling toward them. What the? Knife and Biaozi near wet themselves. The police just gone, and this fellow comes. Caught. They were finished. It was the half-grown Li Han with the cart. Not pausing to wonder how one man hauled so much, they rushed to drag it inside and shut the gate. Knife leaned on it, breathing out, then shot me an aggrieved look. What's wrong with you two? I asked, baffled. Brother, don't you see police all over town? And you haul this over? Biaozi said, exasperated. So? They're hunting traffickers, nothing to do with us. Knife and Biaozi traded a glance, and seemed to understand at last why my parents had named me Han, slow. By day I'd seemed sharp and deep, and now this dullness. Enough. The meat's here. Carry it into Wei, and finish quick, Knife said. The longer such dealing dragged, the greater the risk. Right. Li, haul the cart to the storeroom. Biaozi went to take it up as I had, and his face changed. With all his strength, he barely tipped the handles a few inches. A cart with 1,000 caddies of boar. Too much for an ordinary man. But why had I pulled it so easily? He stood red-faced. Can't lift it. I half-smiled. Up you get. I'll do it, you push. I took the handles, slung the rope over my shoulder, and pulled it easily. Only then did they note my strength. The cart rolled into the storeroom. A great room of hundreds of square meters, sacks of who knew what stacked about. None of my business. Biaozi brought a big steelyard. I lifted the ragged covers, showing the dressed boar. Good meat. Knife nodded. Not the freshest by sight, but in deep winter no matter. We weighed it. Over half a ton, 1,132 caddies. 1,132 at 8 Mao 5, 962 yuan 2. Right, Li? Right. 962. Keep the 2 Mao. The deal closed. He couldn't lay out so much cash at once, but with coupons in lieu, as I'd allowed, it went smoothly. I counted the money in coupons, then smiled at Knife. Right. I've a little something for you. A gift for our deal. I drew a small thing from a sack. A hazel grouse? His eyes went wide. Top 10 among mountain delicacies, coveted by city folk, and near impossible to catch in deep winter, only at the risk of the deep hills. He knew its worth well. Where most could scarcely get common game near the hills, here was a grouse, and he understood, again, that the half-grown hill youth before him was no ordinary thing.